third session will cover up financial discipline or compliance of RERA designated accounts, the withdrawal of certificates, and RERA audit. The then session will cover up filing of complaints before RERA and few decided cases under the different sections. Filing of first and second appeals and decided cases. And in the last, we will have a panel discussion covering various aspects of our today's session. May I request all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais and all the members to rise for our ICI motto first.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तदब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते अमृतमुच्यते अस्मिन् लोकः श्रितः सर्वतदूताच्यवितश्च नान्यपीतश्च एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you, one and all. Friends, we have with us today Shri Harshul Savla ji as our chief guest and Shri Anand Gupta ji as our guest of honor for the inaugural session. May I request my co-coordinator CA Sanjay Chaturvedi ji to please briefly introduce chief guest and guest of honor.
Good morning, friends. It's my privilege to introduce today's chief guest, Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla. Harshul Savla is managing partner at Suvidha Lifespaces M Realty, a third generation real estate development company which has built more than 1.5 million square feet across Mumbai city. He is a national best-selling author and has published 16 books on real estate sector, for which he holds world record from more than 28 record keepers, including World Book of Records, London. Dr. Harshul has completed his PhD on REITs from the prestigious 175 years old University of Mumbai. He is presently pursuing his second PhD on the topic of RERA from the Department of Law, University of Mumbai. He has completed his MBA specialization in finance from JBIMS, LLM from Department of Law, University of Mumbai, specializing in environmental studies, LLB from GLC and BMS from NM College. He holds a world record for maximum degree from a single university. He is co-chairman Statistics and Standards at CREDAI National and managing committee member of CREDAI MCHI. He is founding member of RERA Practitioners Welfare Association and mentor at Founders Institute, USA. He is also member of Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, London. Dr. Harshul has been awarded many prestigious awards, which includes CRISIL, Young Thought Leader Reality, Plus 40, Under 40 India, ET Now, CNN News 18, Maharashtra Times, Zee Business, ABP News, CNBC, TV 18, Midday, Realty Quarter, Radio City Mumbai, Icon, etc. With this introduction, I request all of you to please welcome our chief guest, Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla. Now, coming to the part of introduction of today's guest of honor, Dr. Anand J. Gupta. Dr. Anand J. Gupta by profession is a civil engineer, contractor, and real estate developer. He is the chairman and managing director of AYG Realty Private Limited, managing director of AYG Edifices Private Limited. He is director in Trendsetter Construction Private Limited, AYG Home Constructions Private Limited, AYG Estate Private Limited, and AYG Developers Private Limited. In his professional standing, he has more than 40 years of experience in the field of construction business, where he started as a trainee in Chaudhary and Chaudhary Group, which is now known as AYG Realty Private Limited, and today gradually rose to become the chairman and managing director of the AYG Realty Private Limited and its allies companies, a renowned group engaged civil construction contract, real estate developer activities. Executed large prestigious public buildings, special structures, infrastructure works, mass township for private institutions, central and state government department at Mumbai, Thane, Navi Mumbai, and various cities of Maharashtra and Goa, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat. At present, they are working for MES, CPWD, State Government of Goa, and Corporation in Maharashtra. They have also completed large development in Thane, Chembur, Vilepale, Andheri, CBD Belapur, and Mangaon district of Raigad as developers. Presently having real estate development projects in Pune, Kalyan, Dombivli Corporation area, and Raigad district. In fraternity social service, there is a chairperson, Housing and RERA Committee of Builders Association of India 2020-23. The spokesperson for Builders Association of India 2000. Now I request to present a memento to our chief guest, Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla. And I will also request our speaker, CA Sunil Naik, to present a memento to guest of honor, Dr. Anand J. Gupta. Now, I would request our guest of honor, Dr. Anand J. Gupta, to start the session and address the gathering.
Good morning, friends. Chief guest of today's function, Advocate Dr. Harshul Savla ji, my friend Sunil Naik ji, CA Mayur Momia ji, and the Chartered Accountant Sanjay. Friends, see, as from the introduction, you must have understood that I am a, you can say, practicing developer who is implementing RERA rules, regulation, and facing problem as well as consulting these all stalwarts every day. Scenario before RERA in this country and scenario after RERA. Things have changed a lot. This 5 years has changed the industry scenario dramatically. I will say for all the good, for the common man, good for the real estate developer, good for even the financial institutions, good for even the home giver and the home taker. And I'm happy the work which otherwise we are always struggling in my association, Builders Association of India, to give knowledge and all the problems which they are facing, how to comply, how to control themselves to spend only 70% money because they are always having some one other problem. How they satisfy their bank that they definitely get a fund and they do not come under any problem from the RERA. But having said so, friends, all the things which we are facing, and I'm happy that today this institute is taking up majority of those issues. And I'm hope at the end of the day, a lot of good things will come. But partly or maybe 60%, 70% solution to all these 5 issues have been got some solution in the last 5 years. But the last point, which is your stalled project, and which is the major problem of this industry as stands today. Because you must have seen the 36,000 project registered in Maharashtra. Right now I'm talking only about Maharashtra. Whole country is around 75,000. Out of 36,000, 4,500 projects are coming under the category of stalled project as per the definition of RERA. Now customer blames developer blames his bank, developer blames Bombay Municipal Corporation and the other corporation, and so many things are coming. But see, the real solution is not blaming each other. RERA was never made only to just blame each other. I'm just pointing out this point. At the end of the day, I want a one white paper or a solution paper which satisfies each customer who takes his hard-earned money home loan, each developer who is not getting a money from the bankers because of various reasons and is unable to complete the project. Situation has to be brought by the RERA authorities that whatever may happen to developer, whatever may happen to customer, the project has to be completed. If not by that developer, by some other developer. Present position is not existing that way. Or even if it is existing, success rate is only 1 or 2%. We have to draw a system by which, so I will request all of you to debate and find out some workable solution, which if we give it to MahaRERA, they are having a fair solution to each customer, each developer. Once that is done, take it from me that all the problem of housing in this country can get solved in no time, because today everybody wants house. This is the industry which is giving a large employment, large contribution to GDP, very big source of generating asset to government, central government, state government or local corporation, and even to individuals. But in spite of that, mistrust has not gone. Still the mistrust, because of the stall project happening few here and there, continuously there. We have to work out a solution by which the install project business has to get stopped. One developer has failed for his mistake or whatever mistake, RERA authority has to come out with the solution. Ki yes, same work in particular time limit will be got done from other developer and completed. Once that is done, no financial institution will stop funding the money to that project. No financial bank will stop giving home loan to any customer. And if that can be done, I will feel the purpose of this seminar today will be very much served. With this note, I wish all the best to the seminar and the success of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request our chief guest, Shri Harshul Savla ji, please address the gathering. Which one is this one? There are two of yours. Just share. Correct. Okay, sorry. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for a warm welcome. I would also like to take this opportunity to especially thank CA Ramesh Prabhuji, whose presence is really missed. It's extremely my privilege and honor to address to all the practicing chartered accountants on this forum. I've prepared a short presentation on the era post RERA. So RERA has completed more than 5 years. Maharashtra is clearly leading in terms of initiatives that RERA is taking across India, both in terms of registrations and redressal. It's a nascent act, so of course it has its own share of teething issues, but at least it's a great effort made, which is restored the confidence of the consumers. So this is purely a promoter's perspective or a developer's perspective on RERA is what I'm looking to give. So these are some of the books that I've authored. I mainly write on the real estate sector, different aspects around real estate. So as we all know, since the perspective was from a promoter, point of view, I thought that it's good to revisit the definition which is laid out in the section 2ZK of the RERA Act about who is a promoter. Pretty much anyone who is selling to a home buyer an under construction or a project which is not completed, or even a land, is a promoter in that sense. So the definition is quite widespread, but if you look at the different aspects, pretty much everyone is covered. Very recently in a judgment, even a development manager or a DM partner was also construed to be a promoter. So this was a very welcome move, especially because home buyers are buying on the brand, on the face value of the development manager. But development manager was, really washing his hands off from the project. So I think it's a great welcome move where even a DM partner is a promoter under the definition. Also recently in the news, every week RERA makes it to the headlines for the various, new enactments, new judgments, new orders, circulars that are coming. One of the significant one was that if a project is, abandoned by the developer, landowner also has the responsibility to ensure that, the project gets completed. So again, a welcome move which will help home buyers, have that confidence in going for under construction projects. And lastly, the housing society. So I think there has been, judgments to that also, where if a housing society decides to terminate a developer, it will be their responsibility to ensure that, whoever are the home purchasers, they get their flats back. So I think all these are extremely positive in a sense to ensure that the home buyers' interest is protected. RERA covers residential, commercial, office space, all kinds of asset classes of real estate, the ones which do not have occupation certificate as yet. There was an issue around promoter, co-promoter. This is a bit of history, but relevant from a perspective of who a promoter is. So in between in 2017, there was a circular which, MahaRERA looked to define who a co-promoter is, and that sort of created a lot of confusion within the stakeholders. So, people who had area share, especially landowners, or JV partners, JDA partners who are attributing, or development managers who are getting revenue share out of a project. So they were given a term of co-promoter. Of course, very quickly there was a writ petition filed, and within, I think, a few months, in December itself, MahaRERA was prompted to remove this particular definition. So I think a rightful move, because as we saw in the earlier slide, a landowner or a JV JDA partner cannot be allowed to really wash their hands off an abandoned project. So hence today the position is pretty clear. Even if one has an area share or a revenue share, they get qualified as a promoter. So, who really is a promoter? The definition further gets widened, includes landowner, investors, developers, one who obtains permission and does construction, and pretty much also gives a clarity that if the society is only entitled to rehabilitation flats, then they don't pretty much come under promoter. However, they do have a responsibility if they're terminating the developer, then to ensure that the project is completed. So all of this really gives a perspective about who the promoter is really. So I've tried to define, in this slide, what is the role of a developer. So this is quite an interesting one, because, you had investors who thought they were developers. You had architects who thought they could take up the role of a developer. We saw brokers also becoming developers, and we saw contractors also becoming developers. So ultimately, who was the developer? What was the role of a developer? So, this slide really looks to depict, one, what is the role that a developer does. So the cogwheel which is there is pretty much all the stakeholders that a developer or a promoter really has to manage and ensure that there is a smooth completion. So you could, take it as the oil in that wheel, which ensures that the wheel, really moves forward and reaches, the cart reaches its journey symbolically. Also, there is a comparison I've given, that a developer is in the real estate sector what a conductor is in an orchestra. So there is one guy who just wavers his hands and tries to give directions, and there are masters sitting all across. There is someone who's playing a piano, someone the guitar, someone the violin. They're all experts in their fields. So look at it that these are all the experts: architects, lawyers, CAs, RCC consultants, engineers, all experts. But if that guy is missing, the one who's standing on the red dais, just giving, symbols, there won't be any symphony in the orchestra. So I think the role of the promoter or the developer really is over there. So that is, quite important to understand, what is the relevance, and which brings to the perspective that a developer really needs to be professional in his approach and ensure he has a great role in the entire ecosystem. So which is where investor thinking that real estate is only about pumping money is pretty much wrong. An architect thinking that real estate is only about getting approvals and drawing up the design is pretty much wrong. So it's really or a contractor thinking real estate is only making the building is also wrong over there. So it's really a role which is far wider than what individuals, stalwarts are in this particular field. Big fan of mythology, so I've tried to pick, give this depiction about the metaphor of RERA. So you could compare it with the Samudra Manthan. So Samudra Manthan, of course, as we know, as a mythological event which brought with it the Amrit or the nectar. So that could be compared to transparency, accountability, and the faith that the home buyers now have because of RERA. But of course, Rahu Ketu also got life, so it comes with its own share of bane also. So we often see a lot of criticism around RERA. It's a toothless tiger. The orders are not getting enforced. They are just lying and stuff like that. So I think in coming times we'll have solution around that. Stall project, as Anandji mentioned, is a big pain point. Recently at IMCHI also, we had a conference along with RPWA around stall projects, and it was a welcome move. Ajay Mehta ji was there, Sadbir Singh ji was there, and they in fact had announced at that time that now there is a special officer who's made in charge of the self redevelopment, the stall projects wing, which will try and ensure self redevelopment, of course, is one of the ways in which these stall projects can complete, and allottees really come together and bring it to a logical conclusion. Both Anandji as well as Ramesh Prabhuji have been doing a lot of work in both the spaces of ensuring stall projects get revived and self redevelopment happens. The next slide is also pretty much about mythology, where it's got to deal with you guys as well. So this is really the trinity of RERA universe, the Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. So you have the CA, the lawyer, and the architect, which pretty much dictate the RERA universe. And without the certifications, projects can't really move forward. So this is pretty much, how I look at RERA, the universe perspective. The next slide is pretty much what developers had to go through. Of course, right now we are in a great phase of real estate. Every month is the best month in last 10 years. So I think last 4 months we've been just reading those headlines. But pretty much before the pandemic, this was the situation where it was, 9 aspects. Uh, yeah, okay, okay. So, pretty much these were the 9 challenges which the sector was facing, and which ensured that there was a lot of mayhem which spread across the sector. So there was the global financial crisis, demonetization, construction ban. So this is interesting. Anything that happens in Mumbai, High Court judges, the first order is ban construction. So if environment committee is not performing the role of giving buffer area to flamingos, ban construction. If BMC is not looking after solid waste management and they don't have alternate sites, ban construction. So this is a favorite thing of the judiciary as well, ban construction as a solution to ensure that the civic body or the local bodies perform their role. RERA, NBFC crisis. We saw the meltdown of ILFS, which led to a spring of DHFL, Altico, and whole lot of them going through issues, and which created a huge problem because real estate is dependent on these shadow banks or NBFCs for capital requirement, given that banks can only suffice as much capital requirement of the sector. GST impact and ambiguity. I think we're still figuring out decoding GST. Every time I listen to a session, I get more confused. So eventually I've stopped listening to them and just asked only the problem, because I think no one's really cracked the code around GST, including the government. So NCLT IBC code, this was another one which led to a lot of confusion. Banks now started in addition to DRT SARFAESI also moving the NCLT. Then there was this whole confusion around personal guarantees and the whole NCLT IBC. So especially in real estate sector, this was a huge blow where you had both the financial and the operational creditors. Low economic growth. Of course, this was a story about pre-pandemic. Right now, we are in a bull phase, pretty much so far as the sector goes. And initial days of the pandemic, it was really an impact where it was a black box. Then, of course, government sprung into action. So I think pretty much 9 points were what the last, pre-pandemic 6-7 years were about. Hopefully, we are on a better trajectory for next 7 years, as most of the experts. So these are my last 2 slides, which talk about really bullet points about era post RERA. So what really has changed, or what has transformed as a sector. It has been a slow, subtle change, but it's quite a lot given the way the industry and the sector was for last 50 years. So a lot has really changed. So for one, traders have become executors. So earlier real estate was only about blocking the land. No one was interested in making that building. The more you delayed, the more you made money. If you did not develop, you made more money. So people were really looking to do those MOUs or just put a token or take 10% stake and just settle one of the co-owners and leave the project. So the idea was about trading the land rather than really executing the project. But I think with RERA and with the way government has been enacting norms, it's extremely difficult to take a project and flip a project. If you've taken a project, you gotta build that particular project. Caveat emptor to caveat vendor. So it was earlier buyers be aware, and now of course it is sellers or the promoters be aware. So earlier buyer had to be extremely careful, and if he was not, there was no one to protect to him. He could swindle between consumer court, high court, and all other bodies, but there was no relief really. Instinct to research. So there has been a huge play around data and analytics in the real estate sector. There are dedicated companies which look at data from the IGR and RERA and provide all kind of analysis. So CRE matrix, prop equity, these are firms, prop stack, which look at data which help you predict if you should enter a particular market. If you enter, what kind of configurations you should make, and if you're planning your sales campaign, then what kind of marketing activity you should do, because now with so many options available, a surgical strike around marketing campaign is extremely important. Oh, a lot of transformation in the broking industry. So brokers used to earlier be just the postman getting two people meet, and then they used to figure out they were not treated so well. They suddenly started to be called as channel partners. So they were treated as partners in that symbolic sense as well. They were splurged with crazy brokerages, Mercedes, Harley Davidsons, and all of those. And now they are also referred as business accelerators. So this is a huge mindset change, where from a broker was really looked down upon. Right now he's the most privileged, as much as the MLAs are presently to the government. So that is how important brokers are today to developers. uh, Only when tide goes out do you discover who's been swimming naked. So this is something that Warren Buffett said, that when there is high tide, you really feel everyone is a visionary, everyone is doing great. But when those 9 phases were there, which I was talking about, is when the real difference between men and boys came to be known, and that is when really the consolidation wave also happened. Yesterday's bathroom is today's residential unit. I think everyone is way too focused about pricing, the whole plan, how much space is really required, whether you have to walk to your bedroom or jump on your bed is really being forgotten. Everyone's just aiming at that below 1 crore figure to be delivered. But I think with the pandemic, the importance of larger houses, well planned houses, better locality came to be the focal point. So I think it's a welcome move that is changing. So this is pretty much a depiction about how earlier things were. It's a glass of beer which has carpet area and super built up area. Super built up area is what you were paying for, and carpet area is what you were really getting. But that is clearly changed in terms of things today, where there is standardized saleable area. So there's a carpet definition. Although with that particular definition, there are grievances. Customers are saying that carpet is where you can lay carpet. Why do we pay for walls and knobs and all of those doors in between, etc. While developers are saying that balcony in Mumbai city is counted in FSI, and as per RERA definition of carpet, balcony is not counted in the RERA carpet. So there is a sort of a point of difference over there, but more or less, at least there is some amount of standardization in terms of how we call carpet. Although BMC still has its own way of approving plans, so that is another, because we have coexistence of MOFA and RERA. And as I see, the next session immediately is around MOFA and RERA, so I think that will be addressed over there. No more one-sided agreement. So that is extremely important. The entire industry was around one-sided agreements. Rate of interest in case of delay. So I think that is where this is a welcome move, part of the caveat vendor, where if you are not delivering on time, then there will be a penal clause around that. Uh, it has brought a lot of financial discipline and governance within the sector. Compulsory agreement on receiving more than 10%. So, it's no more the cases where only on letter of allotments you could drive the show and you could sell the same flat to 2 or 3 people eventually. So now you gotta register if there is more than 10% payment. Full refund if fall promises. Foreigners are shown, exotic locations are shown, locations are renamed. what is Wadala is called as new cuff parade, etc. So those kind of things will not really pass the muster so far as RERA is concerned. And most important, a short title, so they, which is not barred by limitation. Unfortunately, we still don't have a concrete policy around title insurance, so promoters to that extent are not very well protected. But it's a welcome move for a home buyer, wherein he gets in a short title. And these are last two slides really around what precautions you should take if you are buying your house. Remember, project is RERA registered, not the company. Project should have full CC, as I said, around construction bans. Promoter background is extremely important, his financial, his experience, qualification. Group reputation is extremely important. The bankers backing investors, is he a political front, is he susceptible to political changes? Delivery record, visit recently delivered projects in the vicinity, and if possible interact with home buyers about their experience. So this is a must checklist. Don't just rely on that RERA number. Every project now has a RERA number, but do keep in mind these aspects. And pretty much the last slide, that if your building or your friend's building, etc., is going for redevelopment, or if you are owner of a land, what are the points you need to keep in mind before you sign up a developer or go for self redevelopment or whatever. Get a feasibility report done by an architect who does projects in the vicinity. So that is extremely important. Not an architect who's practicing Borivali and you suddenly tell him do a project feasibility for Chani Road. He doesn't understand. Bombay has more than 40 types of rules. Everyone is specializing in an area. Check developers recent execution. Don't choose developers on Excel. So I've known a lot of societies make an Excel sheet. These are 10 developers. He's giving so much extra area, so much extra rent, so much extra corpus. Don't do that. Directly do development agreement, no MOUs. Register the PAAA before vacating and take PDCs of the rent. Ask developer to load full TDR in name of society before vacating. Ask developer to take full CC. Part CC can delay your project because our external environment is extremely buoyant. If the judiciary passes some rule, if the BMC changes their mind, it can go for a toss. And nowadays, RERA is also saying that they will give registration only up to the CC availability of the project. So any which ways that is going to be important. No more days about you having full IOD and hence your entire stock is also registered. Ensure floor plan is annexed to PAAA and floor should not change. Otherwise you've booked something and finally when you get keys, you are somewhere else. Your plan has also changed. So that is important. And keep a solicitor and a PMC and ensure that you are paying the PMC and not the developer. Otherwise it defeats the purpose if you've appointed a PMC but the payment is done from the developer. So these are really excerpts from an upcoming book which I'm writing really, which is also titled ERA Post RERA, which is around the symbolic change. Thank you. It's been a pleasure interacting with you guys.
Thank you very much, sir. It would be my privilege to give a hearty vote of thanks to both the learned, our guests, Shri Anand Gupta ji and Shri Harshul Savla ji. Sir, you represented the lobby both ways, little bit from the developer's angle, little bit from the professional angle, and also guided us what are the pains we are facing from the recent RERA, what are the gains you are expecting from the RERA, what are the do's and don'ts that a layman keeping investing in the project has to take in the mind. Sir, let me assure you, we have a August gathering who represents each and every part and parcel of the RERA. There will be professionals who are representing the developers. There will be professionals who are representing the ultimate investor. There will be professionals who are practicing into RERA. And they will, by today's session end, they will definitely take some key inputs to deal out with the pains and gains of the RERA. With these few words, let us all kindly give a hearty vote of thanks to the both our learned guest speakers. Friends, sorry for the delayed start on our part due to some technical reasons, but without wasting the further time, I would directly go to the first session of the today with the professional opportunity overview of RERA and MOFA, which was initially to be held up by C. Amit Mohare ji, but due to his ill health, we have requested CA Sunil Naik ji to take up the session, and we really thank Sunil ji for his spontaneous response for that. To introduce CA Sunil Naik ji, he is since 1982 into practice under the firm name of Thakur Naik and Dev Chartered Accountants. By educational qualifications, he is BCom, FCA, Grad CWA, and ACS. His meritorious achievement includes distinction in BCom, 6th All India rank in the intermediate exam, and 5th All India rank in the intermediate exams of CS. 9th All India rank in the final exams of CS Institute. Is practicing as a full-time RERA consultant, handling project registrations, annual compliances for promoters, attending complaints as a RERA office as well as RERA tribunal, handling corporate accounts of leading business groups in India and abroad. His core competency is handling real estate, mega township projects, SRA projects, and commercial and residential developments. Is also financial advisor to high net worth individuals and compares corporates for structuring their investment portfolios. His other core practice areas includes income tax, service tax, VAT, and all direct and indirect tax laws in India. He is actively dealing in primary and secondary security markets in India. His other achievement includes he is a qualified arbitrator under the panel maintained by ICI and presently appointed as arbitrator by various real estate developers and landowners. With these few words, friends, let us all welcome CA Sunil Naik for the session. May I now request CA Menanji, who are part of our enrolled team today, to please come forward and offer a memento as a recognition of our sirs. Please come forward and offer a memento to the speaker. No issue, sir. You are enrolled for today's session, sir. Please. Thank you very much. Sunilji, the session is yours, sir.
निकल गया उनका प्रेजेंटेशन है कहाँ पे या नहीं ये उनका नहीं ये सुमित का है ये वही पहला इट्स सेकंड दिस यस या करेक्ट इट्स फाइन या इसको वैसे करो मूव करना है मेरे को ठीक है कोई इशू नहीं ठीक है गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रेंड्स the guest of honor and the chief guest already gone away, no issues. Let us come to the subject today. Friends, my subject given to me is professional opportunities and overview. So on the front of professional opportunities, I think I got a right to make this presentation because I claim that I am a full-time RERA professional. So I have left my practice, which was a conventional practice of 40 years, and started my RERA practice as a full-time RERA consultant. So friends, I like to go across to you to just put a thought into your mind. What is the potential for RERA practice? What is the professional opportunity? Friends, we are the people who have been made the custodian of the allottees under RERA. Because Form 1, Form 2 and Form 3, the three professionals, the architect, the engineer and the chartered accountant, are required in the entire process of monitoring RERA. What happens here is that these three gentlemen are the people who are going to control the project, monitor the project and make necessary compliances as expected under RERA. So out of the three, the architect is supposed to certify the facts of life, what is exactly happening on the site. So he certifies the reality of life. Second is the engineer who gives an estimate. So again, he is giving an estimate or an opinion. The third gentleman, that is we, chartered accountants, we are going to certify the facts about the project. So we are the people who are going to give the information about the project to the RERA authority as well as to the allottee. So when we are acting as a professional for a developer, it is our duty to make sure that our developer is 100% safe from any non-compliance. So therein a chartered accountant plays a very important role, and the role starts right from registration, because the potential for a chartered accountant is one, to do the registration of the project, wherein he is required to issue a certificate. He is the person who is supposed to plan the entire project, plan the entire finance of the project, and then put up the registration. So that is the role only we can play. That role is given to only chartered accountants and nobody else. The certificates can be issued only by chartered accountants, not by company secretaries, not by cost accountants, not by any other advocates. So we are given the monopoly rights by RERA to issue the certificates. So that is one area you should start with, the registration of a project. Second is the certificates to be issued in Form 3 and Form 5, which are again the total domain of chartered accountants, and nobody else is allowed to do that. Next comes is the regular compliances, because now RERA has insisted that quarterly updates are a must, which means that somebody has to monitor the project throughout the life of the project. So the only person who is aware of this subject is a chartered accountant, because as I'm repeating it for you, the architect and the engineer are supposed to give the status of the project and the estimates. But we have to look into the accounts and make a presentation to the RERA authority. That is visible in the public domain, which means that any allottee aggrieved by our wrong submission has got a right to challenge it, which means our job is more difficult. So we as chartered accountants are required to that issue the certificate in the interest of the client as well as a compliance of RERA, which means we are bound by the allottee also. So that is a potential area, again, a private domain only of chartered accountants. Then we are allowed to file complaints and defend complaints, which means the previous domain of the advocates, which was to promote litigation or fight litigation, is been given to us also. We as chartered accountants are allowed to practice litigation, which means we can file a complaint, we can defend a complaint at the RERA authority level as well as at the tribunal level. So there is an opportunity open there also for chartered accountants. So all these aspects, unless you read the law carefully, unless you understand the law carefully, and unless you are updated about the various orders, circulars issued by RERA, as well as various orders pronounced by the authority or the tribunal, do not enter into this area, because this is a volatile area, emerging area, but to that extent, updation of knowledge is a must. Unless you're updated, you will make a mess of it. So friends, take it as a vertical, but take it as a vertical where you have to put in a lot of efforts to make sure that you perform to the best of your abilities and in the interest of the client. So opportunities are there. You have to grab them by both hands. Lakshmi is waiting at your door. It is your job to welcome her and make sure that she gives you a lot of good results. I have done this. I have left my practice of 40 years to take up this practice, and honest to God, I am doing quite well, because this practice, there are very few players who are doing RERA practice on a full-time basis. So try and work it out, apply your mind, and for all these requirement of advice or references, Ramesh Prabhu sir is there. I am available. You can always refer your problems to us. We will be in a position to help you out in all the aspects. With that, now I'll start with the presentation, which is covering the RERA overview. Now, the Act came in 2016. It is a central act, which means that it is a law for the entire country. And then the rules are to be framed by the individual state. So the law is a central law, but the rules are framed by the each individual state. So in Maharashtra, we have got MahaRERA, the MahaRERA authority, which is the authority which implements the law in Maharashtra. Now, this slide is the most important slide for you to understand. What is the object of the act? Because this was a presentation given by the then Housing Minister, Venkaiah Naidu, when he presented the bill of RERA in the Parliament. At that time, what was the purpose of the law was defined by Venkaiah Naidu for the benefit of the attending members of Parliament. So he said that the objects basically, one, ensure accountability towards allottees and protect their interest, which means that basically this law is brought in to protect the allottees from the wrongdoings of the developer community. So this is a consumer friendly welfare legislation. So the entire gamut of the law is to protect the allottees and to make sure that nothing wrong is happening to the allottees. Going further, ensure transparency, fair play, and reduce frauds. What used to happen is that previously the developer never bothered to give correct information to the allottee. For example, area, carpet area, built-up area, sellable area, were notional concepts which the allottee never understood, but the transaction used to happen on that basis. Next, introduce professionalism. Now, the RERA has imposed this obligation on a chartered accountant, engineer, and architect, which means that the professionals are involved in the entire process of development, which will make sure that the industry is properly regulated. Going further, establish symmetry of information, which means whatever is being transpired between the developer and the allottee is properly understood by both the parties. It should not happen that only one party understands the whole thing, the other party is not at all aware of that. For example, a permission being given by a corporation. What does that mean? What is IOD? What is CC? Is not understood by the common buyer. So RERA wants that to be understood by the common person, common allottee, so that he is not being fooled by the developer. Then there are responsibilities imposed on the promoter and the allottee. So the roles are defined. What is to be done by a promoter, what is to be done by an allottee is properly defined in the law, and the law makes sure that the responsibilities are being performed by the respective person in the best of their abilities. Then next thing is establish regulatory oversight mechanism, which is the main job of the MahaRERA authority. The authority makes sure that at each and every level, whether it is registration, compliances, or completion, at each and every level, the MahaRERA authority comes into play, make sure the compliance are done properly. In case there are non-compliance, there is a penalty imposed by the authority. So that whole thing is put into place so that it is functional in a proper manner. Then establish fast-track dispute resolution, which is the RERA authority when the hearings take place for the complaints, and the tribunal wherein you can go in for an appeal. Next, and the last one is promote good governance in the sector, which in turn would create investor confidence. So if you read the law is Real Estate Regulation and Development Act. The two words there, you make a short form RERA, R-E-R-A. There is a D also there, which is development. The whole purpose of the law is first to regulate the industry and then in the process develop the industry. The purpose is not only to punish the developer. The RERA Act wants the developer to perform in a given manner so that the industry can be developed in a homogeneous manner. These are the sections of the law. Yeah. Now you come to the definitions. What is an allottee? Because he is the person for which the law has been formed. Allottee is any person who wants to buy a real estate property. So whether he is buying a plot of land, whether he is buying an office, whether he is buying an industrial gala, whether he is buying a residential place, whosoever wants to invest into real estate becomes an allottee. So the definition is all inclusive, whether it is office, whether it is a place, apartment, whatever the case may be. If you decide to deal in real estate, yes, you become an allottee, and the protection is granted to you, provided you are an allottee. So the definition says a person to whom a plot, apartment, or building has been allotted, sold. Even a resale flat, I have purchased a resale flat from a member. I am also becoming an allottee. I also get the protection under RERA. The next definition is carpet area. Now, this is the most funny situation that we had in the past. Carpet area was not defined anywhere. We had built-up area as per the corporation, and we had sellable area, which was a notional concept created by the developer. So carpet area has been defined for the first time with all the examples properly given by RERA. So now RERA has publicized floor plans, how to calculate the carpet area, and there's no ambiguity left in that account, which means that now you know exactly what you're going to pay for what area. Previously, sellable area used to be a notional concept created by the developer, which you never understood, and ultimately you have to pay for that. So to create that situation of transparency and remove the ambiguity which was existing previously, the RERA has made this provision of carpet area and spelled out very clearly how it has to be computed, and that too with examples. So they have given along with the circular the floor plans for us to understand how the carpet has to be computed. So now you have got a right as a allottee to approach the developer to give you a certified copy of the exact carpet area. And in case you feel that it is not done properly, you got a right to appoint an architect of your own choice to go and measure the flat as per the definition of RERA and make sure that the carpet area as promised to you is given to you actually and physically when the possession is granted to you. So this is this slide about that. Sellable area was a notional concept by the developer to artificially increase the area by loading 40% to 65%. The allottees were duped to pay excess price by this mechanism. So this duping or making a mockery of the whole thing has been prevented by RERA by giving a clear-cut definition of carpet area. This itself, for which you have to really appreciate the efforts of RERA to define carpet area and stop this nonsense of sellable area and whatever notions were created. That has been removed now. Carpet area has to be mentioned by the developer in the agreement. The entire transaction has to be on the basis of the carpet area. So now the uniformity being brought in across India. So if you are buying a property in Bangalore, still you are very clear what is the carpet area you're going to get. So it is a pan-India thing, and carpet area has been clearly defined in the interest of the developer, of the allottee. Sorry. Now the promoter. Advocate Savla had defined this. What exactly is a promoter? Promoter is any person, in common parlance, is any person who is selling a property to an allottee. So he can be the developer, he can be the landowner, he can be an investor, he can be somebody who is a reseller, he has bulk properties, he can be a development manager. So anybody who deals in properties and creates interest in favor of the allottees becomes a promoter. Even in Mumbai, for the redevelopment process, the society also is taken as a promoter because they also have got a right in interest in the property. So in Mumbai, it is all the SRS schemes. The SRS society also is a promoter. Redevelopment schemes, the society is a promoter. Normal case, a landlord is a promoter, a developer is a promoter, MADA is a promoter, MMRDA is a promoter. So anybody who creates interest in a property for the purpose of sale becomes a promoter, and then the registration is compulsory for the promoter. Same thing. The explanation is very important. For the purpose of this clause, where the person who constructs or converts a building into apartments or develops a plot for sale and the persons who sell apartments or plots are different persons, in case there are two different persons, then both of them shall be deemed to be the promoters and shall be jointly liable as such for the functions and responsibilities specified under this act, which means that the landlord as well as the developer both become promoters as far as RERA is concerned. Giving a small example, in case there is a area sharing arrangement between the landlord and the developer. Landlord is entitled 40%, developer 60%. Now I have booked a flat from the developer, and in case the project gets stalled, I go to the developer and file my complaint. But if I have booked a flat from the landlord and the project gets stalled, if I go to the landlord, he is going to say, मेरे को कुछ नहीं करना है. It is developer is going to do everything. I have given the land for development. I have no obligations. If I go to the developer, he will say, you have not paid a single rupee to me. You have paid money to the landlord. Go to the landlord. So it will be like playing football. I am kicked from the landlord to the developer and backwards. So to prevent that situation, that the allot is being cheated by the developer or the landlord, both are made promoters, so that there are obligations cast upon both of them, and they have to perform in a given manner. What is a real estate project? It means a development of a building, of apartments, converting existing building or a plot thereof, development of land. So whatever in the real estate can cover, everything is covered in this. Only thing what is not being covered, yeah. Only, pardon me, what not covered is only leased assets. So if you are constructing a building and giving it on lease for the user, that case, that transaction is not covered under RERA. Yeah. It is, there is ambiguity in that, but if you ask me honestly, yes, it is covered because the obligations remain the same. Because there is a developer who is a promoter who is developing a property, there are obligations which are to be performed in the future. So if you ask me as a consultant, yes, I will say it is necessary to be done. People have got different views on this subject. There are judgments to and against also, both ways. Industrial land cannot be taken, may be taken. But if you ask me, we are doing projects of warehousing in Bhiwandi. When we have got the registration and when we are selling the property, we show the registration also. So we are doing it, and it is advisable to do it because for the simple reason, the penalties imposable in case of non-registration or non-compliance are so heavy. It is better to comply with the law. Yeah, it is exactly. But warehousing industrial go together. We have got a warehousing industrial park. It's a common industrial warehousing park. We're doing both over there. Yeah. So which means that a project wherein a real estate is being created is termed as a real estate project. Now the exemptions being granted, small exemptions in case of very small project, the RERA says they will not bother you. So if the plot of land is less than 500 square meters, and if the number of allottees is less than 8, in that case, the RERA doesn't insist on a registration. But still here, there is a issue because the exemption is not granted to you by RERA by issuing any sort of a letter or any sort of a confirmation. So when you go to the registrar for registering your flat, they insist on a RERA certificate, which you don't have, and you may be handicapped. That registration may not take place at the sub-registrar level. So that is a catch in that. So we advise all our clients to go for registration because otherwise they will be facing difficulties in the future when they go for sale of the property. Again here, renovation, repairing is not covered. Purely development with the intention to sell is covered here. Now, people may ask this question that if I'm going to construct a project in 3 phases, how do I go for registration? You can go the way you like. You can go for a combined registration of all the phases. You can go on phase-wise basis. If in one phase you've got 3 wings to be constructed, you've got a right to have separate wings 1, 2, and 3 under registration separately. That is your call. Only thing is that you have to maintain accounts accordingly because you have to present the accounts the way you go for registration. So if you go for registration for the entire project, no problems. You can submit the entire accounts. But if you want to go in for registration in phase-wise manner, then phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, accounting has to be done accordingly. So that will be an additional exercise for you. But if you ask me honestly, it is advisable to go phase-wise because your funds of phase 1, when completed, can be released to you in case you go for phase-wise registration. In case you go for the combined registration for the entire project, the funds of phase 1 profits may remain blocked till the time you complete the entire phase. There can be a situation where the money is available, but you cannot touch the money. So this can be a nitty-gritty. You have to work on that and then come to a decision. Okay. Now, there are three disciplines expected under RERA: legal discipline, financial discipline, operational discipline. Now, let us see what legal discipline is. This says that a developer is supposed to give a clear title of the property to the allottees. So, any defect in the title will be the domain or with the responsibility of the developer. So, he is required to submit an affidavit to the RERA authority when he goes for registration to say that the title to the property is clear and marketable. Then he has to say the agreement to sell, which has been prepared by him, and even the letter of allotment prepared by him to be given to the allottee should be as per the standard format given by RERA. RERA has given the standard format of the allotment letter. The conditions which are supposed to be incorporated has been specified. So you are required to follow that agreement to sell draft, that letter of allotment draft to the core. And RERA has specifically insisted that when you go for registration, when you submit a draft, in case you are making any changes in the draft, you're supposed to highlight them so that it invites the attention of the authority before they grant to registration. So any mischief being played by the developer previously by putting all the nonsense clauses is now removed. The agreement to sell and the allotment letter has to be in a given prescribed manner and should cover the entire format as given by RERA. The corrections, rectifications, amendments, alterations, if the developer wants to do, he can do it, provided he highlights them in the submission to the authority, and the authority applies its mind on that subject and then grants the registration. So your submission is not final. Your submission is subject to examination and verification by the authority. Then one more thing, promoter cannot accept more than 10% of the money of the cost of the flat unless he goes for registration of the document. So now it is made mandatory on the part of the developer to go in for registration of the document the moment he touches 10%. Up to 9%, 9.99%, it is okay. You can give a letter of allotment. But the moment you touch 10%, the obligation is cast upon the developer that he makes sure that the agreement to sell is given to the allottee for paying of stamp duty and the registration. Now we come to the financial discipline, which is our domain as a chartered accountant, which we are supposed to make sure that it is being done by the promoter. Now, first thing which I told you, promoter cannot accept booking money or cannot sell the flat unless the real estate project is registered. This is the first thing. So all those things of pre-launch booking and showing you only MOU and doing the booking, all that is gone. That cannot be done. Legally, the developer is not allowed to advertise, market or sell or accept any booking money unless the project is registered. Now friends, herein the opportunity comes to you as a chartered accountant, because in other businesses what we do, what happens is that, like for example real estate in the past, what used to happen is that a broker gets you a piece of land, the architect gives you the title certificate, the engineer makes the plans, the architect approves the plans. So all of these people were involved in creating revenue model for the developer. So all their bills which used to come to the developer used to be paid immediately because they were on the revenue side. All of us were on the expenditure side, because the moment we go to the client, we'll tell him you have to pay this tax, you have to apply for GST, yahan kharcha karna, wahan kharcha karna padega. So we are always on the expenditure side. Our bills used to get paid at the very end because the client used to tell us, abhi itna kharcha ho gaya, ruk jara thoda, let me pay these taxes, let me pay TDS, and then I'll pay you. Here is the first opportunity for a chartered accountant that you are on the revenue side, because unless you do the registration, unless you issue form number 3, the project doesn't take shape. The project to take shape and to start the process, the registration has to be done. The certificate of the CA is a must. So here is first time we have been given the opportunity to come on the revenue side. My bills do not wait for 7 days also. It has to be paid by the client, but he knows the importance, what service I am rendering to him. If I don't perform, his project suffers in the process. So therein, as a chartered accountant, you are going to monitor the project. So you are in the helm of the affairs and make sure that you take advantage of the situation which has been given to you by the law. The law has made you a custodian of the project. So it is your chance and your opportunity to make the most of it. then it says 70% of the booking money collected from the allottees has to be deposited in a separate bank account, which is known as the RERA account, and the fund has to be utilized only for the purpose of development and cost of land. So here, it is a condition imposed upon the developer that he uses the money judicially for the project only. We as chartered accountants are required to monitor that whether the money is being utilized properly or not, and whether we are comfortable to issue a certificate that it has been complied with properly. So our certificate is going to be very important. Unless we issue the certificate, the client will not be in a position to withdraw the money from the bank to utilize. So his utilization of the money depends on our certificate. So our certificate is very important from that perspective. So there is again an opportunity. In case you don't issue the certificate, the client gets stuck. But you have to make sure the certificate is drafted properly and gives the right information. Friends, honest to what, there are chartered accountants, I'll not name them, but they do a mess of this job. Certificates are issued blindly without applying their mind. When the client tells me, "Ki aap bana ke do, I'll get a signature tomorrow morning," I really feel sorry for that. From that brother of mine who is issuing the certificate without understanding that. There are chartered accountants who sometimes call us and get the information, get themselves satisfied, and then issue the certificate. At least that is good. But there are few CAs who do not bother to even check what is the data, what they are certifying, they blindly sign it. Please don't do that. That is suicidal, because that is something going to remain on record of RERA permanently. RERA is connected to GST and income tax. So that data of yours will be visible to the other authorities also. If you issue a wrong certificate, you can be in deep trouble for giving wrong information. And that too, cheating an allottee, because if the promoter is withdrawing more money than what is entitled to, and you're permitting that to happen, then the onus is on you also, that you are acting in connivance with the developer to defraud the allottee. Friends, do not do that. As I told you earlier, RERA practice is wonderful, provided you do it judiciously and to the absolute professional ethics. Then it is a wonderful practice. Same way, as you are required to issue quarterly certificates, you required to issue a certificate at the end of the year also as an auditor, whether the entire accounts of the entire year perform as per the compliances expected by RERA. So Form 3 and Form 5 are two certificates you are supposed to issue to the client, wherein you are going to certify that he has complied with the law and the discipline expected from him has been complied with by him to the T. Now, here is the example what used to happen in the past. We had developers who used to siphon off the money from one project for their own personal needs or for their other projects. एक प्रोजेक्ट चालू किया, पैसा आना चालू हो गया, went for land in some other project, first project got stuck because the working capital got stuck. This has been the tradition for last so many years in the industry. Industry suffered horribly because of that. So RERA doesn't want that to happen in the future. So what they have done, 70% is to be utilized only for construction and land and nothing else, and make sure that there is no mismanagement of funds, there is no diversion of funds. And for that purpose, we are being appointed as a custodian to monitor that there is no siphoning, there is no diversion. So here our role becomes very important. Then coming to performance discipline. Yeah. Yes. Statutory auditor. Statutory auditor. Yeah. So coming to performance discipline. So wherein what happens is that the promoter is required to give the date of completion when he registers the project. Now, when he registers the project, that date is going to be important for the rest of his life, because before that date, he is required to complete the project. Now, you may say, okay, I'll give 10 years completion period. RERA doesn't accept that. They say a reasonable period has to be given. You can give 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years, 4 years. But now your allottee who is going to come and book the flat with you, he may get discouraged in case the period is too long. If he say 2030, he may not be interested in that. So that period has to be decided by the promoter After applying his mind, understanding all the contingencies, taking advice from all his professionals, and taking into account what best is possible in the given situation. After that, the data has to be computed. And once the date is given, it is a commitment by the developer. He's supposed to perform it to the best of his abilities. In case of any problem that he faces, 1 year extension is given by RERA authority for the project. If in spite of that, he cannot complete a project, there is a provision in the law wherein 15% of the allottees, if they give a consent, then further extension is possible. So there are 3 stages: basic period, 1 year extension, and further extension. But these extensions are monitored by RERA absolutely by seeing all the papers. You have to convince the authority about the necessity of the extension. In case you have not done perform anything, the extension doesn't come normally or doesn't come as a blanket right. It comes only for the performer. In case you have given a date of 2024, you have not done anything on the project, then the RERA will not grant you extension. When we approach RERA for extension, we have to justify our cause, why the project got delayed and how we are going to complete the project. Both the things are asked by the authority: why you delayed and how are you going to catch up with that date, or maybe the date which you are giving, how are you going to perform by that date. So RERA authority is very firm on this. They are very meticulous about it. Do not take chances about the date. Date has to be given after a proper thought. There is a penal action or prosecution if the deadline is not complied with. So here there is a penalty imposable, there is a prosecution imposable in case you don't perform. RERA is not that strict today, but a time will come, they will become stricter and they will enforce all this. So this is what the situation was. Delay was pardoned left, right, center to all the developers, and developers took it as a right. In case they delay, they can always tell it allotee some flimsy reasons and get away with that. That situation is gone now. Now the RERA authority has to be convinced about the delay, about the extension, and then and only then you get the extension. So extension is not a natural right. It is right subject to convincing the RERA authority about the extension. Okay. Now, what RERA has done is, RERA has tried to create a disciplinary mechanism wherein the activities of the promoter are supposed to be monitored. First thing about the advertisement or the brochure, wherein the developer used to make commitments like a swimming pool. What size? Not mentioned. Whether it is going to be 8 by 8 or Olympic size, it is not mentioned. He says, okay, tiles are the best standard. What does that mean? Whether it's going to Johnson tiles or Morbi tiles, not mentioned. He may say, okay, I'll give you Jaguar type fittings. What is that? Jaguar type is different. It can be Amco tomorrow. Jaguar is 5,000 rupees, Amco is 300 rupees. So what is going to offer to you? That was not spelled out properly. Now RERA says nothing doing. You have to give a clear indication of the amenities. You cannot have open things. Previously, we used to have a yoga room, a meditation room, activity room, a gym. And when you go in for position, you have only one room there. And you say, okay, in the morning you do yoga, in the afternoon you have activity, in the evening you have the ladies' kitty party. There is only one room for that. That is gone now. You have to specify what you're going to give. So the advertisement which is to be given in any form, it can be a newspaper advertisement, it can be by SMS, it can be by a brochure, anything and everything. The advertisement should be absolutely clear about what is the performance to be delivered by the developer to the allottee. And in case you as an allottee feel cheated that what was mentioned in the advertisement is not being performed, then the law allows you to exit the project and get your entire amount of money back. So advertisement from that perspective is very important, because in case the advertisement gives wrong information, then there's a right being given to the allottee to exit the project and claim the money back. Then section 11, which is the functions and duties of the promoter. What he's supposed to do? He's supposed to obtain completion certificate or occupation certificate, which is not taken by 90% of the buildings in Mumbai today. Previously, it was permitted. You give the position to people. The corporation used to give you water and electricity, and you can start living there. OC was never instituted upon. Now, RERA has made it mandatory for the developer to obtain occupancy certificate within a given period of time. So now that is a right of the allottee to get the OC from the developer. In case it is lease, a lease certificate. Then after giving the possession, the developer is made liable to maintain the complex for a reasonable period of time till the time he hands over the possession to the association authorities or the society. Till that time, he is required to maintain the premises also. Then he has to form the association of persons. So he can form a society, he can form an AOP, he can form a company, he can form an apartment scheme. What he wants to do, he has to formulate that and hand over all the papers, documents, and the possession of the open spaces, common spaces to the such association. So which means it is imperative on the part of the developer to hand over the entire rights of this completed project to the association authorities so that they can enjoy the facility in the future. Previously, what used to happen is that the developer, with the intention of using some additional FSI in the future, never bothered to form a society. It was kept in limbo. We had to form association by the members and take over the position and manage the society in the future. To prevent that from happening, now RERA says nothing doing. The developer is put under obligation to do this for the benefit of the allottees. So now it is not a optional thing. It is a compulsory mandatory thing to be done. And RERA makes it a point to ask the developer, in case he's not doing it, he can be penalized in case you people, the allottees, file a complaint to the authority. So now it says within 3 months, yeah, in the next slide. It says that the moment you do booking of more than 51% of that, you start the process of forming the society, and within 3 months from getting the OC, you have to give the conveyance to the society, which means now it is obligatory that the society or the association is formed within a given period of time and it is registered and the possession and the conveyance is given to the society. Okay. This I explained to you. You can form a society, a AOP, a company, you can LLP, whatever you want to wish. Not issue. There should be an association where all of these people should be under one head. So they can represent themselves collectively to the developer. So that is a prerogative of the developer, but he has to consult those people because he has to take the signatures of all the authorities while forming the association. So it will be with their consent only can do it, not otherwise. Yeah. No, it is like this. See, as far as the corporation is concerned, the obligatory things are mentioned in the IOD or the CC, which is granted to you, right? So in case those amenities are there, for example, overhead tank, underground tank, firefighting mechanism, all that has to be in place. That is obligatory. But there can be something which is optional, which the builder is giving on his own to you, like a yoga room, which is not mandatory. So OC will take into account basic things which are required for a person to go and stay, to make it habitable. Lift should be operational, there should be firefighting. So all this should be there to make the flat or the unit habitable. So to that extent, the municipality will verify that whether it has been done or not. The optional thing, like you say, okay, I will provide a basketball ground for you, the allottees, that may not be done. The municipality says that is an optional thing which you may get, you may not get. That is between you and the developer. But if it doesn't provide you over a tank at all on the building, it is not permitted. You will not get water supply. So those things which are mandatory for a person to make it habitable, they are required to be given. The OC will cover all that. And the corporation is supposed to verify everything and then will issue the OC to you. OC is not issued just like that. OC is issued only after verification, and now the certificate is required from an architect of the project stating that entire amenities to the extent required by corporation have been complied with or not. Unless he certifies that, OC is not issued. No, you will get the amenity only when the project is completed, no? So like, for example, clubhouse. Clubhouse is being done for the entire complex, right? It is the amenity for the entire complex. The developer will say tomorrow that, okay, I'm going to do it in phase 3. I don't have money right now. I'll do it phase 3. So that is not your right now to claim it, to make it habitable. Habitable is like water, electricity, roads, gutters, all that should be there to make it habitable. It is the job of the corporation to verify that whether it has been done or not. So when it is done, they will come, verify, and then issue OC to you. Okay, this section 12, yeah. Yeah, it is. I'll come to that. Here, the veracity of the advertisement. So what has been given in the brochure or the advertisement should be true and correct. In case the things are found to be wrong, false, falsified, erroneous, then the person who has gone the faith of such advertisement has got a right to come out of the deal and claim the money. And that too with interest. So if you are feeling cheated by the developer by giving you wrong information, you got a right to approach RERA, file a complaint, claim your money back along with interest. Now again, there is a small catch here. Now suppose a developer is doing a project in 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. He has planned to go in for a swimming pool in phase 3. Then the law says that for phase 1 and phase 2, when he puts up the picture of swimming pool, he is supposed to specify in that swimming pool will be coming in phase 3 only. So phase 1 and phase 2, I am not constructing the swimming pool. So that is not an amenity for phase 1 because it is not being constructed in phase 1. It will go in phase 3 only. But in case he says that I am going to provide a swimming pool, doesn't specify when he is going to do that. If it goes for registration of phase 1, then you as a allotee of phase 1 has got every right to claim that this swimming pool is supposed to come in phase 1. If you are not giving it to me, you have cheated me, and then I have got a right to go to RERA, file a complaint and get my money back. Now this is the safety wall given for the benefit of the allotee. What happens is that previously we used to pay money to the developer. He used to say, okay, agreement करेंगे, रुकना पड़ेगा, मेरा कुछ compliance होना बाकी है, approval आना बाकी है. All that reasons he used to give. Now that is history. He is supposed to register the project by submitting all the information. After that, if he wants to collect money from you, more than 10% of the value of the property, he has to give you agreement to sell to be registered under the law, which means your rights of that unit become comfortable and legally enforceable the moment you pay more than 10%. Yeah. With whom? No, there are two things here. In case of self-development, it is the member is in two situations. One is that his entitlement as a member, what he is going to get. Second, he can go in for additional area from the society, saying I want some more area. For the second portion, he is an allotee. He is the consumer, society is the entity giving that to him. So therein the relation is for developer and allotee. But for self-development, he is himself the promoter and he is doing for himself. Therein, he becomes only a promoter, he is not an allotee. So in that case, the protection will not be available. On this issue, this law was made at the central level. The people in Mumbai, wherein this SRA and redevelopment takes place, that was not factored into this law, honestly, because this was brought to the knowledge of the authority that this is a typical situation in Mumbai, wherein we have got SRA schemes and self-development schemes. So you have to factor that into this law, but there is no provision made accordingly here. Still, the society is being treated as a promoter, and the law interprets that the society is going to get benefit of profit sharing from the project. So they should be made a promoter and not an allotee. So the member of the society who doesn't buy any additional area. That's what I'm saying. You are paying to your own pocket. So you are a promoter, not an allotee. So the entire law will not be applicable to you because you are a promoter himself. Yeah. Okay. No, see, what we do is that in such cases, we advise the developer that as per the law, he is supposed to give the agreement to sell draft to the concerned allottee. Tell him that this is the stamp duty you paid to be on execution. You pay the stamp duty and come back to me. I'll go for execution. So I have performed my obligation of giving the agreement to you, informing you about the value to be paid of stamp duty. You better comply with that. Come and I'll do the registration. So that's his call then. You're not at fault. Yeah. I would ever right to raise the demands, but I have performed my obligation. See, my obligation is to prepare the agreement to sell, give it to him, and tell him that look, I paid taken 10% from you. Go for registration. I'm ready for that. So your obligation is being taken care of. Right? It is No. It is now made mandatory because we had a lot of problems about this, wherein the builders used to claim 10% of the total amount of money as a compensation. Now it is gone. We have put a ceiling on that. So that is mandatory. It is your problem, no? Out of your revenue. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And they have made absolutely mandatory and they have made it very clear. If you see the footnote there, it says you cannot exceed this amount of money. So whatever your deal with the broker is your problem. Cut off. Yes, not more than that. Yeah. Correct. Correct. No. You cannot charge 12%. No question about it. I'll not pay you. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. It is mandatory. You cannot have any option of changing that rate. Not possible. Yeah. Both ways. Yes. Now the last para is very important. The Government of Maharashtra, with a circular, came with the amendment. It said that in case you want to register your flat or apartment, you require a RERA certificate of a valid date, which means that unless that certificate is there or unless the OC is received, you cannot go for registration. So the case which I was referring to, like a developer only developing 7 flats, that poor fellow, when he goes for registration of the document, he'll be stuck there. The registrar will say, okay, I don't understand this exemption thing. As far as I am concerned, either you produce the RERA certificate or you produce the completion certificate. So we advise the clients better go for registration under RERA. That will make your life simpler. Now, this is something which used to happen in the past, that you have gone to see a flat, it is in south direction, the window is looking towards south, the entry is from the east side, and when the actual construction takes place, the total thing is changed. You have got an entry from the south side and a window going in some different place. And when you go and approach the developer, he says, okay, I had to make some changes in the plans and I did not find necessary to inform you. So this is a history. Now, previously it was allowed or the developer used to take advantage of that. Now the plan can be amended only in case you permit him to do that. Your flat cannot be changed by him on his own. He has to take your permission, take your consent, and then only the flat can be changed. So the alterations can be done to the extent required by corporation, by the architect, which are mandatory in nature. But your flat cannot be tampered by the developer to suit his own advantage. Your floor cannot be changed once it is granted to you unless you consent for that. Then he has mentioned minor addition alteration. It has been defined very clearly. So that is only permitted. Other than that, nothing else is permitted. Then adherence to sanctioned plans, which means that now under the law, the architect, the plan which has been given by the architect to the corporation cannot be amended by the developer unless the consent is taken from the allottees. Yep. You can change the layout plan subject to that doesn't affect me. Like for example, now the layout which was sanctioned previously, my house is near the compound wall, okay, and the compound is going to be only 7 feet height. You raise it to 12 feet and my sunlight gets blocked. That's not permitted. Right? If you have a ramp coming there, right? So it was not previously there. You decide to go in for a ramp there and my window get disturbed because of that. That's not permitted unless you take my consent about that. Right.
By virtue of which he has to amend the plan and amalgamate all the
Correct.
plot into one.
Yes.
Is that permitted?
It is permitted subject to the fact that you don't hamper my view, what you have promised to me.
Correct.
This happened in the case in Thana, wherein same thing happened. The building was constructed, the flats were sold with a hill view, and then the developer bought an adjoining plot, and the view was blocked. All the society went in the court, and they got an order in their favor. The new building was constructed, they were shifted over there, and the old building was resold. You know, it was structured in that fashion. So the law protects the allottees in that respect. Yeah. Then obligation of third party transfer. Previously, we used to have the situation that you have dealt with a developer and suddenly you come to know somebody else has come and he's going to develop the project. When you go to the developer, he says, I have taken over and from today you have to talk to me and piche ka sab bhul jao. That is not permitted now. The obligations of the existing developer are cast upon in the same fashion with the new developer. So if I booked from developer A in the past, those obligations, commitments of developer A remain in force in case developer B comes into play. And therein also the mechanism is provided how the developer can change the project hands. It is not arbitrary or something which they can do on their own. They have to take the permission of the allottees as well as the permission of the RERA authority. Then section 17, transfer of title. Now here the issue of conveyance comes into play because the allottee has paid not only for the flat but for the title of the land on which the building is constructed. So the law requires now the conveyance of the property should be made in favor of the association of the allottees so that the entire title of the property is transferred from the developer to the allottees. The dates are prescribed there by what time he is supposed to do it. And in case he doesn't do it, you have got a right under RERA to file a complaint against the developer. Yeah. Now section 18 is the section about which the complaints happen. In case the project gets delayed, the allottee under RERA having a right to claim the amount of money refund with interest as per SBI rate plus 2%, or if he wants to continue with the project, then the developer is liable to pay interest for the delayed period. So the option remains with the allottee. If he has paid money, he wants to remain in the project, he can continue the project, but for the delayed period, he can get interest from the developer. The only thing is that you have to file a complaint, go through the process, and then only interest will come to you. We had requested the authority that you factor this into this account so that it becomes mandatory on the part of the developer. When he delays the project, he calculates the interest and gives it to you. But it is not made like that. The interest component will come into play only when you file a complaint. Authority verifies the complaint and passes an order to give you the benefit. So it is not, though it is a right has to be enforced through the mechanism of RERA. So you can do it independently, you can do it collectively also, not a problem. Now the allottee. So whatever the rights and duties of the developer become the entitlement or the rights of the allottee. So whatever the developer is supposed to perform, the right is conferred upon the allottee and he can get the performance delivered to him by the developer. Then the mechanism of redressal, which has been formulated under RERA. You got a MahaRERA authority, you got a right to file a complaint. You got a RERA tribunal wherein the complaint is addressed in case you are aggrieved by the order of the authority. So there are two mechanisms. Here there is a time-bound limit given to both the authority as well as the tribunal. So both have to dispose the matter in a given period of time. No adjournments are granted. The matter is heard on total priority basis and disposed of also. MahaRERA is very fast in disposal of the matters. There are laid down case laws. You are entitled to refer to the judicial pronouncements when you file your complaint or the appeal, and the benefit is given to you. Very transparent mechanism. All the orders are visible on the RERA website. So you can study the orders, try and get a matching order which is matching to your case, and the results come very fast. The presentation is absolutely very simple. We as chartered accountants, we do not have the legal jargon to support us, but we can easily handle that situation. You attend that hearing for 3 to 4 occasions, and then you are very comfortable to handle that. So that is an area of professional practice for all of us. Then the offense and penalties. In case you don't perform, what happens to you? If you see this chart, see the second column, you see the amount of penalty. It is 10% of the cost of project, 5% of the cost of project. Penalties are huge. Cost of project is the total value of the project. If you work out the percentage, that money may go into a few lakhs of rupees. One non-compliance and there can be a penalty of few lakhs of rupees on your account. So your importance, as I've been telling you, is to prevent non-compliances as a chartered accountant in the interest of the client. So friends, that has to be seen that your client doesn't end up paying a penalty because of the lapses that he commits. So your job is to make him compliant so that he doesn't enter into the gray area or the danger area and face the penalties. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
If the builder or the promoter doesn't take or has not yet taken the registration and he is not taking any booking amount or is not taking any booking amount of what we can say that he has not yet taken the registration. Still, these penalties or something would be, when the project is, construction is going on.
The register is mandatory. In case of the interest to sell, I am already agreed on my land. With no intention to sell, I don't know. Moment the intention comes of sale, registration is mandatory. Before I convince you about my proposal, my registration is there. Before I advise, market or sell or accept money, registration is mandatory. One question with respect to that one. When he enters into the development agreement, there's to area change. Okay. Now, he is also promoted, right? So any default submitted by the developer, he is also correct. But sir, how to calculate his salary? The buyer will file complaint against the developer. Correct.
So the buyer is supposed to file a complaint to the developer, but because the promoters are both landlord as well as developer, there is a liability cost upon both of them. Now the liability will come into force depending on the obligations decided between the two of them. If the obligation is totally cast upon the developer, then the liability will be imposed on the developer. But your accountability will still remain. For example, in case there is a dispute between the landlord and the developer and the project gets stuck, then both will be liable. Because me as an allottee, I got a right to take that flat completed after both of you perform. In case one of you don't perform, then my rights come into play. I'll file a complaint against both of you. So the law wants the landlord to make sure that the project gets completed in the interest of the allottee. That is the reason that they have made both of them as promoters. The whole intention is that the landlord makes the developer accountable to complete the project.
Sir, there may be a situation like wherein landlord can say, I will perform my duty.
Yes, correct.
Now,
So there is not a penalty imposed on you. Penalty imposed on the developer for non-performance. But see here, the obligation of 70% retention of money in the bank account is cast upon you also. If you withdraw more money, you will be liable for that penalty. So if he is performing properly, he is maintaining the financial discipline. If you are not doing it, you will be liable for the penalty. Got it?
Something defined that how the carpet area will be measured, will it be from brick to brick or place wall to place?
topic
One of the hearing the RERA is to the judgment that since it's not been defined, the professionals complain that
No. Carpet has been defined absolutely clearly with the floor maps. How to calculate that has been mentioned there, highlighted there. So there's no ambiguity on that account at all. What you're talking about is there's some confusion about the drawings which have been attached to the agreement. Nowadays, the floor plan has to be attached to the agreement and the carpet has to be defined very clearly and to be mentioned in the agreement. So there's absolutely no ambiguity on that account. No, it's not like that. It is outer wall area minus the partition walls. Right, right. Correct. No. See, no. See, now that is history because that internal walls used to be counted. Now that is to be removed. So he has to go for the architectural plan and measure it on AutoCAD first, and then physically come there on site and measure it. So it is very easily possible. Walls are not to be counted in that, the partition walls. So what you're talking about, that the plaster, that 0.25 ml or whatever is the case may be, not to be counted now. That is made very clear now. There's no issue about it. And we can get a certificate from the architect. Your own architect can send him over there and request him to issue a certificate to you. That is possible.
Friends, before we break for tea, I will have the prestigious task of giving a vote of thanks to the learned speaker, C. Sunil Naik. Friends, you all agree that he has given us a professional opportunities and overview under RERA. He has also given us a caution. Entering into this practice area, the knowledge updation is very much important for us because the offenses and penalties may also be a caution for us. He has also given his own example, how he accepted the practice of RERA and he is doing well in this area. So it's a good opportunity for all of us to start a practice in this field. He has explained the main parts of RERA, its importance, objects under RERA, and various important definitions also, which are like LOT, carpet area, promoter, etc. He has also guided us with the financial discipline, which is as a professional, we have to ensure as an opportunity for us as a professional over there. Important sections are also he has covered under the RERA. He has also answered the queries which have been posted by the participants and also guided us for the offences and penalties applicable under the RERA Act to the promoter, real estate agent and the auditee itself. So friends, now I will all request you all of you to give a hearty vote of thanks by carrying a loud applause to the speaker, C. Sunil Naik. Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll break for tea for 10 minutes and request all the members to rejoin at the earliest. Thank you. Good afternoon, friends. Welcome you all again after the tea break, and thank you all participants for being in time. Now, starting with our further session, the topics for related to a project and agent registration with RERA, with relevant case laws of appellate tribunals and high court. For this, our earlier speaker was CA Sumit Kapure, but due to his ill health, he has also not been able to join. And we are thankful to the speaker CA Sunil Naik and CA Aditya Zantye for accepting this last moment our ready to guide our participants on this topic. So we have already introduced our earlier speaker CA Sunil Naik. Now introduction of our honorary speaker CA Aditya Zantye. Sri Aditya Anil Zantye. He has been in CA practice since last 7 years. He is currently partner in Zantye and Company and Accord and Company Chartered Accountants. He specializes in the area of RERA advisory and compliances, bank audits, stock audits, tax audits and GST for real estate sector, project accounting, assurance and advisory services, outsourced accounting and corporate law services. He has significant experience supporting companies with complex accounting matters under various financial reporting frameworks, including IGAP, and advising on wide range of corporate tax issues. Ever since qualifying, he has been largely interested in information technology and accordingly specializes in IT solutions which vary from system implementation to developing customized solutions for the clients. He has handled litigation matters before VAT authorities, anti-evasion authorities in service tax, and before MahaRERA authorities for major real estate group engaged in SRA and affordable housing sector. He has raised concerns of chartered accountants in issuing Form 5 during pandemic through representation to MahaRERA. He is also a faculty at Advanced ITT of Thane branch of WRC since 4 years for ERP and related technologies. Recently, his remarkable achievement is sanction of 170 crore rupees stress funding, project funding for a major real estate group at Thane through Swami Fund, that is a special window for affordable and mid-income housing. He has also delivered lecture in RERA refresher course held by WRC in July 2021. He was accountable as deputy convener of RERA study group of WRC for 21-22. He is currently also a convener of RERA study group of WRC 22-23. He is holding a position of treasurer of RERA Practitioners Welfare Association. Currently also secretary RERA Practitioner Welfare Association. He has co-authored WRC book on MahaRERA and Law and Practice published by Taxman Publications. He has also been invited as speaker on crucial aspects of RERA at various platforms of Builders Association of India, Connect Easy, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Panvel Study Circle, Ghatkopar Study Circle, Andheri, Oshiwara, Thane Branch, RERA Study Group, JB Nagar and Sindhudur. With this introduction, I request all of you to welcome C. Aditya Zantye with loud applause. Now I would request our speaker C. Sunil Naik ji to present a memento to our speaker C. Aditya Zantye. Thank you, sir. Now the forum is open to you.
Yeah. So I welcome you all for this session. I will take two sessions. That is, first one on registration of real estate projects, update and extension and registration of real estate. And the next one would be on financial discipline, the forms and the bank account operations and audit. So most of the chartered accountants are interested in these two opportunities wherein we are involved right from the beginning, that is registration and also the certification. But often I have observed that while registration, we only tend to fill the registration form online, but the mentality or the mindset which we require for registration purpose is still somewhere missing, because once we have registered a project, the details which we fill online becomes permanent. So if you all know, all the details which you will enter at the time of registration will be there with MahaRERA, even if subsequent changes are done. Suppose I have registered a RERA bank account, that will remain with MahaRERA, that this was the initial bank account mentioned, and subsequently I can change the RERA bank account. तो ये जो RERA बैंक अकाउंट में चेंज कर रहा हूँ वो नॉर्मल अपडेट में पॉसिबल है. It is not required that I have to pay 5,000 and register that bank account with MahaRERA. But what happens, many times we forget to update the compliances relating to that bank account, and only the developer or we as a chartered accountant remembers this update only when certain banks or funding agencies ask for it. So that should not happen. We have to provide a value addition to the developer and most importantly to the customer. Because why RERA casted this responsibility on us as a chartered accountant? Because they are expecting that the flat which will be given to the end user should not only be complete in all respect, but it should be given in the required time. And for completion of the required time, not only the permissions are required, but the most important thing is funds. We have to take care that the funds are utilized for the project and developer utilize that funds in a proper manner so that the customer will get the end flat. That's the main purpose of the RERA, and we are the eyes of RERA authority. That is the reason, more than engineer, more than architect or any other professional, the importance is given to CA, because we have that ability to judge the project and we can check the financial health. I would say the financial health of the project. That is very important. So here, in case of registration, the form is very simple. Recently, we have different updates. There are additional documents required, which have created a lot of confusion, and because of which the project registrations have become slow somewhere, because we are not aware. And the major issue with the authority is they never release a disclosure, or I can say a clarificatory circular for such type of small changes. If you will think that in registration only 5 to 6 changes are there, if you have observed, जो रेरा वेबसाइट कुछ 10 days के लिए बंद था, after that not only few documents are introduced, but there are more than 10 changes which are very crucial and important on the website. And that those changes, if overlooked, it might lead to wrong information being filled on the website. That is needs to be taken care of. Here we can see that registration of real estate and registration of real estate agent covers all this section, wherein section 3 is the most important section, wherein the developer has to decide whether he wants to register or not based on the advertisement or sale, or if he wants to accept any money, or the criteria is less than 8 units or less than 500 square meters of land. There was a judgment of Gitanjali Aman Constructions, wherein there was argument between the judicial and the other members, wherein this particular provision, we have to consider it conjunctively or disjunctively. But the ultimate call on this taken by the Honorable Chairperson, Indira Jain ma'am, that it is to be read disjunctively. That it is or, so either of the criteria is been fulfilled, you don't have to register the project. But the case went for a second appeal and it is still pending. So you would ask that what will happen to those projects wherein such criteria is there? I would prefer order number 29, wherein the regulatory functions of the RERA authority is very important. So there you can go through the RERA authority and ask for whether I want to register, I should register or not. Because if you will take the call, since the decision has gone into appeal, but till now there is no stay on that decision. So it is still a valid tribunal decision. It is in the case of Gitanjali Aman Constructions. Next is section 4. We have to apply for the registration. If you want the registration of the project, it is never RERA certified. Earlier, people used to advertise that we have been verified, certified, no such things. They are not RERA registering the project with RERA. They are nowhere mentioning that we have completely verified it, although they have started verifying it. But till now, multiple project registration under single due to disputes of landowner and promoter, still it is possible. Still there is no ability to track this particular thing. But 6 months or 8 months down the line, there will be improvements and we will get written mechanism also in RERA. So the portal is getting developed, and sooner or later we might see certain restrictions on the website. Next is grant of registration. We all know once we register, we get a certificate, and that on that certificate there is a registration number mentioned, and that can be used for other purposes or for registration with the registration of the agreement. So that number is very important. Then we have section 6, extension of registration, wherein 1 year extension is given without the permission of the allottees. So 1 year after the date of the agreement is expired, you get the registration. But there are judgments wherein the date for interest and compensation is considered the date mentioned in your agreement. So that is very important to be considered while extension of the registration. Then we have section 7, revocation of registration. Certain issues and lapses on the part of the promoter may lead to revocation of registration. There is a list already been displayed wherein certain projects are revoked, but approximately, I think so, it is around more than 700 crores warrants are being issued against developer. But till now, the recovery of these warrants has not been taken place because the authority has been transferred to the collector to collect it as a land revenue, areas of land revenue. But till now, there is no clarification on the same. Only the warrants are being displayed on the website. Next is section 8, obligation of authority consequent upon lapse of or on revocation of registration. In RERA, we don't have a provision to cancel the project or cancel the registration. So deregistration is not possible, but we have an order number 29 wherein the regulatory functions of the authority is there. So through that order also you can approach authority for such cancellation if the project is not possible due to certain reasons, but no amount has been accepted from the allottees. Otherwise, there it cannot be deregistered ever. Section 9, registration of real estate agents. We have a separate mechanism for registering the real estate agents. And what mistake we do while registering the project is the agents are not listed on the project site. So what happens, unless and until his number is mentioned on the website, they don't get the, I mean to say, the legality of that project. So you cannot market the project unless and until your number is mentioned on that particular website of the promoter. So that is very important. Agents just obtain the registration and they start marketing or advertising the projects, but that's not the case. Your number should also be mentioned on the website of the promoter. That is a MahaRERA portal. Once you mention the number, it automatically fetch the details of the agents. Only those agents which are registered on the portal of the promoter, they are only allowed to advertise or market. Section 9, registration of real estate agent. Section 10, functions of real estate agent. What all functions are there? It is already been there, wherein they are not allowed to use certain things. Only the responsibilities and functions of the real estate agents are given in this act. What about the protection of the commission? Many times we have seen that they are not paid, but as of now, if it is written that any aggrieved person can file a complaint, but I haven't seen for any such recoveries or any such mechanism, any agents have been got a proper order for their protection of the commission or any such brokerage. So that is very much important in this sector to protect all the stakeholders, which somewhere over the period, I hope so that it will be incorporated. Who is liable to register? As I said, those who want to sell or those who want to accept any money or advertise, before that they have to register the project. It is irrelevant whether you have accepted, you cannot accept the money. Many times I have faced a case in Gujarat. We have seen a case wherein the developer had accepted the money. He issued an allotment letter to the customer, but in the books it was shown as advance, and a chartered accountant certified that it is advance and not an allottee money. But later on the allottee filed a complaint. He produced the document of letter of allotment, and thus disciplinary actions were taken against chartered accountant. So this should be avoided. Till now in MahaRERA, we don't have any such professional negligence detected by the authority or any such actions being taken against chartered accountants, but sooner or later that there might be severe actions. So we should take precautions right from the registration stage. As I said, you don't have to register if it is less than 8 units or 500 square meters of land. That is what is mentioned in this slide. Yes.
Initially, when I started the project, my units were less than 8, and as for the 500 square meter, it is less than 500. But later on, I received revised CC, and it was about 8. So, at what time I need to register for RERA?
Whenever you receive the revised permission, that means you have crossed the limit and you have accepted the money. So you will accept the further money or advertise those flats for further flats. So yes, obviously you have to register the project. See, I won't say I don't require. I said that you have to go through order number 29. Since the case is pending with the higher authorities, I cannot give the judgment that yes, you don't have to register. You go through a proper channel, get the approval, facts verified from the MahaRERA, because they have the regulatory function. So you have to get the facts checked and then only take a proper call. Because suo moduli, if I decide that I don't have to register, later on the judgment comes, so there will be violation of the, because in act it is all the provision exists. Only the clarification is, this is a clarification part, whether it is consecutively or disjunctively. Eligibility for registration. Meaning of forms and professionals submitted at the time of registration. So here, at the time of registration, you have to consider certain things as important, that you have to provide a prior checklist with the developer. What many people do, they obtain the CC, straight away they obtain the CC, upload it, straight away obtain the plan without seeing anything on that document, and they directly upload it on the website. But no, prior study as a chartered accountant is expected, because what happens, the CC, see, there is a period mentioned in the CC for 1 year, or a certain period is mentioned for the validity of the CC. So we should also know कब से ये आ रहा है, वो recent CC लेके upload कर देगा. So we should also know the mindset of the developer. We have to understand while registration of the project, the mindset of the developer, कि इसका background क्या है, history क्या है, and then only further decisions or while registration, such precautions should be taken that the proper accurate information is being displayed. Because once a document is uploaded, it can never be deleted. That's the major problem. Even if you commit certain errors, you cannot delete that document. So before uploading any document, it is very important, and I will show you the major changes also which needs to be considered while registration. Next, we have order number 32. That is the order applicable to project registrations and extension application, the correction applications. There we will see the, at the time of registrations, we have to pay 10,000 is the minimum amount. Earlier it was 50,000. For agents, it is 10,000 for individual. And if you are proprietor, then it is 1 lakh. So that is the difference they consider between individual and proprietor for agent registration. And certain parameters or certain fields can be corrected even in the normal update. You don't have to pay any amount. For example, the most important change is the RERA bank account itself, wherein all the other authorities, I have observed that they have separate RERA bank account rules also, bank account operation rules, and it is not allowed to change the RERA bank account in normal update. You have to compulsory apply to authority. But at present here, we can change the RERA bank account in normal update. For other few important changes such as FSI, building count, or such other details, we need to pay 5,000 and make the changes on the website. Now here, what used to happen, the ideology behind this order number 32 is, people used to register and upload the documents without verification. So what used to happen at the end, at the part of the authorities, they realized that the issue of resubmission is increasing. People used to apply and there is no communication between the authority and the builder, that what exactly is required by the authorities, because the execution is done at the very lower level. So here what used to happen, due to increase of resubmissions, there was a shortage of registrations and delay in registrations, I would say. That is the reason they came out with this particular mechanism, that you have to first submit the application, then the first scrutiny remarks. If you are registering the project, you all might know that the file moves from desk 1 to desk 4. Desk 4 is the last desk. And most of the queries are raised by desk 2. Correct? So on desk 2, the number of queries were increased. Due to that, now whenever you will apply and you will receive the first scrutiny marks, then you have to do the submission as per those scrutiny marks. After that, if the application is still incomplete, it will again send the application back for submission. And again, if the application is incomplete, then they will call you for open hearing. And as far as I know, the Builders Association of India, they are having a separate tie-up with them, and they are carrying out every Friday open hearing for only for the developers for facing any registration issues and everything. But open hearing is being conducted, and they will guide you that what issues are there, what is expected to be uploaded. And even after that, if you will still upload incorrect documents, then the application will be rejected, and again you will apply by paying 25% of the registration cost as the penalty. Then again the same procedure, and again if you will you are not able to understand your submitting the incorrect documents, then the penalty will be increased to 40%. So that is the proper mechanism they have introduced in RERA, and the registrations will go through this process. But the confusion is increasing with respect to all the documents to be submitted, because they have introduced various documents. Next is they have launched the citizen call center. Many of you have complaints that they never pick up the call. But try sometimes after the office hours. See the timing, 11 p.m. I often call them after 6. You can chat as much as you want with them, because they always pick up your call. As per the order, even after 6 to 11, you can call the call center. Don't call in office hours. They are packed with queries. So sometimes try after office hours, they will definitely pick up your call. Recent changes. Departments at RERA, legal, financial, and technical. Because what used to happen, there was a tab other documents, and people used to upload in those other documents, and there is no mechanism to track which documents are uploaded in other fields. So they have introduced separate tabs: other technical, other legal, and financial. So whenever you want to upload a certain other document, suppose a power of attorney, then yes, you can upload it in legal. Other certain plans, you can upload it in technical, so and so on. Next is, earlier we used to have the non-encumbrance. सब लोग एक letterhead पे लिख देते थे, no encumbrance on this project and everything. But now they have introduced a separate tab, encumbrance relevant to the legal. That means, are there any litigations in this project? So relating to that, you have to submit the declaration to RERA that there are no litigations or encumbrance concerned to legal in this particular project.
Sir, this declaration, the encumbrance part, just giving a declaration by the promoter on his own letterhead that there is no such encumbrances, will it suffice to this?
Yes. Prima facie, it is the responsibility of the promoter to disclose these details. Later on, if any complaint is filed and the authority becomes aware of any such complaint which is not disclosed, or any such third party stay or some other issues, then appropriate penalty will be levied on the developer. Then any encumbrance relating to finance, if you have observed, they have come out with a recent circular, order number 34. It is an order wherein the bank account relating to that particular RERA bank account, they have given a separate declaration, and they have given the format. You just have to disclose that there is no lien on the RERA bank account, because many of the developers obtain funding and they have a separate escrow mechanism. So in that case, there is a lien on that bank account. So you have to disclose, and that needs to be uploaded in the separate tab given at the time of registration. Model form of agreement, it is already been given in the rules. There is no change till date in the model form of agreement. In Supreme Court also, this issue was cropped up in between, and they had asked for the explanation from various states, but still now it is pending that to have a model agreement for the entire country, which is not possible according to me. So here they are facing various issues. Hope we will see some important judgments in future. Model form of allotment letter, they have come up with a model form of allotment letter, which you have to upload on the website. It is very well clear. First, there was certain clause 3 and clause 12 were different. Later on, they brought amendment in that particular clauses. So there is an amended allotment letter. Please use that amended allotment letter while you are registering the project. Declaration about RERA, as I said, declaration about the RERA bank account. Then deviation, yes, deviation report. There is no particular format of this report. Just remember whatever clauses are mentioned in the model, and if you are mentioning any clauses which are in deviation to that model, you have to separately mention on your letterhead and highlight those clauses in the particular agreement or the allotment letter. That's the only requirement which you have to follow, because RERA want which are the clauses, because these are model. So these are model, you can change the clauses. Obviously, it should not be in contravention of the act. Those are not at all valid. That has been cleared right from the beginning. So you will mention anything, I will accept 20% without registration. No, not at all valid, because it is mentioned in the act clearly. Clauses that must be covered in deviation report along with other clauses of agreement to sale. Yeah, this is important. We have to cover payment schedule, cancellation clause, defect liability, any change in the defect liability, changes in sanction plan. And remember one thing, these all changes requires permission of the buyers under section 14 subsection 2. Most of the developers are not obtaining this permission and changing the sanction plans later on. Even if you पहले 23 फ्लोर का था, उसके बाद 27 फ्लोर हो गया. That is a change. You have to obtain the permission. क्योंकि 23 फ्लोर वाला अभी पहले टॉप फ्लोर पे था, अभी टॉप फ्लोर के नीचे हो गया ना. Yes, you can change because it is a model, but those clauses which are in contravention of the sections of the act, you cannot change. See, interest cannot go beyond, now in rules they have mentioned, it is the SBI highest marginal rate plus 2%. So it cannot go beyond the rules and the act. So whatever points are mentioned in the act and rules, it should be followed. The deviation cannot go beyond that. But certain deviation, certain clauses, now you will change the force majeure entire clause. But as per force majeure is very well defined in the act. So you cannot change those deviation. But certain issues are the suo motu extension or certain details which are not there in the model agreement. Suppose I will reduce the period of 45 days, because if you will ask for the customer to register, and there is a period in the model agreement, if you will see, they have given that due to frequent efforts also, they are not registering. So then you have the authority to cancel. But there is a procedure mentioned in the allotment letter also and agreement for sale also. So that period can be changed. So certain changes which will not affect the rights of the allottees altogether are accepted. Because ultimately those clauses which are, we have seen in past the judgments related to unilateral forfeiture and all, wherein the respected courts came in favor of the allottees and cancelled the clauses, that those are not valid. So certain things, they will not consider those clauses if it is in violation of the act and the rules.
Earlier the plan was for 23 floors and then the 4 floors were increased. Now suppose the promoter initially keeps that increase of the floors, the rights with him, and he doesn't declare that in future I would try to do such thing. And then when he comes to us for this particular part, he says, let us keep it as a presented as a third phase or a second phase. Whether this will be treated as a deviation or completely new phase and new registration something.
See, all the phases, whichever phases are there should be there in the sanction plan. If according to an order on the website, all the plans needs to be displayed on the site, project site. So if there is no such phase and nothing on that particular plan, that means you haven't declared. So there is a change, because I might not be convenient with another building besides me or any other floor. I had preferred for top floor. There are cases, suddenly people, in one case, what I have seen, that he had booked on 23rd floor, which was in between. But developer stopped the floors till the 23rd. He became his flat became on the top floor. So then he filed a complaint with the RERA. I never booked the top floor flat because we know what are the issues with the top floor flat. So such are the cases. It is better to take the permission of the buyers. Otherwise, you would not know. And now they have got the weapons of Form 5. Whatever comments are there, they highlight those comments and file the complaint with the authority. No, approval is as such, you have been given the registration certificate, that's enough. But it doesn't mean that they have verified your agreement entirely. It is certified. It is only that you are disclosing it to buyers, so buyers can make more confirmed decision rather than before. Because at that time, he was not knowing that these are the clauses which are not in conformity with the model agreement.
In this case, then taking the approvals of the allottees and then making the necessary changes on the RERA registration will suffice this process.
Yes. Once you have the proper approval under section 14(2), then there is no issue. I have seen that even 100% of the approval of the allottees and no compliance on the project have got the extension for that project. Because ultimately there is no one is above the allottees. If allottees of that project agree for extension, then RERA authority has no problem in it. So 100%, if you are having permission of the buyers, no issues. So updates, here there are quarterly updates for registered projects. They have came out with a proper order that which are the orders to which are the updates to be done quarterly, which are the updates to be done regularly, annually. So in this case, changes in the building plan approvals, any physical progress of the project needs to be registered on the project website whenever there is any change. So present status of bookings of parking, closed parking, open parking, वहाँ पे सब disclose करना है, and the work status. Even the reports, QPR, as per financial quarters, within 20 days. Earlier the date was 7th of the following month, but now it has been increased to 20th. So every 20th after the end of the quarter, by every 20th, you have to upload on the website those documents relating to quarterly progress report system. Sooner or later, they will come out with a written filing system, which in RERA they already have. They have separate tabs for quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. And the penalty ranges from 25,000 to 1 lakh for not uploading. Next is annual updates. In annual updates, Form 5 and Form 2A. Form 2A, earlier they had to issue it every quarter, but now it has been changed and only once a year you have to upload. And Form 5 within 6 months from the end of the financial year. Then updating Forms 1, 2, 3. Now here 1, 2, 3, in 3 we have a limit, that net amount which can be withdrawn from the bank account under this certificate. So whenever that limit expires, you have to upload that certificate on the website and submit to the bank also. Other legal updates from time to time, changes in encumbrance, any CERSAI. CERSAI report is very easy. You just have to download from the website. If there are multiple names of the registered, so you have to just take the screenshot and give a declaration that there are multiple names and it doesn't belong to our project. There is no encumbrance and no CERSAI details available for our project. Any litigation details, whenever the status changes, if you get an interim order, if you have the case is pending, those details needs to be mentioned. There are cases in MahaRERA where non-disclosure of litigation have attracted penalties to the developers. Updates on completion of project with Form 4 and OC. Whenever you upload a Form 4 and OC, the project is considered to be complete. And conveyance, yes. Now, in case of conveyance, many of them think that after obtaining OC, you don't have to do any compliance. But a conveyance related order is there on the project, on the MahaRERA portal, wherein it is clearly mentioned that after obtaining OC, till the time you obtain conveyance, you have to upload the status of conveyance. What is the status of the conveyance? That needs to be uploaded on the separate tab, status of conveyance on the portal. MahaRERA order number 20, 2021, execution of registered conveyance. Yes, you have to obtain the conveyance within 3 months of after obtaining OC. And in case it is a layout, so within 3 months after completion of the last building, you have to obtain the conveyance. In section 6, the extension is given for 1 year. You can apply and you have to give the appropriate reason, whatever reason you have due to which you are applying for extension, you will get an extension maximum 1 year. Due to COVID, they had extended for 3 months first, then again 3 months, and then a separate order of 6 months. So total 1 year extension was given by RERA, but now under section 6, you have 1 year extension from that extended date. And suppose many of the professionals come to me that the tab is, they are not able to see that section 6. See, section 6 have a limit. Once your date is extended, within 1 year you have to apply for section 6. If you come after 2 years and start applying for section 6, your 1 year is already elapsed. So then only option is section 7 subsection 3. Extension under section 7 subsection 3, you have to obtain a permission of minimum 51% of the allottees booked in the project, and after that permission you have to upload it on the website. And then, but section 7 subsection 3 compliance requires compliance of all tabs. You should have uploaded all the reports, Form 5, Form 3, Form 2A, everything needs to be complied, then only you will get the extension under section 7 subsection 3. Real estate agent provisions, you have to, those who are into real estate agents registrations, they have to upload these details, basic KYC. If you are not having IT returns of 3 years, you have to give the declaration to the authority, and the registration is valid for 5 years. After that, again for renewal you have to apply. So copy of pro forma receipt, whatever receipts he will issue, that needs to be uploaded. Declaration to the effect that no criminal record. This is an important change which they later on introduced. So that needs to be given. Now, this is not applicable. The registration is not applicable, obviously, if the project itself is not registered. So marketing that project, it is not applicable. If I am marketing the project which has received OC, so for that purpose, registration is not required. Applicable only to agents dealing with under construction, yes. Obligatory on promoter to update all agents authorized by promoter to facilitate sale in the project. He should list those promoter on his portal. So a buyer, see, this is a new area of practice wherein due diligence by chartered accountant for customer before buying flat. I am suggesting this practice to others because many customers book 25 crores, 40 crores, 12 crores as a bade flats lete without any due diligence. See, mentioning ongoing on portal, only ongoing is written. If it is ongoing, which was registered after 1st May 2017, but since when it is ongoing, that is not written. It might be started in 2008, 2009, and still people book the flat or invest the money in it, and later on there is an issue on the part or in the project. So to make an informed decision, who can guide them better than us? Obligatory on promoter to update all agents. Yes, agent registration validity for 5 years. Then individual, the 10,000 plus service charge. Non-individual, 1 lakh rupees plus service charge, which proprietor falls under non-individual category. So that's all about registrations. In case of any doubts, otherwise I will move on.
Person is selling plotted plots wherein certain amenities are given, like street light, internal doors. Is it required to obtain the registration under RERA for selling this?
Plotting is, yes, you require registration for plotting. Separate fields are also given, and even they have to follow that form 3 wherever. See, if you are not having proper plans, then I think so any order is required for registration of the plots.
But then I mean, that's 70-30 criteria because the builder has incurred all the expenses. So then what happens with 70-30?
Yeah, that needs to be followed.
But again, this is illogical.
But they have given in the forms that only those part which is applicable for the plots, you have to incorporate in the form 1, 2, and 3. In the regulations, they have mentioned clearly. So only those fields which are applicable to the plot, you have to include. So if, see, certain issues are there, you have to disclose. There is no penalty for disclosure. If you are disclosing, you are not at all violating anything. If it is not possible, it is not possible.
In the new registration, if you are doing the new registration of the project, is there a provision which has come right now that up until CC, you will be getting the registration, and for further CC, you need to take a separate registration kind of?
No, no, sir.
Harshul was mentioning something like that.
I haven't heard him, but no, there is no such requirement.
So we can take a registration and then we can take CC as per the
Yes.
only one registration needs to be.
One registration. Otherwise, that would be blunder on the website. 36,000 projects are registered. Out of that, 9 are only completed. Yes.
Last time you mentioned that under construction may you need the RERA registration for agents, right? But if the work is completed, the OC is not received.
Then also, yes. Till the time OC, his obligation is there to provide OC, and then GST is also applicable till the time he obtained OC. So everything, all obligations are applicable till the time OC is obtained. Yes, it is applicable because you can read the FAQ of MahaRERA also. They have clearly mentioned whenever there will be change as per DCR 2034, you have to register and incorporate those changes. You have to seek permission of the buyers also. They have mentioned clearly. Many say that DCR applicable ho gaya. Nahi, but permission of buyers is also required. Any documentation? The section 14 subsection 2. I am changing this in the plan. Yes. Yes, yes. Every time, whenever there is renewal, you have to pay the fees. Obviously, there is a responsibility, the functions of the real estate agents, and there is penalty in the MAC. So yes, he will face the problem that if he is marketing without registration, obviously there is. That is what I have seen. That only responsibility is mentioned for the registration agent. So there is no protection of his commission or brokerage, nothing. Yes. No, see, whenever the limit is now also the position is same. But what many CA and the accepted business practice, they have started issuing the forms quarterly also, form 3. But till the time the limit is not exhausted, you don't have to obtain another form 3. I would suggest form 1, yes, form 1 and form 2, because it those figures needs to be mentioned on the website also. Even in form 3 also the cost needs to be updated. So to have a background of that cost, you can obtain form 3, but limit is specified. Till the time limit is given under that certificate, you are the limit you can withdraw from the bank account. So again, obtaining a certificate, what will change? Only the cost will get updated.
So cost is certified by the engineer, not chartered accountant, because percentage calculation. It is whose responsibility to on the estimate of cost.
Estimation of cost is the responsibility of engineer. Construction cost. For other estimation, we are certifying form 3, but in 1992, the committee of ICI had a discussion on this, whether we can certify that estimated cost. Unless we vouch for the accuracy of the figures, we can certify. So we are nowhere mentioning that we are certifying the exact figures. Estimates are bound to change.
In general, one can obtain the engineer certificate for the cost, then we can work out.
We can take the entire cost from the engineer. You predict whatever it is, how much is the amount, and they are required to maintain the data. So we can obtain. Otherwise, if he's not giving, developer is giving. So we have to obtain in written representation that so and so is the estimated cost for the project. We are responsible only for actual cost.
Actual cost from the accounts, then the percentage completion, and that is to be given in form.
On the basis of cost, yeah.
So that is form 1 and form 2 used to be updated or
You can consider. But as of now, see, this is the general accepted that form 3, whenever the limit expires, you can obtain all the 3 forms. Yes. Otherwise, only 1 and 2 is preferable. But now we have accepted the practice. So form 3 also can be submitted, and it is a good practice. So I would suggest obtain. And it will increase the fees also. So what's the issue?
percentage given in form 1 and form 2. They cannot match with the form 2.
No. There is no relevance. But obviously, if physical observation also, मेरा दिख रहा है कि 12 फ्लोर से, तो थोड़ा एक अपना जजमेंट भी होता है कि इतना कॉस्ट होना चाहिए. अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट पकड़ोगे तो अपने पास पर स्क्वायर फीट का है, तो अपने को भी समझना है कि वो कॉस्ट रिलेवेंट दिख रहा है कि नहीं. So that can be coordinated by anyone.
सर वो अभी जैसे क्वार्टरली GPR से अपलोड करना है, क्वार्टरली बेसिस ऑफ फाइनेंशियल्स एक आ जाएगा और 1 and 2 भी साथ में.
Yes, sir.
One is another query. Just he has mentioned that when the OC is obtained, then FSI is changed and some certain additional flats are coming out. So what is the responsibility of the CA?
No responsibility.
It is the responsibility on part of.
We have to disclose. See, we are disclosing additional आ गए flats, तो मेरे annexure A में आ गया form 3 में कि इतने flats है. मैं disclose कर रहा हूँ, इतना पैसा लिया, इतना balance है, मेरा काम उतना ही है. वो परमिशन ले ना ले, that is not my responsibility.
If a developer is in a doubt for some provision or related to some provision, then he can approach RERA and get it clarified from
So order number 29, regulatory function.
So this can be
Done. They have mentioned the procedure. Clarification, it is a long procedure, so you have to apply what clarification and what exactly you want. Because normal clarification, they will not answer. If you go through proper order, then only you will get a proper document that yes. Like advance ruling we have. Such like that. Yeah, order number 29. 29.
Regarding this form 5, auditor's responsibility is restricted to the items specified there. In the format specified items are there, which we have to specify. We are not, we have not to qualify in other areas. Is it so? What it tells me that we are vouching the everything, we are monitoring, we are responsible to cast on the chartered account. So our responsibility is limited to the extent what is specified in form 5.
Yes. That is the responsibility of independent auditor to comment upon the compliance of the laws and regulations. So he will comply whatever, if suppose he has accepted more than 10% amount without registration. That is the responsibility of independent auditor. In his audit report, he has to mention the compliance of law.
Part of the accounts,
Yeah,
not Form 5.
no, Form 5.
Completely new situation that is there. Basically, suppose the complete plot is common,
Hmm.
but then while sanctioning the maps, what we can say, row houses are being built, and getting the approvals of that sanctioned map. Planning has been done that the plot is being divided into small plots. Row houses सब common बन रहे हैं और सबका map अलग approval लिया है. But whether this will be now treated as a project eligible for registration or
No. If you will read the section 3, there is a line. It for the purpose of considering that criteria, all phases and everything should be considered. Whatever it is, everything should be considered. There is a separate proviso there. That all phases, whatever you नहीं तो क्या करेगा, एक फ्लैट रजिस्टर करेगा और बोलेगा नहीं मैं अलग अलग कंसीडर करता हूँ. Not possible. So for that, वो पूरा लैंड पार्सल में जो कुछ भी है, that needs to be considered. Can I move on next? स्लाइड शो नहीं हो रहा है. Okay. Yeah. So let's quickly go through this RERA bank account certificates and audit. As you all know that new forms are issued. So these are the different forms available. Form 1, the architect certificate required at the time of registration and further withdrawals. 2 also for engineer and at the time of registration and every withdrawals. 2A is the quality assurance certificate. 3 is the Form 3, that is the CA certificate required at registration and withdrawal. Form 4 is the completion, architect completion certificate, and Form 5 is the annual audit, annual statement of account of the audit of the RERA designated bank account. Recently, earlier we had MahaRERA general regulations. Those are the principal regulations which came in 2017. Then we had MahaRERA general amendment regulations. Few amendments were they have done with respect to the cost, and certain elements were changed in this regulations. Then we had second amendment regulations, certain items of plotting and other. Yes, thank you. Other such changes were done. And latest in December 2021, we had MahaRERA General Amendment Regulations 2021. These are the major amendments because all the forms were changed. Regulation, there is an amendment in regulation number 3, 3A and 4. Regulation 3 earlier used to say that certificate issued by project architect in Form 4 to be issued on completion of each of the building or wing of the real estate project. But now, after amendment, they have given the option of issuing Form 4 for the on completion of the entire real estate project and not on the completion of each building or wing of the real estate project. Regulation 3A, Form 2A shall be submitted at the end of the every financial quarter, but now it has been changed and Form 2A shall be submitted at the end of every financial year and not at the end of every financial quarter. Regulation 4, earlier the annual report on statement of accounts in Form 5 to be certified and signed by a statutory auditor. But with this amendment, now it has been changed, the wording, the name of the auditor is now annual auditor, not statutory auditor. So we have because he might not be having the knowledge of RERA. So we can have an annual auditor for signing Form 5. Form 3, CA certificate.
Statutory auditor and auditor for Form 5 can be different.
Yes. Subject clause certifying financial progress of work. We were not having a subject clause in our form 3. So now they have given a separate subject clause that we are certifying the financial progress, and what we are doing is RERA compliance. So this certificate is issued for RERA compliance. 7 tables are introduced. Their estimate cost and actual cost, they have bifurcated that cost. Now we have to give separate estimated cost and separate land cost. So what we are certifying now, we are certifying the deposit and utilization for land and construction of the project. But the most important thing is they have introduced counter signature of the promoter. So it is necessary for you to discuss the draft with the promoter, and then his signature and stamp should be mentioned on the certificate at the bottom along with your signature, like we do in tax audit report. So all the forms needs to be approved, and please don't upload those certificates without his signature. Later on he will say iske paas login tha, password tha, isne kya kiya mujhe nahi pata. So that should be avoided, especially in this case. Table A, estimated cost of the project. Separate table, they have separated a table and they have a separate column for estimation of the cost. The reason is at the time of registration, this cost is subject to change, and subsequent also subject to change. We have to just pay 5,000 and apply for change. But the reason is only estimated cost of construction by engineer to be mentioned in this particular table. There is a cost of construction. Earlier the position was comparison between estimated cost of engineer and actual cost of books of accounts as verified by chartered accountant. But now it is only estimated cost of construction by engineer in this field to be mentioned. Provision for cost for additional items as per table A and B of engineer certificate. Whatever additional cost of which the cost is not considered originally, they have a separate table. Table A and B, there is a separate field to fill the estimated cost of additional items and the actual cost. Pass-through charges on indirect taxes should be excluded. GST, all other maintenance, they have to give separate accounting of maintenance to the society at the time of handover. But these costs cannot be incorporated in the actual cost or estimated cost. Yes, now the developers are not allowed to take the credit. So that becomes his construction cost, all the taxes, that is GST, and he can claim it as an expense. Can be revised through correction application. This estimated cost can be changed only by paying 5,000. Yes, the major changes, now you have to consider the absorbed cost of machineries and equipment instead of actual cost. This is the most important change. Earlier what used to happen, pura plant machinery le liya, pura cost ye project mein incorporate kar diya. No, the time for which that machinery is being used for this project, only that absorbed cost will come for this project. These are all changes are applicable to the actual cost also. In table B, exact same separate table for actual cost. But now, while mentioning the cost of construction, the comparison should be between actual cost certified by engineer and actual cost certified by CA. So it is mandatory for engineer to mention, to keep the records of how much quantity of materials has been used for this project. And those details, in future, RERA authorities might send certain teams for verification or for forensic audit of the project, so that whatever is mentioned on the website or in the certificates is verified at beginning itself. Provision for cost incurred for additional items as per table A, here also same. Pass-through charges should be excluded. Absorb cost of machinery on the basis of actual cost, you have to incorporate. So these were the table A and table C. Out of 7 tables, these were the 2 tables. Next, table C, statement for calculation of receivables. ये table पहले से है. This is not a new table, but as per rule 4, it is only written that for ongoing projects which are as per the proviso to section 3, those projects which have not received the OCN completion certificate, only those projects fall for those projects only this table was applicable. But later on RERA released an order and gave a format disclosure of sold and unsold inventory और उसके नीचे वहां पे उन्होंने लिख दिया this data should exactly match with form 3. So by default it was applicable to all the projects. Hence this table is now applicable to all projects, and in the new format statement, the heading, in the heading they have removed the word ongoing. So now it is applicable for all the projects. Statement for calculation of receivables and disclosure of sold inventory and unsold inventory. So these details needs to be mentioned. Many of time developers get confused whether this will give the picture of profitability and all, and wrong picture of profitability rather, because we are considering RR value for unsold inventory, which is not correct. This is nowhere. It was having only a relevance for ongoing projects to decide whether 100% or 70% needs to be deposited. But here only it is for disclosure कि कितना flats बाकी है, कितना flats sold है, ये relevance है. और धीरे धीरे जब unsold sold में जाएगा तो एक picture मिलेगा कि कितने amount collect किया या कितना receivable है और कितना balance cost to completion है. So that needs to be taken care of. Even in case of unsold inventory, please take care of that RR value. The conversion factor is 1.1 in case of RERA carpet area and not 1.2. Most of you multiply it by 1.2. Table D, comparison between balance cost and receivable. Again, this is as per rule 4. Rule 4 is still not amended, but now in regulation this has been made to applicable to all projects. So estimated balance cost to complete, balance amount of receivables, sold apartments, unsold amount, unsold sales, and we have total estimated receivables. So this is the details which it needs to be mentioned, and the comparison of these two details is of no relevance at the time of registration because it won't give any correct picture. But later on, when sales resume, this will have a proper importance, and then only we can see how much, whether this project is viable or not. Moreover, in this tab, if you will see whether you have to deposit 70 or 100%, that criteria needs to be checked only for ongoing and not for new projects. So 70 or 100% check only for ongoing, applicable to all projects. These are the tables which were generally there in earlier format also. And now table E, this is a new table which is introduced in form 3. Table E, designated bank account details. Here you have to mention from start of the bank account till date all the balances. This should exactly tally with the RERA designated bank account statement. Now you will say कि other कुछ loan का पैसा लिया है, कुछ unsecured loan या other amounts are collected in this account. Give a reconciliation. You can give in notes the reconciliation that I have verified the customer balances. This and this amount is collected, which I generally follow. There is no guidance from RERA. So which I generally follow. I give a reconciliation that this is the amount collected from the allottees. Table F, means of finance. Most of us are getting confused that whether estimated and proposed figures we have to verify or there is no way. Because if you will see estimated, they have given an asterisk, but till now there is no clarification for what that asterisk is. But we can consider that proposed and indicative as a clarification for their asterisk. It is only that at the time of project, whether the developer thinks that this project is viable or not, then he has to give the detail, how he will arrange the funds, what he will earn from the project. So accordingly, that is the only estimation at the time of the project. Then at the time of every certificate and at the time of further certificates, you have to give proposed and estimated. What we are going to certify is this actual as on date of certificate. This is very important for us and relevant for us. So own funds, how much is the own funds? That is the capital, and total borrowed funds, secured and unsecured. So this is the drawdown till avail till date. That means only the amount which is utilized, not the sanction figure. So that needs to be taken care of. And here you can see customer receipts used for projects. So before December 2021, we never used to certify any customer receipts, but now we also have to mention this, that these are the customer receipts used for the project. Total estimated, total funds, this will give you a comparison. Here also you have to mention the actual cost, because estimated you have mentioned there. So actual related figures you will mention here. And whatever is the issue, See, based on the actual, it will certify as if suppose the project is stuck, then RERA will see this table, whether this project was viable or not, and where is the amount utilized. So entire thing is viability of the project, and it should not lapse. That is the major point in this case of means of finance. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. But any change in this thing, funds, total funds, so you have to see whether really increased, because these are estimated. We are not anywhere concerned about that. But actual also should justify on that basis whether what he is doing, why he is estimating increasing, whether he is planning for some loan or not, or if there is any change in DC rules due to which additional floors are to be constructed. Yes, yes. At the time of registration, this will never change. This is only at the time of registration. This will keep on changing. What? It should be on the basis of actual cost. So that will be funds for the project available, and this is the actual cost. So estimated the actual figure. ठीक है, अभी के आगे के सर्टिफिकेट्स में करेक्ट करो and mention the position in the notes. 70%. Yes, I certify for 70%.
Required to match for table A.
Estimated, this should always match with table A, because this will I will give with at the time of registration. इतना मेरा cost है उतना ही funds लगेगा ना. Middle वाला अगर change होगा ही नहीं कभी, जब तक मैं apply for correction change नहीं करूँ cost, तब तक तो estimated cost हमेशा same ही रहेगा ना. Yeah. Yes. See, read the word here. It clarifies your doubt. See, RERA is accepting that you can arrange the funds from unsecured sources. So obviously the interest part will be claimed as they have given word etc. money borrowed for construction. In the rules, if you will read, after this mentioning this NBFC and everything, they have given word etc. etc. And in the form format, they have given money borrowed for construction. But interest on the allottees money paid to them. No, the RERA had clarified in 2017 that even that can be allowed. See, if I am using the funds from valid sources, it is allowed. It should not be allowed. See how he will arrange, because mid-size and small-size developers are not having credibility. No one will offer loan to them. So they have to arrange certain funds from them only. Yes, really, because it is high risk commercial real estate and sector. So issue is that it is allowed. Till now it is not challenged. Even income tax allows 12% is the limit. You can it is allowed interest. So here, if he is arranging from sources, but yes, he is not having protection under negotiable instrument acts. If the check bounce, because money lender license, only those who are having money lender license, they can only give the loan. So that is a major point due to which the lender will face difficulty if the check bounces. Yeah. Interest portion paid by allotment. No, only the agreement. The heading is unit or agreement consideration as per letter of allotment. That's it. No, interest and everything is not. It is apart from the agreement value. So that cannot be. We cannot comment on that. It is subject to case basis. Yeah.
In this first opening balance, whenever the certificate is issued, that opening balance should be the closing balance.
No, from the start of the bank account till date.
Every certificate should have from the start.
Opening balance, yeah. Only these figures will, yes. Only
That
the,
will be zero in every
correct. So only these deposits and withdrawals will be considered. Because RERA bank account at the time of registration can't have opening balance.
So this will be zero in every certificate. It should not be the last certificate's closing.
Correct. Yeah, earlier we were not having any separate observation or comments section. This they have given basically to understand on what basis you have issued the certificate. So it is very important, and this certificate is not available in public view, so no one can download it. But yes, it can be made a document in the complaint if they go through inspection of documents and ask for the inspection of the document, then this document can be given. But still, RERA is following a practice of sending an email to developer that whether you want, whether we can give this certificate to the customer or not. Any exceptions in land cost and construction cost, any discrepancy in bank account, sold inventory, unsold inventory, pass-through charges considered in unit consideration, deposit and utilization of customer receipts, or other exceptions, any kind of exceptions or observations needs to be mentioned in this particular. I will cover Form 5. Subject clause certifying deposit. Earlier only utilization on withdrawal was there, but now subject clause was there, but in subject clause only utilization on withdrawal was mentioned, but now they have added a word deposit also. Accordingly, 4 tables and 2 subtables are introduced in this particular form, and any shortfall deposit amount to be provided. So here what happens now, many of the allottees deduct TDS, right? So TDS is a shortfall because I am demanding the amount and they are deducting the amount, and they are depositing only the balance amount in the bank account. But yes, what we are verifying is the amount collected only. So that will never be a shortfall TDS amount. They are depositing on the part of the on behalf of the promoter to the government. So only whatever is collected is considered in this particular table. Date-wise details of excess withdrawals to be provided. Date-wise with details of non-utilizations for project cost to be provided. Now here they have given 2 separate tables that what amount is collected in excess of what the limit specified in Form 3. Abhi total 4,500 projects are lapsed. So in that, many of them have not obtained Form 3. And suppose you have got the assignment of issuing Form 3 of current date, you cannot issue backdated. So in your current Form 3, all the withdrawals which were सबने at the time of registration तो लिया ही रहेगा, तो वो फॉर्म से लेके अब तक के जो भी विड्रॉवल्स है वो विड्रॉवल लिमिट होने के बाद वो सारे विड्रॉवल्स एक्सेस विड्रॉवल्स है. So it will fall under your certificate date wise that these and this withdrawals are excess. Date wise details of non utilization for project cost. So if the amount withdrawn is not utilized for the project, then in this table you have to mention. But now अगर मेरा excess withdrawal है, समझो मैंने फॉर्म 3 नहीं लिया तो एक्सेस विड्रॉवल्स हो गए, लेकिन वो पैसा मैंने प्रोजेक्ट के लिए यूटिलाइज किया है तो ये टेबल में नहीं आएगा. और अगर फॉर्म 3 इशू भी किया है लेकिन मैंने पैसा प्रोजेक्ट के लिए यूज नहीं किया तो वो ये टेबल में आएगा. सो इट इज नॉट डिपेंडेंट ऑन ईच अदर, बोथ फील्ड्स आर इंडिपेंडेंट. आज वो ओपन तो रजिस्टर के, अच्छा वो जो एग्जिस्टिंग बैंक अकाउंट है वही. We have to clearly mention in the notes that see as per act
qualification and give the information from the designated bank. Earlier there was no designated bank. Now it is done.
Correct.
So we can do like that.
Yes, but issue is this form is publicly available, and if you will see by default they have not given any details relating to bank account to mention anywhere in these forms. So what happens, you know, people are taking this form, CAs are mentioning in notes, this is the bank account, this is the IFSC code, everything has been mentioned with branch address. People are making this document as a complaint document, उसमें सारा वो चीज mention कर रहे हैं. तो ये जो designated bank account, even RERA public view में आप अगर देखोगे तो सिर्फ बैंक और ब्रांच दिखता है, बाकी उसका अकाउंट नंबर वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं दिखता है इन पब्लिक व्यू. So here these details are very much crucial and it cannot be ऐसे disclose नहीं. You just have to mention, and in your written representation you can mention these are the bank details I have verified and everything.
In designated bank account, whether the 100% money is returned to the customer is to be deposited or 70%.
Now there is no definition in the act. It is separate bank account. So अगर 100% amount लिया तो वो अपना रिस्पॉन्स मतलब डेवलपर का है कि हम लोग को वो डिवाइड करना पड़ेगा 70-30. बट मेनी बैंक्स हैव ऑफर्ड दिस फैसिलिटी. दे क्रिएट मास्टर 70 and 30. सो मास्टर में पैसा लेते हैं 100%, उसमें से 70 and 30 ऑटोमेटिकली डिवाइड होता है. सो जो 70 अकाउंट है वही मेंशन करना है रेरा में. But only I think so private sector and nationalized banks they are having this facility. Few cooperative banks are not. Only ongoing projects. Only ongoing project we have to check whether we are not able to recover the cost from balance receivable. Then only 100% money needs to be deposited.
Then 70% you are supposed to use for the
Project. 30% also सबको ऐसे लग रहा है कि 30% डेवलपर घर लेके जा सकता है या खर्चा कर सकता है, कुछ भी कर सकता है. As हमको बाकी सारे भी एक्ट है ना, इनकम टैक्स है, so that can be spent. There is no regulation, but 30% needs to be spent in the promoter's organization only, not for other sources.
Can it transfer to the other bank account? From
Yes,
designated bank
yes, yes.
So what
100%.
we can do is that the customer, whatever money is received from the customers, that 100 rupees should be deposited with the designated bank. And 30% he can transfer to the other bank account and 70% he can use for the
Yes.
construction activity. That would be the most.
But from 70% he has to complete 100% of the project. So that is also his responsibility. He cannot say मेरे पास तो 70% पैसा ही मैंने बाकी का 30% क्या किया. It is ultimate responsibility is to complete the project. Yeah, but the repayment will go from 70%. No? Repayment of principal and interest will go from 70% account. That also if he will do from 30%, then fine.
But alternatively, he can do from the other bank account. He can spend that money from other bank account.
Yes. See, once the limit, we are verifying the cost. Form 5 is verifying the utilization. Both check is been done. So if
So
both
what we are supposed to ensure is that 70% is being used for the
construction project, that's the important.
30% is free to use for the other project.
Yes. And as per the incurred definition, we have to certify. This is the table A. There are only 2-3 tables. I will just quickly cover. A total amount collected for this current year and the cumulative figure. How much is the collected amount? 70 or 30. 70 is as per the act. 100 is as per the rules. Amount to be deposited as per act is 35. Total amount deposited in designated is 30. So there is only 60% deposit. There is still 10% pending. So this is a shortfall deposit. So that needs to be mentioned. Most of the cases जिनका 170-30 ये issue नहीं आएगा क्योंकि automatically divide हो जाता है. What?
Money is being deposited to the other bank account and 70% is being transferred to the designated bank account.
So 70 is there, no? As per act, I have to deposit in designated bank.
What I'm talking is that 100% is to be 100 rupees is to be deposited in designated bank account and 70% is to be transferred, 30% to be transferred to the other bank account.
But there is no such thing called designated bank account. If you are following escrow mechanism provided by bank, they provide you 3 bank account numbers. One will be 100. If I am not maintaining anything, I have to mention this that मैं 100 में अपने 3 अकाउंट भी रख सकता हूँ, लेकिन उसमें मुझे पता चलना चाहिए कि 100 यहाँ पे आया, 70 यहाँ पे आया.
So what would be the right practice there? What
To follow the escrow mechanism followed by bank, it is most convenient for CAs also to certify. So we should insist developer to obtain 70, 30 and 100 वाला 3 जो अकाउंट है, तो हेडेक ही नहीं. 100 अकाउंट हमेशा 0 ही रहेगा और 70 में अपने आप अमाउंट आएगा, 70 को अपने को वेरीफाई करना है.
Designated bank account is opened at later date. In that case, this cumulative balance, how to fill, how to verify.
You have to give for that.
Project till date, this last column. So
तो अपने को बाइफर्केशन देना पड़ेगा. जो भी है नोट्स में नीचे बाइफर्केशन देना पड़ेगा. दिस यहाँ पे नोट लिख के टू बैंक अकाउंट्स का टोटल करके अपने को देना पड़ेगा. Table B withdrawals. Here also opening balance, but here we require for this fiscal year and cumulative total deposits, total amount withdrawn, opening balance of designated bank account. But this will be for this fiscal year and cumulative also. So for the cumulative, it will always remain 0. But here you will have for that fiscal year opening balance always there will be opening balance. And we have table D, any comments or observations? Please don't write any irrelevant or which we are not required to certify. Many chartered accountants are taking the responsibility of mentioning section 13 subsection 2 ki 10% se zyada liya hai without agreement. This is the responsibility of independent auditor who has to comment that whether there is compliance of laws and regulations. Form 5 auditor needs to mention only certify or verify the bank account. So if you will extend the responsibility beyond, then ultimately it will fall on your head. So just verify कि पैसा यूज किया है कि नहीं प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, उसके beyond, क्योंकि अभी कस्टमर्स ये फॉर्म लेके रेरा अथॉरिटीज के पास जा रहे हैं and they are targeting the notes. They are targeting our this table कि इसमें ऐसा लिखा है. एक CA ने लिखा था the developer should comply with the provisions of RERA Act, rules and regulations and everything. So what does that mean then? RERA authority will ask you, मतलब क्या? Such vague statements are very much, they will create difficulty for us. That's it. Nothing, it will extend your responsibility beyond what is casted on you. This is just form, other forms that in the PPT, form 1, 2 and other forms are available. Only the bank account, I will just take the bank account. This, I have attached all the orders and circulars released till date. And in case of bank account operations, it is just we have to see as per act, whether certificate needs to be submitted. Yes, MahaRERA rules were saying yes. Then FAQ number 58. Whether original to be retained and copies to be submitted to bank. Then circular in 2017 came, which said no, only a self-declaration format was given, whether you want that only needs to be submitted. But later on circular number 39 came and it deleted this override. There is an overriding effect on this circular. And yes, you have to submit at the time of every withdrawal and copies online to MahaRERA. But one more circular came that if the developer is uploading it in withdrawing it in tranches, then he has to only submit it whenever the limit expires, and he just can submit a letter stating that I have withdrawn till date this much amount. That's it. That's the only compliance to be done on the part of the developer. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aditya, for the lovely presentation. Few points which may be interesting to all of you as chartered accountants. Three things I like to just mention within 5 minutes. One situation is of an investor booking a flat and not ready to pay taxes. So not ready to pay taxes. He doesn't want to pay GST, doesn't want to pay stamp duty, no registration fees to be paid. How do you take care of that person? He has paid the money. There is a letter of allotment issued to him. Form 3, which is receivables column, mentions agreement amount as per agreement / letter of allotment. So now how do you handle this? Am I clear on the subject? Yeah. So you have received the money, 50 lakh rupees in the bank account. You put the money into 70% account, but you are not, because he is not paying taxes, you don't have agreement to sell with him. You are showing that in the books of accounts as an unsecured loan. And you are a chartered accountant certifying form number 3. There is a letter of allotment on the record. So Form 3 expects you to put that amount in the receivables column. How will you handle this?
Once the letter of allotment is issued, that means money is recoverable.
Exactly.
So you cannot issue as an advance.
So the client wants to show it as an unsecured loan or advance. So that's the issue, because it is the wish of the investor. Investor doesn't want to pay GST, doesn't want to pay stamp duty, doesn't want to go for agreement to sell. The client is telling you that I will show the amount as unsecured loan in my balance sheet. And he is not taking into account that amount as a sale or converting that flat as a sold flat. He is showing it as an unsold inventory. Right. Yeah. This is very, very typical of an investor, that he is one of the members of the family. Basically, it happens within short, close quarters. No, then I am a defaulter because I have accepted more money than 10% and not gone for agreement to sell. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Then how do you do it? Because see, in form number 3, form 3 has to be signed by you, right? When the response is cast upon you, I'll just go a step further. Suppose now that flat you are showing as unsold flat. One second, let me just go through the entire thing. I'm not recording the sale. The client is not recording the sale. As a chart accountant, I take it under unsecured loans, keep it out of the purview of RERA. In my certificate, I show that flat as unsold flat, right? And after 3 years or 5 years, if the project doesn't take shape, and that client goes to file a complaint showing that he has got a letter of allotment and there is a connivance on the part of the chart accountant with the developer to mislead the allottee, then there can be a case of criminal prosecution also on both of them. A case which is right now under prosecution with the MahaRERA authority, similar case. So therein, you as a chartered accountant, what you have to do, my personal advice, I may be wrong, I don't know, is to take a loan confirmation letter from the party, not the client, from the party that it is a loan, so that you can mention it as unsecured loans and come out of the purview of the future problems of RERA. This is one situation which we face day in, day out, and has to be handled very meticulously and very delicately. Okay. The second thing is the Form 3 which we prepare. We cover almost all the information about the sale value of the project, about the cost of land and construction. Only thing what is not covered is admin costs and selling costs, right? So your accounts are exposed now. The project accounting is already exposed. What is the profitability of that venture? So that ultimately, in case of a scrutiny by the department, income tax department, in case the RERA data is matched with the actual books of accounts, then you can be in trouble, because the percentage what you're disclosing in RERA may not match with the percentages which you're showing in income tax, especially the case of the cost of the value of completed work, because invariably the client will tell you, I want to show lesser profits, percentage come karo. That percentage which is disclosed in the final accounts and the percentage which is being shown by the architect in Form 1 or by you as a chartered accountant in Form 3, there can be a material difference between the two, and then you can come into trouble. So all the chartered accountants who are issuing Form 3, they have to be in sync with the auditor to understand what ultimately is the planning done by the client. Otherwise, the numbers may mismatch and may create a situation which can be difficult for the developer initially and for you also in the future. So these 2 words of caution from my side, which we are facing day in, day out. Please make it a point that there is a better amount of interaction between the architect, the engineer, you as a chartered accountant certifying form 3 and a statutory auditor. Let us be on the same page. Because sir had made a mention that percentage may not match. It may not match, but at least let it be in an acceptable range. It's not the case that you are showing 25% and the books are showing only 11%. That should not be the situation. So friends, make it a point to look into the other certificates also. Form 1 and Form 2, they are not only for records. They are to be viewed by you, understood by you, interact with the professionals to understand what they are certifying, and then only complete the procedure. Otherwise, you will end on the wrong side because these certificates will remain permanently on the record. There is a mechanism for the complainant to have access to the information in Form 1, 2, and 3 when he files the complaint. So at that point in time, you can be a soft target because the developer is a tough target to deal with, but a chartered accountant is completely very soft target. He can trouble you and take you to the institute. So make it a point that your certificates are in sync with the other certificate issued by other professionals. A word of caution from my end. Thank you so much.
It's also important because every time you finalize account, this percentage completion, if there is change in cost, then it is to be taken into account in that particular year itself. That's what ITI guidelines. So if there is variable substantial difference between architect percentage completion and CA completion, engineer, then we have to reconcile them. Because ITI guideline is there that you have to change in estimate and it will be accounted for in that particular year.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sunilji, for your words of caution. Coming to the proposing a vote of thanks to Sri Aditya Zantye ji. Aditya, I can only describe your presentation of both the sessions was superb, simple, and lucid. Also, you adhered to our request for marathon speech. Yes, friends, let me admit it was our request since we are delayed right from the morning. It was our request. Aditya has adhered to it and he tried to cover up the topics allotted to him. And minded friends, it's not easy to cover up a topic prepared by others. A learned faculty, it's not easy to comment on the same in your own words, but he was there, explained all the relevant provisions of registrations and the relevant forms, financials, vis-a-vis dealt with all the queries whatsoever raised by our learned members over here. On behalf of WRC of ICAI and all of us present over here, I would request you all to propose a hearty vote of thanks and carry it out with loud applause. Thank you, Aditya ji. Thank you, Sunil ji. Now we break for the lunch. Friends, I would request you to make it little faster so that we can attend and revert it back faster. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, it will be shared as I have been informed. It will be shared on our ICA website, WRC website under the resource material of today's. They will try to mail it to all the members on their mail, but it will be uploaded on our website. Members can take download on from there also. It has been informed to me, so we will try to cover it up, and speakers have allowed, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. Hope all have enjoyed the lunch. To start with our next session, which is on filing of complaints before RERA and few decided cases under different sections. To guide us on the same, we have speaker CA Sunil Naik ji with us. Friends, this was the original topic allotted to Sunil ji. He was kind enough to grace us on the another topics also. Sunil ji, with your permission, I am skipping again the introduction for the members and directly handing over the charge to you of the session, sir.
Good afternoon to all. I know it is a difficult task to keep your eyes open after a nice lunch, and that too a topic I don't know how much will be interesting to you. I'll try my best to create some interest in your minds. Friends, this is a part of the profession which is granted to us by RERA, because complaint filing or litigation has been the domain of the advocate fraternity. First time we have been allowed by the department that you can also represent. So this is a new area of practice which is now open to all of us. So filing of complaints, attending litigation at the authority level, attending litigation at the tribunal level. Now it is a regular practice for most of the chartered accountants, and they are doing it very nicely. And honest to you, in the litigation which happen, I have seen that the chartered accountants argue much better than the advocates, because we have been trained by our institute to have a total view of the subject and then only open our mouth. So before we start the argument, we are fully aware about the entire subject in hand. That makes our life so simple, because we can handle all the queries or all the issues which may come up during the course of litigation. So friends, this is a challenge to us, because we have to prove that we are better, if not equal, to the other fraternities, which is advocates. Even cost accountants and company secretaries are allowed to practice as a litigant. So friends, here now I'll try to explain to you the process of filing the complaint and how the complaints are addressed by the judiciary. The rules given for this are the two rules which are available on the websites. The authority is first is the MahaRERA, which is the regulatory authority wherein you can file the complaint. Then we have got the tribunal. In case you are not happy with the order of the MahaRERA authority, you got a right to file a appeal to the tribunal. It is exactly the way we have in income tax. Mr. Ajoy Mehta, who was supposed to come here and grace the occasion, is the chairperson at present. Previously, it was Mr. Gautam Chatterjee. And this is 56 of the Act makes a provision for us to represent the client at the litigation level. Now, who can file the complaint? The first word says any aggrieved person, which means that in a real estate transaction, if I feel that justice is not being given to me, the transaction is not fair to me, then I have got a right as an aggrieved person to file a complaint. The person definition has been given. Person can be an individual, can be an association of persons. For example, a society can file it, or collectively association can be formed and you can file a complaint. The fees, all that stuff is not that material. Last thing is the source complaint. So we were talking about an aggrieved person, but in case of a non-registered project, for example, if a project is not registered, you come to know that the project is not registered, you have got a right. You can be anybody, you can file a complaint as a source complaint for non-registration. Secondly, in case you have purchased a flat and the project is not registered, then your aggrieved person, you can file a source complaint saying that this project needs to be registered and then my complaint should be taken up. So a source complaint can be filed by any person, though he may not be the aggrieved person. The entire mechanism is online, nothing physical about it. You can file the complaint online by paying 5,000 rupees plus GST on that. There are two forms, Form A or Form B. So depending on what is your claim, in case you're claiming compensation, you have to file form number B. Otherwise, you have to file form number A. Then now there is a very important judgment. Previously, we had the judgment of Nilkamal, which was the guiding judgment for the RERA law as such. Now, the new judgment which has come is of New Tech promoters, which we'll be discussing further in the next slides. Now, points to remember. This is procedural in nature, but very important for everybody to take a note of that. It says, when you file a complaint, you should give all this information absolutely clearly so that the complaint can be taken up on a priority basis. In case this information is not properly given, the complaint may get delayed because the RERA may request a clarification about some information which may delay your complaint beyond a certain date. So, email ID and phone number. You should always serve one set of complaint to the respondent. Do not wait for RERA to do that. Though it is uploaded on the website, it is your job also to file one set with the respondent. Make sure that you have got proof of delivery. So submit it either in person or by registered post. The address should be complete. Language should be simple. Do not use legal jargon more than required. It is not required because the authority also discusses the case in a very plain manner without much of a legal jargon. So it is more of a, you can say, informal way of treating the situation. So legal jargon and legal interpretation is not required. Try to make it as simple as possible. Then you have to highlight what is your grievance. Which are the provisions of the law which have been contravened by the other side for which you are coming to RERA for getting redressal. Relief claim, for example, if you are talking about delayed possession, if you are talking about conveyance not being given, if you are talking about the amenities not being offered, the delay in possession, whatever you are referring to, you have to refer to the concerned section and make it a point to highlight that section in your complaint so that it be taken up immediately by the authority. Interim relief if claim any, which means suppose you have bought a flat and you do not want to remain in the project, you want your money back, but you do not want a developer to sell the flat to anybody else. So you have to claim that interim relief, saying that pending my payment, the flat should not be sold to anybody else. Or in case you want to quit the project, you can always say that unless my issue is settled, I seek so and so interim relief. So you can go in for two reliefs. One is the permanent relief, the final relief, and second is the interim relief. Then this is most important because here we as chartered accountants may fall short because we may not be fully prepared. Do not go for a hearing unless you are fully prepared. Last minute reading does not make any sense because you are invariably fighting out against the fraternity of advocates who are better prepared in the courtroom than you. So in the courtroom, before you enter, make it a point that you have understood the case properly, you are ready with the arguments. If you are not ready, then please take an adjournment for a short time. Now it is difficult to get an adjournment, but unless you are fully prepared, do not go for the arguments because then you will be on the losing side. The other side, the moment they come to know that you are not fully prepared, they may take advantage of that. Then one more thing, think about possible arguments from other side because there can be some issues which you might not have observed or noted in the complaint and you have gone one side on the complaint. Make it a point to discuss the complaint with your colleagues who are in the same profession. Try to put your points of view, understand their points of view, which means you'll be better equipped when you go for the argument. You are before and ready with the argument which may come from the other side. So be ready for those arguments which may go against you during the course of the hearing. And the last and the most important, don't give any assurances to the clients. Do not ever commit that yes, ये तो हो जाएगा, करके दे दूंगा, 3 महीने में हो जाएगा. It doesn't happen like that. Do not promise what is not in your control. Because the decision sometimes can be erratic. There have been instances when decisions have gone against the complainant, though is on the right side of the law. So to take that situation into account, do not promise what is going to be the outcome. You can indicate to him, this is the best thing we can do for you, this is the way we are going to proceed, and then wait for the result. Do not promise, because there are people who have promised something which they could not deliver. So over promising, under delivering can go against you. Now the sections under which refund can be claimed. So the litigation basically is under section 18 in 95% of the cases. The issue is delayed possession or possession not in accordance with the agreement to sell. So you are an allottee, you have gone in for agreement, there is a date promised to you, there is a performance promised to you, it is not being delivered to you. In that case, there are two options given to you. One, stay with the project and claim interest, which means that for the delayed period, you claim interest from the developer. Situation number one. Situation number two, leave the project and claim refund of all the monies paid to the promoter, which means that here you say, I want to quit the project, I want my money back with interest. So you're entitled to get interest from the date of payment by you till the date of receipt to you. For the intervening period, you're entitled to get interest from the developer. The rate of interest is given as the SBI rate plus 2%. That is mandatory. You cannot change it. It is given in the law itself. Yeah. Now the refund timelines. What happens is that you approach RERA for getting your complaint addressed. The order comes in favor. In that case, the promoter is liable to pay you within 30 days as a matter of performance. So the order will clearly indicate that this is the date by which the money should come to you. Plus, the responsibility is cast upon the promoter to inform RERA about his performance. For example, if the order is passed on 30th of June 2022, 30 days will be 30th of June, July 2022. By 30th July 2022, the promoter has to intimate to RERA what he has done, whether he has performed, not performed, whatever the case may be. But it is a duty cast upon the promoter also to indicate to the authority how he is performing. Now these are FAQs. We'll discuss them once we are done with the presentation. That will be better. I'll skip this for the minute. I'll come back to this. Now, the forum established in my first presentation, I referred to the redressal system mechanism put up by RERA. That mechanism is the MahaRERA authority and the tribunal. So here in MahaRERA, we have got a MahaRERA Conciliation and Dispute Resolution Forum, which is one step before the authority comes into play. This is a forum created for conciliation. In short, in local parlance, mandoli, that you and developer sit across the table and try to reconcile your differences. So before you go to the authority and create a legal dispute, there is an opportunity given to both of you to sit across the table, negotiate and finalize it. For this purpose, there is an authority constituted under the law. The authority gives you an opportunity to discuss your grievances in front of the authority and come to a settlement. The complaint is heard by a panel consisting of the representative of Consumer Association and the Promoter Association. So in Mumbai, we have got MCHI, one person from their side, one person from Consumer Forum. They attend and they try to advise the complainant and the promoter about the consequences as well as the solutions possible to address the dispute. Previously, it was said that only the complainant can go and attend. Now the complainant has to be there, but he can be accompanied by a chartered accountant or an advocate. So they insist that a complainant should be there, and in his presence, I can talk as a chartered accountant representing the client. Then in this process, in case the settlement takes place, in the terms of settlement are to be reduced in writing, to be signed by both the parties, and to be submitted to the authority. So this is a step before the complaint is actually taken by the authority. So if you happen to address the grievances of each other, come to a solution, in that case, put on a piece of paper, write the consent terms and submit to RERA authority. But then that consent terms become applicable to both the parties, and both are under obligation to perform as per the consent terms. In case the consent terms are not followed, then the authority takes a serious note of that, and there can be penal action also initiated. Then during this process, you are not supposed to go for any other litigation, excepting arbitration if it is required to be done in the interest of both the persons. Now this is the statistics about MahaRERA. 12,544 complaints disposed of against 18,500. Almost 60% are already disposed of. Conciliation, again, the performance is very good. 809 completed out of 943. So that also is doing very successfully. We have got a full bench in the tribunal. One more thing, the orders which are issued by MahaRERA as well as by the tribunal are open to public domain. So you can go to the MahaRERA authority website, download all the orders, and orders passed in the past can be referred by you in your complaint in support of your arguments. So the past orders issued by tribunal or by the authority can be a guiding factor for you when you initiate your litigation against any party. Okay, now these things have come of late. Order number 22, it is about the Roznama. This order says the Roznama in the complaint shall be dictated by the respective bench of MahaRERA or the adjudicating officer and the considering bench in open court, which means that before your case is closed, the Roznama is dictated by the authority in your presence. So you can take objection in case the Roznama is not recorded properly. So when you attend the case, it is your job to remain there till the time your order is dictated in the Roznama. It may be adjournment, it may be a finding, it may be a decision, whatever the case may be, but Roznama has to be prepared on the same day. And that has to be pronounced in the open court. The next date of the hearing shall be recorded in the Roznama, and in case the order is for final disposal, then the date is not mentioned. Otherwise, every time when there is an adjournment, the date is mentioned. Now this is order number 23, which is issued regarding the new guidelines. Previously, people used to take advantage, skip the hearings, give flimsy reasons for not attending. Now RERA has made it absolutely clear. They put it in writing by way of an order. So it is binding on everybody, all the litigants, chartered accountants, advocates, everybody. So this says that you will not get adjournment more than 2 times to a party. You have to convince the authority what are the reasons for getting the adjournment. The fact that your representative, the chartered accountant or the advocate is busy in some other court cannot be a ground for taking adjournment. But we used to claim this ground most of the times, and we are busy with the chairman, we cannot attend. That they say is not pardonable, not allowable. Illness, again, you have to submit a medical certificate and convince the authority that something is wrong with you. Otherwise, adjournment is not given to you. Last but one, I have been briefed in the matter recently, yesterday. I am not prepared. This does not stand ground there. They do not allow you on that basis. So if you go and tell the court, yesterday only I got the brief and I'll take 5 days to prepare, he'll say, sorry, somebody else has to come and attend, or we'll have the hearing. If the client wants to say something, he can say, otherwise we'll close for orders. Last one, where sufficient cause is not shown for grant of adjournment, hearing of the complaint shall be proceeded with. So most of the cases nowadays it happens that a request for adjournment, if it is filed, it is rejected outrightly, and the authority specifically tells the complainant to attend. Even there are instances wherein the authority on their side, they put a mail or even they call up the party on the mobile number and tell the party you have to attend, otherwise we are disposing the matter. So herein RERA is being quite strict. If you want to go for litigation practice, make it a point that you should find time for that. If you are not fully prepared, then you may result into loss or damage to the client's complaint. Now this is the landmark judgment which each and every RERA practitioner has to understand, because this is covering the entire gamut of the act. What happened in this case is their home buyers were aggrieved on account of the failure of the builder to deliver the possession as per the agreement. Normal complaint, they came together, they were not getting the flats, they filed a complaint. They went to the authority, UP authority granted them justice, saying that okay, you're entitled to get the refund. The developer wanted to challenge the order, but he went to the High Court straight away and filed a case there. Then, and he challenged everything. He challenged about the authority, whether he's competent or not, whether deposit can be done or not. All those questions he has raised there. The High Court said nothing doing, no writ petition, threw it away, it was dismissed. The developer went to the Supreme Court. And then Supreme Court got the opportunity to look into the entire RERA Act and interpret the Act so that there is no confusion, there is no misconception about the Act in the future. What they did is the judgment said, first was whether the Act is retrospective or retroactive, which means that as on the date of the law came into force, the projects which were incomplete, what happens to them? Because can you apply the provision of the law to transactions which happened before the law came into force? There, the court said it is retroactive, which means that for the balance period, you are required to perform, and in case you are not performing in the past, as per the regulation, you have to correct yourself. You cannot undo what you have done in the past, but corrective measures have to be taken. So law is retroactive, which means that it is applicable to all the projects which are ongoing projects as on that date on which the law came into force. So it said that those projects where the completion is not obtained on the day on which the law came into force, all those projects will be covered under RERA, and RERA will be applicable to all the projects for all the actions to be taken in the future. The next issue was whether the authority has jurisdiction to direct return refund of the amount to the allottee under section 12, 14, 18, 19 of the Act, or the jurisdiction exclusively lies with the adjudicating officer under section 71. Therein, the law made it very clear. It says that if it is a claim for interest, it should go to the authority. If it is for compensation, it should go to the adjudicating authority. Which means that if you have got a claim for interest on delayed payment or delayed possession, then you have to file the complaint with the MahaRERA authority. In case you are claiming compensation, in the sense that amenities provided to you are not to the standard promised to you, you are seeking compensation. Or suppose it so happens that the builder had given you a wrong statement of title, you find a title defect and you want to claim compensation, then you have to go to the adjudicating authority. So there are two different authorities created. Depending on your claim, you are supposed to go to the concerned authority. Then the question was raised whether a single member can hear such matters. It was a question of law basically, because in the RERA Act, the structure is defined, how the law has to be implemented. Here in the section 81 says that the authority can delegate the powers to a subordinate authority. So it was done in that fashion, and the order was given. The question raised to the Supreme Court was whether such delegation is permitted or not permitted. The Supreme Court said, yes, it is permitted. Whatever has been done properly. Delegation has been done in accordance with the law. So the order passed by the authority will be legal and will be binding on the persons. There is a provision that in case you want to file an appeal against an order of MahaRERA, then you have to deposit 40% of the amount with the tribunal before the appeal is entertained. So in that case, the authority, the litigant said that I don't want to pay this money, and without payment of that money, you permit the appeal or the petition to be heard. At that time, it was questioned whether such a payment is mandatory or not mandatory. The Supreme Court said it is mandatory. It is as per the law. The authority has got right to increase the amount of money, not to decrease the amount of money or the waive the deposit. Which means if you are going to file an appeal, if there is an order which has gone against you in the lower authority level, then you are liable to pay deposit the money with the authority tribunal, and then and only then your appeal can be considered. Otherwise, your appeal will not be considered because it is not compliant with the law. It is applicable to a complaint. Any order passed against you as an allottee or as a developer, same rules apply. Now, this is a funny question. The person challenged whether the authority has power to issue certificate of recovery for recovery of principal amount also. So he wanted to differentiate between the principal amount and the interest. And he wanted to claim that as per the law, only interest can be recovered as areas of land revenue, and principal should be kept separate. The court clarified the principal amount and interest are to be taken as a consolidated number, and the whole amount of money can be recovered as areas of land revenue. So principal and any interest charged on that becomes a consolidated amount of money, and there is no differentiation after that, which means that the order passed by the authority is correct. The authority is empowered to recover the entire amount of money of principal plus interest as areas of land revenue. Yeah. Then this is again a case which is interesting for people who are dealing in stall projects, because this is a stall project and which has been done successfully, and this has become a role model for stall projects. In the case of D.S. Kulkarni, a developer from Pune, he had set up a project. That fellow had some issues with the government and he was put behind bars. This project was 80% complete. There was a loan of Tata Capital. At that point in time, the government tried to evolve a model wherein the solution could be found to complete the project. So what they did is they approached the Consumer Forum. Mr. Deshpande was approached. They appointed Nirendra Hiranandani as the custodian of the project. So he was the custodian. Mr. Deshpande was assisting him. They went to RERA, requested RERA that we are ready to complete the project. Give us the permission. The association of allottees were formed. Association took up the project and took it to the logical end. Tata Capital allowed them no interest on the past loans. Interest was waived, and the collection was made from all the people. Remaining flats which were available for sale were sold, and the project was completed. So this is a unique case which happened successfully in Maharashtra, and MahaRERA should be given credit for that, because the approach of MahaRERA was so good that they at each and every stages, whatever difficulties were faced by the allottees, they had a solution to offer. And because of Hiranandani being such a big developer, having full knowledge of the subject, Mr. Deshpande, the Consumer Forum, again a very eminent personality, they came together, Tata Capital helped them out, and the project was completed. So this is a case wherein MahaRERA has offered a solution to a stall project in the interest of everybody. And now this case is being referred by everybody who wants to go in for live a old stall project, making it live. they are following the Sadafuli model. This has become a judgment which is to be understood by all of us in case we are going to deal in a stall project. And here the role of Mr. Sanjay Deshmukh, who was the conciliation forum chairperson, he took initiative in doing this. It was done successfully. Now there is a difference between the way the problem approached by Maharashtra and Karnataka. This is a case of Telangana. Here the authority was delegated to the secretary. The matter was challenged in the court, and the court gave a verdict that secretary is not authorized. They should go only by the book. The secretary is not the member who can address a litigation, and his powers were withdrawn. You are not allowed to go ahead with the orders, and was instructed the interim stay being given, and the secretary is instructed not to take up any other cases by virtue of this order. So somebody was doing some activity of finding solution to the complaint, but the government, just taking into account a legal provision of the law, has said that you don't have the authority, don't do anything. Now we go to Karnataka. It's a very funny case. What happened here is that the application filed for registration by a developer, it was kept pending for 5 months. Now after 5 months, the authority raised objections and said, you have gone for registration, but the registration is not complete, will impose a penalty on you. So the authority imposed a penalty, and the aggrieved party went further up to the court saying that I have not failed, I have applied for registration, you have kept the matter pending. Then the provision of the law, which says within 30 working days, the application for registration has to be disposed of either by granting the registration or by rejecting the registration. Now here the authorities have done nothing. They have neither accepted nor rejected. So by default, the developer got the registration because within that stipulated period, the authority did not act on the subject. So this is a case, like in case your case, it so happens, the authority does not object to your registration application within 30 working days. It is not 30 calendar days, it is 30 working days. Then it is deemed that the project is registered, and you can take support of this judgment. Time hai na? Time hai na? Okay. Now we go to this FAQs which we had skipped. First thing, I booked an apartment in 2016. I was supposed to get possession by 2018 December. I have not received possession till date. I want to file complaint for delayed possession, but my project is not registered. What do I do? Because now RERA does not have any details about the project, the developer has not gone for registration. But I am the aggrieved party and I seek support from RERA. So the option, the solution to me is first file a source complaint for non-registration, saying that this project is an ongoing project and he is supposed to go for registration, which has not gone for. File that complaint first and then file your complaint, saying that you have already filed a source complaint. That fellow should come forward for registration and protect me from the wrongdoings of the developer. There will be 2 complaints to be filed. First, the source complaint, which will impose the liability on the developer to go for registration. And once that is done, go to the second level of filing your complaint for the grievance that you have got against the developer. Second case, I filed complaint against the builder. For last 2 hearings, builder is not appearing. What do I do? Yeah. So now with the new order which has come, clarifying the procedure of attending the hearings, with 2 hearings over, he doesn't appear there, you can request the authority for an order, giving your point of view and your judgment, your arguments, and the authority will take it for orders. At that point in time, your allegations or arguments will be heard, taken note of, but the law will be applied because justice has to be given to the other side also. The fact that he has not attended does not deprive him of the rights under the law. So the authority will apply the law on the basis of the law and your arguments together and then give an order. Next, I filed complaint with MahaRERA. MahaRERA disposed of the complaint after hearing and passed the final order. When I read the final order, I observe that my project name is wrongly written. In addition, amount paid by me is also wrongly mentioned. It's a typing error. What do I do? Order has been filed, passed, and come on record. So is it final or is there any way of remedying the situation? Yeah. So there is a process of review of the order. You have to go for review, file to go to the same authority, highlight the mistake which has appeared, the error which has occurred there, and request for a review of the order. The authority will take another hearing and then pass a revised order. Do the complainant need to be present and each and every time hearing takes place? The answer is no. The complainant need not be there. You can attend on behalf of the complainant, the advocate or the chartered accountant, mark the attendance and go for the arguments. It's not required that you should be there. But in case you want to say that I want to take instruction from my client, in that case, the authority can take up this matter saying that the client should have been here. You cannot take this plea time and again for seeking adjournment that you want instructions. You are supposed to have all the instructions of all the eventualities and then only come for the arguments. So nowadays the authority is very strict. When we take this plea that we want to take instruction from the client, the authority does not grant us adjournment. It says you have to take all the instructions in one go and come fully prepared for the litigation. So friends, in case you want to practice this litigation, then take all the instructions of all the possible situations to the best of your abilities and then only start pleading the case. What is the dress code for chartered accountant appearing at authority or tribunal? Dress code is simple, formal dress, preferred to wear a suit, a coat. That is preferred and that is the normal practice. Everybody wears that. So it is better that you wear that. If you are a chartered accountant and want to practice, you can also put the institute logo on your shirt or your coat and present yourself as a chartered accountant. Next one. Order has been passed in my favor. Builder is directed to pay refund within 30 days. He has not paid the same even after 2 months, nor he has filed appeal. What to do? Yeah, no, see, there are two situations. The order is passed in your favor. You're entitled to get the money. So the authority will wait for the period of appeal to get over. Because till that time, he has got a right to challenge you. So 60 days period is granted to you to file the appeal. Till that time, the authority will not go for execution. But in case that period elapses, then you have got a right to file an application for execution. In that case, the authority will refer the matter to the collector to recover the money as areas of land revenue. That is your right to get the order in your favor. Okay, next one. I am an authority. I don't want to get into long-term litigation with the developer. Can RERA help me? Certainly, yes. There are two ways of doing it. One is the conciliation forum. Go to the forum, plead your case, try to work out a settlement with the developer. No need to go in for long litigation and spend more money. The cost is 5,000 rupees to file a complaint. Conciliation forum, if you are sure about your own case, You can plead the case on your own, even you don't require a chartered accountant or an advocate to represent the matter. It is a very informal way of handling the situation. No cost to be incurred, minimum cost, and the best results. If it happens that concession forum doesn't give you the right justice, then file a complaint to the authority. It will be heard by the authority, and within 60 days, they are supposed to give you an order. So litigation is not protracted. It is to be settled within a very short period of time of 60 days. In case there you find no justice, go up to the tribunal. Again, 60 days is the period given to you. Within 60 days, the tribunal is bound to pass the order either way. And in case the tribunal cannot pass the order, they have to record the reasons in writing for the delay. So this mechanism is giving a time-bound way of handling a complaint and making sure that the justice is being given to the aggrieved party. So the mechanism under RERA is so clear that it can be settled by the same person during his lifetime within a span of max 4 to 6 months time, all days added together, basic complaint plus. Still within a span of 4 to 6 months, you can get a result in your case. I think I'm done with my presentation. In case of any queries, you're most welcome. No, see, they have to pass out in 60 days. In case now, suppose you have filed a complaint, you have sent the papers to the other side. Other side said we have not received the papers. So he said, okay, now you file them today. So the days counting start from today. So today you have submitted the papers to that person. In case other side says I want to file a rejoinder, they take time for that. So if the process goes on, then 60 days can be extended. But just you ignore the case totally, don't attend the case at all, then 60 days is mandatory for you. So the reasons for delay have to be recorded by the authority. Why there is a delay? And they are very particular about it. See, as far as allotee is concerned, the contract between the allotee and the developer is important. So date mentioned by the developer in the agreement will be binding on the developer. So in case the project gets delayed beyond March 22, the claim of the allotee will come into play for the delayed period. Though the date given under RERA is March 23. Vice versa, he cannot do. Because March 20 is given by him as date of completion. You can file a complaint immediately. He will have to rectify that. There is no option for him. That is the outer date given by him only. He has to abide by that.
In case where the customer is not making his payments on time, as per agreement, we can send him further notices and then send him termination. Now, when we go into the lost case, this is how loan nahi ho raha hai, he is unable to arrange funds, but he is already registered. Okay? Then what is the process? Because he is already registered, I can't sell his apartment to anybody under cancellation.
Correct.
But he is not coming forth to do the
Cancellation deed.
Then
Go to RERA.
if I go to RERA, what would be the process?
Go to RERA. Justify your case that yes, you are. He's not paying me. Either he has to pay me with interest, or I want to go for cancellation. The authority will ask him what is his take on this. Whether he wants to continue, wants to get it terminated. If he says, I can't pay, he will be terminated. You get justice. Yeah. Same time frame. Yes.
Like you said, the RERA is applicable only until OC is received. Now, if I book in a project and the OC is received, post OC I realize the amenity is promised to be in the brochure or at the time of booking.
Yes.
I'm not given to. Then again, can I?
Yeah. Certainly, yes. Yes, absolutely. Because the obligation cast upon the developer remain intact. Defect liability remains intact. Conveyance remains intact. Corporate authority remains intact. So all the obligations which are cast upon the developer, though he may get OC, still they remain obligatory on him. He has to abide by that. Good, yeah. Thank you so much.
So in fact, the prerogative would be us to thank you for your kind and sharing your knowledge which you have in depth on the topic itself. On behalf of WIRC of ICI and all of us present over here, I propose a hearty vote of thanks to CA Sunil Naik ji and request all of you to carry out it with loud applause for sharing his knowledge once again throughout the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Friends, just give us 2 minutes for the dias change arrangements. The tea is there, will be served you in the meeting itself. Just give us 2 minutes time, please. Friends, now we have with us Dr. Sanjay Chaturvedi ji, who will guide us through the next session of filing of first and second appeals, along with some decided cases. Vis-a-vis, he is a moderator for our panel discussion, which is coming as a last session of our today's this program on RERA. Along with Sanjay Chaturvedi ji, we have the two speakers already you know as our panelist, and one more panelist as Advocate Mithil Sampat ji. I would first introduce Sanjay Chaturvedi ji. He is a PhD in real estate finance from Mumbai University. He has 35 years experience in real estate sector, finance, business strategy, networking and asset restructuring and research. He is also responsible for content provided to Dow Jones, research and data provided to MMRDA for draft regional plans for 2012 to 2032. He is a visiting faculty in finance with NMIMS, Department of Commerce of Mumbai University, Niranjan Hiranandani School of Real Estate, also a professional of All India Institute of Local Self-Government. He has authored 35 books and published postdoctoral thesis besides publication of many research papers. With these few words, kindly welcome our knowledgeable CS Sanjay Chaturvedi ji. Coming to the panelist we have, apart from CA Sunil Naik ji and Shri Aditya ji, we have our own panelist, Advocate Mithil Sampat ji, who is a BLS LLB since 2015. He has completed his BLS LLB from DY Patil College of Law, Nerul. Presently, he specializes in the fields of consumer law, real estate law, cooperative law at Mumbai, and he has also co-authored books on these subjects, including co-authoring a book with the Chartered Accountants Institute, our own institute. He has also appeared and argued matters at various platforms like Supreme Court, Mumbai High Court, trial courts, consumer courts, RERA courts, cooperative courts, etc. He also judges academic competitions at various law colleges, including national law universities. He has delivered over 100 lectures on consumer law, real estate law, and mentorship laws in law colleges and MBA colleges, and also regular faculty at various organizations. He is also faculty for diploma courses on various organizations and a peer-reviewed article and research paper for local magazines and legal journals. With these few words, let us all welcome Advocate Mithil Sampat ji. May I request our regional council member Abhijit ji to please welcome both the learned faculties with our memento, please. To Sanjay ji, Nadi. Abhijit ji, I would request you to say few words, please, first. Then I will hand over the charge to Sanjay ji, please.
Thank you so much, Mayurji. Namaskar. Well, for any organization, post-pandemic, conducting physical seminar is a challenge. And even at WRC or even at various branches across country, we have seen if 10 programs are organized, out of them at least 6 or 7 are cancelled due to non-attendance, because the members at large are now much interested into attending programs online. And then as a organizer, we are also changing ourselves to this new requirement. But having said so, I am very happy that so many members are here to attend this particular program, and that too only because of we have wonderful speakers, learned speakers amongst us, and the topic is also much relevant to all of us. So thank you so much on behalf of WRC for all the learned speakers for sparing their time. Thank you all the participants for coming in large number and taking the benefit of this workshop. And thank you to both the coordinators for sparing their time for the cause of profession. So thank you everyone and wish you all a very happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit ji. Sanjay ji, the charge is yours.
बंद कर दीजिए. There is no presentation. Very good afternoon. And faculties on the dais and my learned friend and all faculties in the audience. I'm so glad that such type of topics which we have taken in the institute, and I believe that when some such topics comes up, when there is some so burning topics, we must understand whatever the way the topics and the subjects were given. And with respect to this, today the subject given to me is appeal and the second appeals. Before that, I would like to just make one point. Whether it is chartered accountants or advocates, the professionals, those who represents you, must be given a proper brief. A professional is a professional. Of course, I'm having 45 minutes, I believe so. Okay, I'll complete that subject in 45 minutes. Try to do that. One very fine day, a billionaire killed somebody and he got caught. The relative of the billionaire said to they engaged the highest paid advocate, with all due respect to my friend and people, those who are in advocacy, sir, कुछ भी हो जाए फांसी नहीं होना चाहिए. We don't want capital punishment, we want life imprisonment. फांसी नहीं होना चाहिए. And the advocate said, yes, okay, done. He fought in the court of law and the judge gave the verdict, life imprisonment. And everybody was very happy. Wow, 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 Vakil Sahab, aapne kamal kar diya. You know what the Vakil said to him? वो judge उसको बाइज्जत बरी करने वाला था. But you said and you asked for the life imprisonment, so I fought for the life imprisonment. Do as directed, I don't know what were your motives to make him behind the bar for the rest of his life. So sometimes you have to leave to the professionals, that to whatever best acumen that they have in mind, and they are there, and every day they are in the court. They face their judges, they face their regulators, and they know what is the environment, what is going on, what are those landmark judgments in or rulings given by the tribunals or the high courts or the Supreme Court. They know better than you. And we, as a common man, sometimes from the WhatsApp university or from some such thing, we understand the law in a different way. And when you understand a law in a different way, it is so very difficult to deal on those, the preconceived notions which you have acquired, and then you impose on your professionals. And then the results are something different. So judge to बाइज्जत बरी करने वाला था उसको. So now, looking at this, I believe that today you must have enjoyed those wonderful learned faculties from morning, and then I was looking at the agenda. I believe that almost every aspect of the RERA has been taken care of. But I tell you, before I go into the main subject, that is the appeal and the second appeal, we must, as a professional, understand what was going on in the minds of the lawmaker. What was the need for the RERA? What was the need for the act? And what had transpired into those acts and definitions in the act, which we have to understand before we practice it. For example, there is a preamble to the RERA, which says transparency and the regulator must be established. That is the preamble of RERA. The transparency, if suppose there is nothing which is left in those sections, then we can always, just like Constitution of India, we always look at the preamble, that what was going on in the minds of those lawmakers when at the time when they have understood what was the problem to be addressed. And those definitions under section 2 of RERA, where you have to understand various aspects. And believe you in me, if I ask you what is real estate, you forget about RERA and other thing, then the most of us have actually not understood what is the definition. Transfer of Property Act, yes, it was almost there for you to understand what was the definition. But in RERA, we are having a very clear-cut definition for the first time in India, which have given a definition to real estate. Now, the definition which was given in RERA is, I'm not going into all those definitions which are maybe carpet area, car parking, blah, blah. But I'm saying that at least you understand the subject per se. That means what is real estate? And if you understand what is real estate, then I'll go in appeals and second appeal. The definition says that any word, so all the words are very so important. Any land and its improvement, any permanent immovable structures, component number 2. And the third component is, can you guess it? The third component is, okay. Two friends were talking. One said, I want to purchase Taj Mahal, and the other said, मेरे को बेचना ही नहीं है. What was they talking about? They were talking about the right to own a property. So any land and its improvement, any permanent, that is attached to the land, that is any permanent structure. The trees are not permanent structures, and it is lifelong. The cement, that is the midans or the concrete life of the concrete is maybe 80 years or 100 years. Those are the permanent structures, and right to own a property is the third component, which is, and for the first time that was in easement, now the RERA have recognized the lights and the right also, the light and the air also. Read very interesting definition in RERA. Then now I'm going in the subject, because I knew that now you have actually fought in RERA, and now you are coming with some objections that you think that RERA have not heard me properly. Let me go and file an appeal. See, RERA is a quasi-judicial authority. What is quasi-judicial? They are having two functions. One is regulatory, one is the judicial authority. They have to balance it. Everybody, if I go there and I say, sir, मेरे को मेरा पैसा चाहिए वापस interest के साथ में, the RERA is going to think that, whether under those section 12 or 18 or 19, if you are eligible, then only the RERA will say, but it will think beyond that. Because as an authority, I have to see that अगर मैंने आपको एक जन को किसी को दे दिया, then it will be a precedent for the others, to those who are sitting on the fence, and they will jump and file a case against this. And my prime and chief objective of regulatory regulation is that to complete the projects. So I need to actually first see that if the project is not jeopardized by only 1 or 2%. And sometime in this process, you are not got what you actually went to RERA for your, you said, sir, now section 18, I have an agreement, I have a possession date, he has failed it, so I got every right to, come out of the project with lock, straw, barrel. Give me my money back with interest, GST, your stamp duty, registration, anything, whatever you have actually paid for. Under those pretexts, if suppose the RERA have not given you your right, and you say that I was having some very specific reason for invoking those sections which under which I should have been, refunded back, or maybe if I want to stay back in the project and the delay interest is not been granted, or those compensations which under section 71 or 72 I have not got it, then I must get my justice. So now I am now stepping into the subject, because this is what you must have understood. That is what I understand that you understood. So now let us go and file an appeal after the RERA has given you a verdict which is not acceptable to you. Who can go to an appeal? That is the question number one. Who can go in appeal? Just like any other legal framework or a structure, just like we have in income tax, or we have in tax tribunals, or we have your insurance tribunals, or you have some other tribunals, we also have a quasi-judicial officer who has delivered a judicial decision can be appealed. That is what in RERA under section 43 and 44 is important, because it gives you right to appeal against the order of RERA, any order. Whether if I'm a developer who is, have completed the project and the OC has been received, and I need not, registered under section 3 or 4, and still the RERA has imposed some fine on me saying that no, you have to register, that order I can appeal. If as a LOT, I have gone there and I want to say that, okay, sir, there was a deviation in my flat. I have actually not been given the carpet area or amenities, or whether under section 14 I have, supposed to get what I have actually, entered into an agreement, or maybe, association of people going under section 7 and 8 saying that we want more transparency, we want more control of the project. And under those provisions, the RERA have declined and not given you, or maybe indifferent. That means if they have understood the problem, but they say, okay, you want him to do the compliance, I'm going to, tell the developer, aapne ye nahi kiya, aap bhar do ye karke, okay, and the order is over. And as an association of people may and may not be registered, or as a LOT under section 2D, or as whosoever a person, that means the person also is been defined under section 31, whosoever is the aggrieved person can actually approach RERA, and if I have not been satisfied by the RERA order, whatever order the RERA has given, whether it is interim order or whether it is a final order, I can always go in appellate tribunal. So now we are in appellate tribunal under section 43, and who can apply in the appeal? Whosoever is aggrieved. Suppose a developer who is not actually, wants to accept that order, or a LOT who is having said that, okay, I got the order for part of my prayer, maybe possession de do, or delay interest was denied, or delay interest been given but the compensation is not been given, or whatever, say maybe part or maybe full, you can always go to appellate tribunal. As a LOT, you don't need to pay anything, but of course the filing fees of the appeal, that is 5,000 plus GST. But if you are a developer, then you need to pay the 100% of the amount. If it is performance, okay, you don't need to. Say section 13, you need to go for the agreement for sale and there is nothing that you need to pay to the LOT, then you can always go appeal and there is no 43.5 deposits. So on 11th November 2021, there was a historical judgment by the Supreme Court of India under the matter of new tax German, which said that you have to pay 43% under section 43.5. You need to pay 100% of the decree amount as per as the order is concerned if you are a developer. So if you're an allottee, you don't need to pay anything. You can just go and appeal. But if you are going as a developer, then you need to first deposit under section 43(5) all the order. What is the procedure? So simple. I need to just go appeal, file an online. That is the process of RERA. That is the SOP is already given on RERA's website. Go appeal online. Take a printout, just like we do in NCLT also. Just take the printout. There is having a format, indexing, memo of address, all those booklets. You have to go 2 sets you have to give to the tribunal, 1 set you have to give to the other person. Delay condonation, if it is within 60 days, you don't need to file any delay condonation application to appellate tribunal. If it is beyond 60 days, you need to tell the tribunal and convince the tribunal that why I was delayed, maybe for the your lockdown period, or maybe you were out of country, maybe you were negotiating and you were getting something. So you need to have a bona fide reason if it is going beyond 60 days. And of course that the appeal must have affidavit, and your delay condonation application also must have an application and affidavit. So they are going to listen. If you are a developer or if you are an allottee, then if it is a delay, they first hear you delay. Of course, the Supreme Court has given so many landmark judgments that a bona fide intention must be proved if for the delay condonation. If it is not happening, it may so happen that the RERA, Maharashtra RERA Tribunal has also condoned as big a period as at 900 days of a delay condonation in some of the matter. And they have rejected for even for 24 days also. So if you don't have a reason and you can't convince them that was my bona fide, there was no ulterior motives for delaying my appeal over here. Once the appeal, the delay condonation is given. So suppose, for example, in March 2021, you have applied an appeal in the tribunal, and with the delay condonation, the condonation of delay application came for hearing in the month of January 2022. And the Honorable Tribunal has given and condoned it, say, by February 2022. So what was the appeal date? It is from the date of the condonation which is then been allowed. That means the appeal was accepted by the tribunal at the time when it was condoned. If it is no condonation, it is within 60 days, you did not apply, the appeal is already there. Now, as far as the 43(5) is concerned, if I'm a developer, the Honorable Tribunal will say that, okay, please pay this 43(5), and now you don't have any respite. Previous to the new tax judgment, it was that the tribunal was asking 50%, 30%, 40%. But now, as per as the new tax judgment, you need to pay 100% of what the what the decree amount. But you can always take a respite for, say, maybe 30% for the penalty imposed on you by the RERA. So there is a difference into penalty and the compensation delay or whatever it is. So for compensation delay or interest, whatever it is, 100% of the amount has to be deposited. And for penalty, you can always ask the Honorable Tribunal for the waiver. People are still filing that waiver application saying that, sir, 43(5) is not there. Why? Because of various reasons people are filing. Say maybe the order was passed by the adjudicating officer under section 71, 72, where the new tax judgment says that the adjudicating officer cannot give you a refund with interest. The prerogative of the passing such order lies only with the authority. Sometimes this is a very thin line. 43(5) you have to convince. Now there is no way. People have gone into the writ also. The people have gone into the second appeal also with the High Court, which I'm coming on that waiver we require under section 43. We got a good reason. You must listen to me. This is the natural justice. Say I'm a Thana developer. The High Court of Bombay has actually given me this, instructed the TMC to not to give me the water. And so it was a force majeure, and the honorable authority have not heard me. So, I have a good case on the merits, and this is actually a, imposition of delay interest is absolutely a bad in law, and therefore the 43(5) doesn't survive. The tribunal will not listen to you. They'll say nothing doing, whatever force majeure or whatever merit of the appeal, I am going to hear only and only if, that is written in 43(5), section 43(5), that you need to first, that is a condition precedent, you need to first deposit those 43(5), and then only the appeal will be accepted. You have to file a compliance report to the honorable tribunal, and then serve a copy to the other party if they are having some objections that you must have did your calculations. People say that, okay, the delay period was say 60 days from the date of possession till the date of OC. The order said that this from the possession date till the OC. That is just I'm giving you example. In agreement for sale, when the OC is say, the possession date was say 31st December 2021, and I got an OC on 30th June 2022. And the RERA has given me saying that from the date of default till the date of OC, you need to pay him the interest. So what will I do? On 100 rupees, I will say, the ongoing SBS, the MCLR rate plus 2% is say 9% or 10%. So 10 rupees is the per annum interest, and for 6 months it is 5 rupees. So I need to just pay 5 rupees to qualify 43(5). But sometimes what people say that the date of possession was December 21, and in my agreement for sale, it was a grace period of 6 months. So I don't need to pay anything. The tribunal will not listen to your plea because it says that the grace period needs, because there was a ruling in the tribunal also that the grace period is absolutely a unilateral. You cannot revoke grace period. The possession date is the possession date. In you and I know that under writ 2737 of Nilkamal judgment in the High Court, which has very specifically said that the compliance date in RERA cannot rewrite the date of possession in agreement for sale. So even if sometimes the apprehensions of the allottees are saying that the date of possession is in RERA it is like this, but date of possession in RERA is for compliance purpose. You got nothing to do with that. As a allottee, if the agreement for sale is having some possession date, you need to stick to that. So sometimes miscalculations also, and the tribunal is not going to listen, even if the respondent has objected that, sir, the 43(5) is not complied with and I am having an objection. The appellate tribunal will say that, okay, we'll look at the appropriate time. And sometimes it goes to the final hearing, and in the final hearing, the respondent says, sir, the 43(5) was not at that time objected. You pass an order saying that I will see at the time of appropriate time, and today is the appropriate time because it is a final hearing. So you please, so your appeal is subject to dismissal if the 43(5) at the time of final hearing also, if the tribunal is convinced that you have not paid or insufficiently paid, in spite of giving you the order that 100% to be paid, and you have not paid, you calculate your own whims and fancy, then you are subject to cancellation of your appeal or dismissal of your appeal. That is so very important as far as the 43(5). I tell my client, please pay 10-20-25,000 zyada bhar do. But that should not be an embarrassing situation that you are paying 10 lakh rupees, and then for just few thousand rupees you are making calculations. Have 3 दिन कम था या 5 दिन ज़्यादा था. You don't go in that details. You said, okay, please pay for, because it is your merit of your appeal. The first hurdle is gone. Please tell me if I'm crossing my time. So, this, I'm almost there for the second appeal now. So 43.5 gone, then there is a proper, of course, a proper flow of the law will follow. You need to file your, if the respondent is there, you have to file your reply. If you are having something more, you file your rejoinders. You can bring on those MAs and IAs in the tribunals also. And if you, sometimes, people say that, okay, keep the appeal in abeyance. Sometimes people say that waiver of 43.5. Sometimes people say that, give me the possession at the time of, you please, the order says it is a possession to be given and we are fighting for the interest. So at least give me the possession. So sometimes those MAs also been filed. What happens if the tribunal also not giving you? Mind you, you need to tell the tribunal why you are coming to the tribunal. Why you are coming to the tribunal? You cannot tell the tribunal the same thing what you have told the RERA. There has to be some ground for appeal, no? Why you are coming to the tribunal? You say, sir, RERA ne nahi suna because it was a law question. The question of fact and the question of law should be understood very carefully. If it is question of fact, tribunal will say go to RERA again and just that is a trial court's prerogative. You file a review, you file whatever you want. You don't come to us. If it is a question of law, that means the RERA have not heard me. Ex parte order was given. Natural question of natural justice, question of some interpretation of the sections. Yes, you can go to the tribunal. And the same thing which will apply to the High Court. Second appeal. Now in appeal, we have this process and just like a court, because now the appellate tribunal is not a quasi-judicial officers. They are absolutely a court. So a sitting judge of Bombay High Court or any High Court is going to preside over, or chairman of the tribunal. They are very, very having good technical knowledge on real estate. They understand real estate very well, and that is why the tribunals are meant for. They understand the subject per se very well. So even if you tell them what is FSI, you tell them what is DCR, you tell them what is TDR, and you tell them carpet area, MOFA carpet area, RERA carpet area or whatever, they understand very well because they are having a technical officer sitting or admin officer sitting on the bench besides the judicial officer. So the tribunal is having a good knowledge on the subject. You can always tell if you are having a good reason to go to the tribunal and file your appeal. What happens to the orders which the tribunal gives you? Suppose I as a developer have gone, saying sir 43.5, I'm not sure I should be waived off with the 45 because I have a very good reason for as far as the force majeure is concerned, and the tribunal has rejected, saying that no, first you please pay 43.5, then only I am going to hear. People have gone in second appeal with the higher up, that is a High Court. Any High Court. Suppose if I am in Rajasthan or I am in Madhya Pradesh or I am so every state is having its own, because you know that housing is a state subject, and because of that every state in India is having its own RERA regulatory authority and a mechanism to check and balances of those authority. We have the appellate tribunal. So every state is having its own appellate tribunal. So, and every state after the appellate tribunal, that is the hierarchy, you go to the High Court. So if I go in Maharashtra, if the Maharashtra tribunal is not satisfying you and you think that there is a blunt mistake by the authorities or the tribunal not understood my case, you can always go in the second appeal. Now, what will happen as far as the 43.5 is concerned? People have gone in second appeal in Bombay High Court, and the Bombay High Court said, now nothing doing. Since this is a Supreme Court order on the new tax judgment where 100% of the amount has to be paid, please go and pay the 43.5 and please do. And we are, so many matters have actually referred back to the tribunal or dismissed those second appeals. People have gone into the writ also. But under section 53 and 58, the question is that whether the Honorable High Court is having a jurisdiction on any orders which is under writ. Writ is not the jurisdiction. You have to file a second appeal in High Court if you are aggrieved by the orders of the Appellate Tribunal. Sometimes people go in writ also because the writ is fast. Writ is always having, but sometimes writ is not having the jurisdiction. The second appeal which I go in Bombay High Court or any High Court, Honorable High Courts, with the question of law. Mind you, where you are having a question of law, not question of fact. If you file a question of fact, they'll remand back the things to the lower courts. But if you are having a question of law, then it will listen to you very carefully. And what would be the question of law? I'll give you an example and then I'll take the question answer and then we'll start the panel discussion. Because time is short, I can go on that. The case of Bombay Dyeing versus Ashok echoing. Okay. Can I just close this? Thank you. Bombay Dyeing versus something is wrong. Aditya just checked it because it's echoing. Let me check. Something is echoing, so just it's okay now. Thank you. In the matter of Bombay Dyeing versus Ashok Narang and others, a very you can say burning topic was actually decided by the Honorable High Court. We said that, and it was a very lengthy order of 72 pages, a judgment of 72 pages by the Honorable Tribunal, and the matter went to the second appeal. In the second appeal, the burning, there are so many other issues, but one of the issues which we may interest into is that whether the allotment letter is tantamount to an agreement for sale for the purpose of section 18. So the Honorable Court said yes, the allotment letters are, and even the MOUs or even anything which you can prove as a contract between the parties, then it is tantamount to an agreement for sale for the purpose of section 18. I'm not going into the details of that particular part. But the second appeal which I go, and always there is a jurisdiction in the second appeal. It is just like any other appeal which I go as a appellate or jurisdiction of the Honorable Court. We can always go with the question of law, which says that this is the interpretation which I need to understand, where the tribunal have not understood. And what if the Honorable Court also not understand? Then I can always approach to the Supreme Court. So this is the hierarchy, and I am not going into details of the how to file and what are those parameters and all things. These are all small things which you can always understand with the help of Google, or any of your friends can tell you. The floor is open for question answer. If nothing is asked, then I will start the panel discussion. Yes, digesting question is not good for health, so you must ask questions. No questions? You don't want to file appeal? So the effectiveness of the RERA is always good, and I presume that you enjoyed this session. And if the permission of the chair, I would start the panel discussion for you. And from morning, we were having such a learned faculties in between us on the dais. Today, Advocate Mithil Sampat is here, most dynamic young man with the plethora of knowledge and so many landmark judgments to his belt. And we are so glad that we are having him on the dais today. And we are having the people, those who have actually from the morning have covered various aspects of the RERA and various professional things which we need to understand as a professionals. So shall we start the panel discussion? Or do we are inviting other people also on the dais? Okay. Let me ask the Aditya first. See, Aditya, you know him. That what are those professional arenas, or you can say scope for professional people? Now you have so good knowledge on the various new circulars which recently the RERA have come up, but very specifically with the professionals like say chartered accountant, which we are say form number 3 and form number 5 also. People have so many questions on question and form number 3. Even chartered accountants are asking question number for this. So how do you think that those professionals fit in the process of the regulatory framework of RERA, and how these professional peoples are so very important to understand the compliances as far as the RERA is concerned?
First of all, thank you, sir. Your formal vote of thanks for you is pending from my side, sir. It was an excellent session, really.
Thank you.
And without PPT, we were visualizing that whatever you were saying, and you asked the questions that whether people want to file first appeal and all. People are still trying to figure it out, and the experts like you only would guide us, all the chartered accountants. And in future also, we hope that we will witness you as a speaker for all the sessions. It was really a wonderful session. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. So
my
coming to your
question
question, coming to your question, sir. Basically, all the professional opportunities, or as a chartered accountant or advocate, I think so. All the professionals are very much important in this particular RERA field, because right from the beginning we require all the professionals in this particular registrations. We can say certifications. Even we require legal title report of advocate having 10 years of experience. So overall, why RERA as an authority or the government cannot reach to the common people? So they are looking from our eyes, basically from the eyes of legal title report, the form 3, that their money involved in the profession, in the project is been properly utilized for the project, and also the engineer and architect, the quality of the material. So they are covering all the aspects in this particular forms, or through the professionals. We are carefully, we should observe the project. I would suggest that we are the financial doctors of this particular project, and we would be responsible for the health of the project. So we will understand basically that somewhere there is wrong in this project, and there are chances of getting lapsed. So hopefully in future also, as advocates or may it be chartered accountants, any professional, government will definitely take help of all the professionals for reviving it from lapsed projects. That will surely will happen for 4,500 projects.
Since you have said that 4,500 stalled project, I would like to ask Advocate Mithil Sampat that what the way forward, because RERA have listed already those 4,500 or maybe some odd figure that those projects are stalled. Do you think that anything where the RERA as far as the compliance is concerned, or there's some gray area still that those these stalled projects can be come in the main limelight, where, the stakeholders are so many. Buyers are there, vendors are there, housing finance companies are there, financiers are there. So what is the way forward?
Unfortunately, stalled projects is such a thing where law cannot come to the rescue in entirety. Normally, if you have a grievance, I want possession, I want refund, you can approach the authorities, you can apply the law and order will be passed. But in case of stalled projects, it is the on-hand, on-site ground reality that is not happening. How can law come to your rescue if no one is ready to construct or finish the building? First of all, we have to look at why it is difficult for the promoter to finish the project in the first place. Why the project gets stalled in the first place. When suppose project gets stalled and new intending promoter is looking at the feasibility, viability, what are the difficulties the intending promoter faces? He cannot demand extra money. He cannot change the terms and conditions without consent of the allottees. He cannot extend date of possession, date of completion, and the penalties or liabilities or orders which are payable by the erstwhile promoter, they get carried forward to the new promoter. So when a project is stalled and when new promoter seeks to take over it, he is in such a constrained position, his hands are so much tied and he is bound by the earlier contracts and liabilities. So it becomes very difficult for him in terms of his feasibility. Then permissions are still delayed when he tries to complete the project, and buyers can practically exit the project whenever they want. So these are the reasons or problems. Then we come for solutions. What are the solutions, you will ask? Like I said, unfortunately, if no promoter is ready to pick up the project, then there is not much scope in law to revive the project. So what are the practical things we can do? First and foremost, a committee should be formed by RERA or by the institution or any professional platform. Committee should be formed to analyze why projects get stalled in the first place. So analyze the reasons, whether it is the bureaucratic delay of permissions getting delayed, or whether there is some kind of materials shortage. Why were expenses or cost allowed to be increased in the first place? First, the cost of project was X. It is increasing by 5, 10, 15, 20% per year. Why are expenses being allowed to be increased? A study should be done. And in that regard, to prevent cost escalation and to prevent all the other reasons after study, whatever it is found out that the reasons for delay are there, government should pass some kind of SOPs or incentives to make sure that the problems are not faced by the promoter. So what are the most common and recurring problems for getting stalled? That should be studied and they should be examined, and appropriate laws and amendments should be passed. RERA as an authority under various sections under 32, 33, 34, 35, 83, 84, 85, the state government and RERA, they have the authority for promotion of the real estate sector. So RERA and state government, they have big powers to make representation to other government departments. So for example, for shortage of materials, if that is the grievance of the developer, that there is shortage of materials, RERA should get involved with, say, some competition commission to make sure that monopolies are not happening. So RERA should make representation to these other government departments. So for in this example, it should be said that because of that accused action, the project of 100 allottees is suffering, and compensation should be given to the promoter, to whoever is causing problem to the promoter. And another example is there is always a perpetual problem of permissions getting delayed. So RERA should get involved with the relevant and respective competent authority. They should request the department for expediting the file. At the very least, this request should be made by RERA that this is a project of big stakes, big allottees, a big number of allottees, big cost of the real estate project cost. So RERA should get involved with the other government departments to solve the problems of the promoters, and there is statutory backing to give the state government and to give RERA this authority and power. Staying on the same point of bureaucratic delay, bureaucratic activity should be linked with time. Today, there is no accountability of bureaucrats. The file, it remains on the officer's table for days, weeks and months, yet the officer is not made responsible for the same. Promoters as well as allottees will suffer when the bureaucracy is not acting and because of red tape. So granting permissions in a speedy manner in a single window clearance system, which promoters have gotten tired of asking, if such things reliefs are given, no one will stand to lose. It'll be a win-win situation for the promoter and the allottees. In fact, there is one law called the Maharashtra Right to Services Act, which says that there is a time bound time limit, and it is a time bound this thing that the bureaucrat should clear the file, but it is rarely invoked and it is rarely enforced. I may add that this Maharashtra Right to Services Act is a state act, whereas RERA is a central act. So nothing stops the state government and nothing stops RERA from amending the Right to Service Act to carve out some kind of penalty to the bureaucrat who do not comply with the time limit for clearing the file. And the next suggestion for how to prevent stall projects, it should be such that when an allottee sees a RERA registered stamp, it should serve as some kind of assurity that this project is not going to have any problems. The compliances requirements should be so exhaustive that the promoter does not face unnecessary litigation. And this is happening by way of recent circulars which give transparency, which say that you put all the proformas, you put all the circulars, transparency on public domain. All this is coming, but it should be such that when a allottee sees the RERA registered stamp, when he sees that this project is registered with RERA, he should have full assurance that the project should not get stalled. And if at all some problems or delays are happening in the project, then the project webpage, the RERA webpage, to save costs of advocate and litigation and compensation, if the project is possession is getting delayed, for example, let it be put up in a banner or disclaimer in the project webpage that in this project there is so and so delay. If you want to exit the project, this will be the whatever will be the duration of delay, and to avoid unnecessary cost of promoter advocate, of allottee advocate and compensation on the promoter, some scheme should be worked out that if the promoter is doing some kind of default or delay, a mini amnesty kind of a scheme can be given. It should be given in block letters that this is the delay or this is the non-compliance, and whoever wants to litigate, so and so will be so-called the rate card, that so and so month delay and so interest you will be getting. So costs of all the parties involved will be saved. And defenses which are taken by the builders in RERA, whatever in litigation, in RERA complaints, whatever defenses are taken by the builders, they should be integrated into the RERA website so that the time of the court and the cost, etc., are also saved. And lastly, we can incentivize the incoming promoter. The government should come out with some kind of schemes where stamp duty rates should be reduced, property tax rates should be reduced, and there should be some FSI benefit. So to conclude the answer, stalled projects is such a thing where law cannot come to your rescue. In practicality, it is someone who has to pick up the project and complete the project. Either there is a new intending promoter that comes, or as RERA has given the judgments that the landowner should take over the project, or failing that also the allottees, the association of allottees should take over the project. Then they can appoint PMCs and they can carry forward with the construction of the project. So with that, I conclude my answer, sir.
Thank you, Mithil. I think very comprehensively you covered. I believe that the government should take your suggestions very seriously for the stall projects. Now I'll come to Sunil Bhai for asking a very simple questions. The question is, suppose as a buyer, I have my intention to get, say, either come out of the project with interest and everything, or I want to stay back in the project and want to come out and take the delay interest. This is option number 2. And there are other respites given under section 13 for agreement for sales, under section 14 for deviation in the project or whatever, or there is maybe people, those who are coming with the question saying that sir society ne banaya hamara, and all those things. So I want to ask you difference between form number A and form number B. What is the difference when I file a complaint in RERA and under these sections, say section 12, 18, 19, or action 14, 15, 17, and 71, 72, which form covers which sections, and what is the relevance and what is the difference between these two forms?
So the issue is the line is quite thin between the two cases. In generality, if you want to understand the matter, Form B is for the compensation to be claimed from the adjudicating authority, wherein the authority is given the rights to decide the compensation. Basically, for the interest portion for the delay or interest portion along with quitting the project, that is the prerogative of the MahaRERA authority. This is the basic differentiation, but it is slightly overlapping because there can be a case wherein the complainant wants to claim both. He wants to claim interest as well as some compensation for non-performance or some data being given wrongly to him, maybe a advertisement wrongly given or defecting the title which he came to know subsequently. For that he wants to seek a compensation. So there are instances people have claimed both. So to my experience, these cases wherein there is a claim of interest and compensation, it goes to the MahaRERA authority, wherein that Form A has to be filed. In case of only a compensation or a performance, it can go to the adjudicating authority. Now coming to the question that sir has raised, is that I want to go in for an agreement to sell. I have paid the money to the developer. He is not ready to go for the agreement to sell. That is a question where I want a performance. So I go to the authority for that purpose because authority has got the right to give me that performance to be given by the developer. So in those cases wherein the performance has to be given, for example, conveyance not being given to me to my association of allottees by the developer, I go to the authority seeking a performance of the conveyance or society to be formed by the developer. In those cases, yes, I have to go to the authority. Now take a case wherein there is a defect liability coming into play, when the liability is on account of defects in construction, which I want to claim a compensation. So I have to go in for form number B and go to the authority, adjudicating authority, to determine the compensation. So there are instances wherein even the authorities also shuffle the cases between the two of them. I had instances when I had gone to the authority for a compensation, but he interpreted that as an interest being claimed by me and referred me to the MahaRERA authority. So it has happened in the past that the shuttling takes place, but as a matter of total precaution, it is advisable to claim whatever you want to claim with the authority. It is better because most of the claims are under section 18. 95% cases are under section 18 when you are claiming interest for the delay in possession or you want to quit the project. In those cases, it is the authority which comes into play. Over and above that, in MahaRERA, my experience goes is that both authorities are quite ready to listen to the complaint and they are favoring the allottee. So in case of that thin line being crossed by the complainant in filing a wrong form, it does not make much of a difference. The authorities take a serious view. They say, okay, fine, you have not come to the right place, go to the right place, but your priority of the date of filing the complaint is maintained. You don't lose that date of filing the complaint. The period lapse is taken into account and you have put a priority on the basis of the original date of submission. So there is no loss to you per se. Date may be missed here and there because the authorities may shuffle between the MahaRERA authority and the adjudicating officer. But in all situations, it is not a great loss. The MahaRERA authority has been quite okay with this. If you go strictly by the law, it is given the compensation to the adjudicating officer. Other than that, to the MahaRERA authority. So it has been defined very clearly. Practicality, there are instances that we have filed wrong applications to the wrong authority and we have been told to go to the other authority, which happens with everybody. It happened with me also, and you also may be having the same experience during the course of your practice.
The additional question to this is that what is the difference between interest and compensation? The interest is not compensation.
Sir, interest has been defined separately. Compensation has not been defined, but it has been stated in the law. Interest per se is believed to be the interest on delayed payment, or if I want to quit the project, the interest right from the date of me paying the payment to the developer and the day on which he gives back to me. For the intervening period, I'm supposed to get interest. So interest is defined as the interest on delayed payment or delayed possession. Compensation is for all other clauses under the law. When, for example, there is a advertisement which is giving a wrong information, the defect in the title, I suffer in the process, I may be liable to pay old liabilities of the developer. The matter goes to NCLT, I may be required to give some compensation, claim some compensation because of non-performance of that person. So interest is defined separately, sir, and compensation is defined separately.
So what I understand from here is this, that if you want to have a compensation for whatever sections, it is form number B. And if it is pure Rokra, then it will be form number A. So very simple. So now coming back to the Aditya. Aditya, see, what I understand is that form number 3, which is a quarterly, updates to the honorable authority as a compliance, and form number 5, that is, I believe, that is a annual, report to the authority on the entire thing. Who signs this, and whether the statutory auditor can sign both?
This has been, as I said, right from the beginning, people were having this confusion that who is going to sign which form. So form 3 and form 5, basically there is no distinguish between a chartered accountant who can sign form 3 and form 5. In the act, it is only written that who is holding a practice, COP, and covered under the act, Chartered Accountants Act 1949. So there is no differentiation. But RERA authority came out with the regulations, and in regulation it has been clearly mentioned that a separate account chartered accountant should sign form 5 and form 3. But again, there is one more question, that whether the statutory auditor can sign. So according to me, they have clarified, they have amended, and it has been changed. The term is changed from statutory to annual auditor. So annual auditor is the auditor who you can have a separate RERA auditor for that particular bank account, because the statutory auditor may not have the knowledge of that particular act. Only thing is, if he's the auditor, statutory auditor of the company, needs to mention in his independent auditor report that all the compliances as per SA 204, that is compliances with laws and regulations, are in place. That is, whether he has accepted more than 10% as per sections 13 subsection 2, or any other quarterly compliances, or section 11, any such contraventions of these sections are there in that particular project, that needs to be mentioned in independent auditor's report. So basically, one more thing is whether any chartered accountant can be an associate, or a wife is having a proprietorship firm, husband is having a proprietorship firm. One form can be taken by her, one form can be taken by him. So that is a general practice many of them follow. In Gujarat RERA, they have clearly clarified that associates cannot sign the forms, because suppose you only think, where does the independence lie over this is a project and not the accounts of the company. So entire project, in that entire project, if there are any issues in that particular project, so both of them will be held liable, because there is no independence in that case. So basically, there should be 2 independent chartered accountants, and as far as possible, there should not be any associates. They should not be related or common partners, any other such relation to the firms, and 2 independent chartered accountants should sign both the forms.
My next question to Aditya only, for the Aditya only, then Suvidha, you can ask me question, or also. My next question to Aditya is very relevant. I know that the question needs an entire session on understanding the 70-30 ratio. But I would like to ask some very important questions, like, can the principal amount be paid from the 70% portion of the designated account, or only interest is allowed first? And the second, can I also, when I am paying a brokerage, real estate brokerage, can it be paid from the 70 or 30?
Okay. So basically, your first question, that whether principal repayment on cancellation or any such issues in the project, it can be.
No, financial loan can the principal be paid?
Okay,
or
okay.
the interest be paid, or both can be paid?
Okay, okay. So in case of financial situation, whenever I avail loan or whenever I avail the funding, the principal automatically gets subsumed in the cost of the construction or the land cost, nahi, cost of construction. So basically automatically the principal component is subsumed. So repayment of principal component is not allowed from 70%. Second component is interest. Yes, interest to any financial institutions, NBFC, etc. is allowed, and it can be claimed from 70% bank account. Then the next question is whether commission or brokerage is allowed from 70%. Then it has been amended in explanation in the rule 5 that commission or brokerage or advertisement, such expenses are not allowed to be borne by the developer from 70% bank account. However, if you will read the definition as per section 2, it is clearly been defined the estimated cost of the project considers the total development of cost. There is no bifurcation that it is not allowed, but RERA has mentioned in rules that it is specifically not allowed. However, this sooner or later this requires a revisit to the to the section or the rule, because nowadays advertisement and this brokerage and commission cost becomes an important component of the project cost. So there should be some consideration with respect to that, considering the cost of the project.
One small point to be added to Form 3 and Form 5. If you see the explanation given, the proviso given to Form 5, it says in that the auditor, the annual auditor or the previously known as statutory auditor, is supposed to comment on the certificates issued by the previous auditor, that is the auditor certifying form number 3, and to comment whether he has done the job rightly or wrongly. Even the jurisdiction of the statutory auditor or the annual auditor goes up to form 1, form 2 and form 3, all the 3 forms. So in case he observes that there is a mistake done by intention, unintentional, done by the architect or the engineer or the chartered accountant, then in that case he has got a right to make a comment in his report. And it further says, in such a situation, the institute which governs the professional shall take up the matter, and the word used is shall, not may. The word used is shall take up the matter with the concerned institute and take necessary actions. Then it says, which includes dismemberment, which means that in case there is a folly or a mistake committed by a chartered accountant or an architect or an engineer while issuing form 1, 2 or 3, in that case, the concerned institute can go to the extent of dismemberment in case they find that there is a professional negligence, intentional or unintentional. So this is a provision which has to be understood by all the auditors for certifying form number 5 as well as form number 3. And in my previous presentation which I had given to you, I had requested all of you should have a sync with the auditor who is at the other side. If you are giving form 5, you should be having a sync with the auditor who is issuing form number 3. So both of you have the same language and understand the matter in the same perspective. That's the only thing which I want to add to what Aditya said. So can I, yeah, sir, one query to all of you, including the distribution panel members, is that in form number 3, when the working is done of the receivables and unsold stock, against that you are required to match the balance estimated expenditure. It says if the value of unsold stock plus the receivables, if it is more than the balance expenditure, then 70% should be kept in the RERA account, right? And if the balance receivables and balance unsold stock taken together is less than the estimated cost, then 100% has to be deposited. Now I am giving a situation that my balance unsold stock plus my receivables are 100 rupees and my balance expenditure is 90 rupees. Whether 70% is the right thing or should be 90%. I'll come again if you want. My balance receivables and my stocks is equal to 100. My balance expenditure is 90. The law says I should deposit 70 in the RERA account. The situation may arise that 30 is out of the control of RERA. My expenditure remaining is 90. My bank account will have only 70 rupees in that, where from the remaining 20 will come, and how RERA is going to monitor my balance 20 financing. You want to take it?
Sir, the very simple thing is this, that whatever 70-30, the RERA was the chief and main objective of the, bifurcating this incoming only from the buyer. It is not mandatory for the financial institutions which you are actually taking, or your own fund which you are actually imposing into the project. It is only that 70-30 is from the buyer, first question. Now, the 20%, this is, of course, the 30% we are taking out, it is subject to not having any lien, because it is a designated account which kept, that is 70% of the amount. The law says you need to actually employ to for the construction purpose. Now, if suppose where your hypothetical situation is this, it is going beyond the estimated cost, it is an estimation cost, but the actual cost which you are actually incurring, that is maybe if it is going beyond 70, you need not deposit in that particular account. But if suppose the cost is already incurred, you can have those costs spent from your 30% account from your own fund also. So what you show over is the actual cost. Whatever the variances is there, you need to actually put it in the qualifications, and you can put a note also that this is what actually hypothetical situation where it is cost is the cost is going beyond, and RERA is giving you a chance to even edit those estimated costs at the time when it is, say maybe from beginning I have had some figure that this may be estimated cost. Now since after inflation, the cement bag from 250 to it has gone 400 rupees, the steel has from 36,000 rupees to 92,000 rupees. So it is all that it has come, you understand. So you can always change those estimation costs and align those costs with this. Now my question to Mr. Sampat is this, that one point which I believe that we want to have some more emphasis onto it, is that the interplay between RERA and IBC. And we want to know that what are those, you can say, interplays, what are those provisions, and who will overrule each of them, when if suppose the company has gone into NCLT and the matter is going in RERA, or the RERA is going on and then thereafter the company has gone into NCLT, or what are those provisions which are actually in conjunctions with the IBC and RERA?
The logic is very simple when IBC gets involved. Once if someone has filed an IBC and once the claim is admitted by the NCLT, we have to keep in mind the golden dangerous word called moratorium. What does moratorium under NCLT mean? That once it is admitted in NCLT for insolvency, all existing and ongoing court cases, they not only come to a halt, but they more or less practically end. So once a claim for insolvency is admitted by the NCLT, if your RERA case is ongoing, assume that it is over, and you will have to join in the NCLT for whatever provision, for whatever will be the proceedings in the NCLT. Briefly speaking, the procedure is in NCLT is that someone will file a complaint, it will get admitted, then IRP, interim resolution professional, will be appointed. He will invite claims from the general public that so and so company has gone under liquidation, and if you have any claims, you reach out to me. He will give a public notice, and people have to reply to him saying that I am a flat purchaser under so and so contract. Once the period is over, that claim period is over, the IRP will scrutinize the books of accounts of the company, and they will see how many people ka claim is genuine, legitimate, and he will study the books of accounts and the paperwork and the proofs. And subsequently, a committee of creditors will be formed under the NCLT. In the IBC, in that court case, committee of creditors will be formed where you will be segregated into financial and operational creditors. In these, the financial creditors have the upper hand. And when IBC came initially, there was some confusion that home buyers, whether they come under this category or that. Then eventually there was a ruling and there was an ordinance and amendment that home buyers are financial creditors. They are the stronger of the two. So committee of creditors will be formed of the financial creditors, and the IRP will make a ratio that which creditor has how much ratio. After all the committee of creditors is formed, that what are the liabilities that this person has 3x compared to the other people. So basically a ratio or a formula will be worked out of how much debt is owed to how much creditor compared to the total debt. If the total debt is say 100%, this one creditor has 1%, other person has 0.5%. So the whole committee of creditors will be formed, and in that committee of creditors, then the IRP, interim resolution professional, will get converted into RP. Either the same person is elected or a different person is elected to represent as the resolution professional. Then in that, after that stage, there are two scenarios. Whether anyone is coming forward to give a resolution plan, whether anyone is coming forward to take over, or if no one is coming forward to take over, then the assets will have to be sold and liquidated, and the proceeds will go to the creditors. So basically the interplay between IBC and RERA is that what we advise clients is that we dissuade them. We tell them don't go under IBC, because when you want relief, when you want either your refund or when you want your construction and possession to get completed, in both these scenarios, whether you want to withdraw or you want to continue, IBC is not a good place to go for home buyers, because you will not get your relief. Once the thing goes, once the claim for insolvency is admitted in the first stage in the NCLT, for the promoter, the battle is 99% lost. And in such a case, he will not have control over his assets, so he will not be able to complete the construction, and claim will be admitted when it will be seen that he is not repaying or not able to repay the loan. So your refund also will get compromised. If you go under IBC and if it is shown that there is some kind of debt, then based on your X investment, you will get slightly lesser returns. That is the higher probability. And when claim is admitted under NCLT, the moratorium is the golden word, or rather we should say the black word, because once moratorium is granted, all existing cases in all court case across India of that promoter or company will come to a halt, including in all courts, tribunals, high court, Supreme Court, more or less everywhere. So it is not in the interest of the home buyer to go to the IBC. Instead, you vent your grievances under RERA, you become a decree holder, and then if someone else files by chance, say any creditor or any other home buyer, he files, then you, as a decree holder, you have a better position rather than just a contract. Under the contract, the agreement may be slightly unfavorable to you, but the decree will give you in unequivocal and clear terms that interest has to be granted, and whether there is any compensation, and that interest will keep accruing. So it is better that you take a decree under RERA or consumer or whichever relevant court, and avoid IBC at all cost. And if you end up in IBC through someone else's actions, then it is better to go as a decree holder rather than just as on the basis of your contract or debt.
You were having some question?
Form 3 and Form
5. Yeah.
So in that case, a project may have 3 chartered accounts, separate chartered accounts. One for Form 3, one for Form 5, and one is for the statutory auditor of account.
No. The statutory auditor can sign form number 5. How you can?
Not having that much of knowledge about the RERA or something like that. So you can appoint another.
Is this compulsory? That is what the question is. Is the form number 5 to be signed by the only statutory auditor or no? That is what the question is.
No, you can sign. There can be 2 or
They can be 3.
not having knowledge, then later on if there is any issue, then you won't be able to justify what stand he has taken. So if that is the reason, separate CA can be appointed for. But form number 3, child account will issue form number 3 cannot sign the form number. No, throughout the life of the project he cannot.
Any other question? Yeah. Any other questions? So in only there is 2 scenario when you don't ask question. Either you understood everything and you have not understood anything. Sir, yes. Yes, please. Correct. You want to answer?
Yeah, certainly, yes. 70% can be utilized from the 70% account. No. 70% of the 70% account, and remaining 30 years to generate back from whatever sources he has got and to repay it down from that second account. The way is utilized, the way he has to get the money back. Yeah.
So the first connotation, I believe that we understood everything and we are not asking questions. And now invite Mithil for some more points. Actually, for the short of time, I have not given him some other thoughts to be shared. I would like to invite him to just share his thought, please.
I know that my learned friends have been sitting since morning. I will keep it quick and brief, whatever I want to share. The legal profession is also a technical profession. We look at architecture where the risk will be building will fall. We look at a medical profession where patient will die. Similarly, legal and CA professions are also very, very technical professions. There is one very famous judge which we study in law. His name is Lord Denning. He has a very good sentence. He has a good quote, a good dialogue. He says that words are a lawyer's tools of trade. So we may think that a doctor has his stethoscope, a chartered accountant may have the calculator, a surgeon may have his surgery tools. For a lawyer and for anyone who is practicing under law, words of the statute and words of the professional are the tools of trade. He goes on to say that words which you use in the contract, in the deed and in the will, etc. The words which you use in the deed will go on to determine your client's future. Words which you use in your pleadings before a judge and words which you use in arguments before a judge will determine your client's fate. So he says that when using the words and while practicing law and appearing, etc., you have to envisage all the possibilities that may come to pass and you have to analyze it and you have to provide for all the possibilities so that your client can get relief. So that is one thing. It is technical and whatever is the paperwork and whatever is the pleadings, it is dependent on our verbal and written representation. What is law in general? Law is just two things. Law is legislation which is passed by the legislature and it is supplemented and supplanted by the judicial interpretations of the various courts. So for example, if a legislation is passed that we can walk, W-A-L-K, walk from this chair to that door, there will be some genuine person or some over smart person who will say, "Meri ek tang nakli hai, I can't walk, I can only do langdi." They will remove various iterations and interpretations of the word walk. They will say, "I don't want to walk, I will jump and go, I will crawl and go, I will do some kind of langdi and go." And they will not just one thing, they will say, "I will interpret door also. What if there is no door? There is a hole in the wall. What if there is a window? Do these things count or not?" So law is just legislation plus precedent. Legislation as laid down by the legislature and the various facets and interpretations will be taken to court to determine whether these things will count as walk or door or not, whether or not these things will serve their interpretation. Many of my learned friends may have done their LLB parallelly, but for my friends who haven't done LLB, let me suggest there are very two important subjects which we study in the LLB syllabus. I sincerely suggest that if whoever is going into RERA practice or these two subjects may help in your taxation practice also if you are representing in any tribunal basically. The two subjects are, first is interpretation of statutes which we call IOS. This subject will show you that how the words of a statute are interpreted and there are some other legal principles. For example, there are rules of interpretation. There are first, second and third rule of interpretation. Very briefly to explain what it is, first rule of interpretation says that if the words of a statute are clear and unambiguous, you have no option to make any other interpretation, even if that statute interpretation is causing harm. If it is clear and unambiguous, you have to follow it even if it does harm. Second rule of interpretation is that if there is some kind of ambiguity, if there is some kind of ambiguity and there are two interpretations possible, one this and one that interpretation, from the two, you take the interpretation which is more harmonious with the rest of the provisions. So if the other interpretation requires some indirect interpretation, you avoid that, you take the more direct interpretation. And third rule of interpretation is also called mischief rule, that if there is any ambiguity, if there are multiple ways to interpret any particular statute, you make the interpretation which solves the mischief, that the legislation was passed for a very particular purpose. You take the interpretation which will solve that purpose and don't take any other interpretation. The iOS subject will also clarify a lot of things, like we have notwithstanding clauses, which are called non-obstante clauses. How should they be interpreted? What will be the interpretation value of definition? What will be the interpretation value of the preamble of the act? Now, just for example, we were talking about the definition of interest and compensation. Interest is defined under the act. Authority sometimes passes an order that allotee is to get interest for the delayed period of possession. But if we see the definition of interest, that order is not a good enough order. It should be challenged, because interest definition says that you are entitled to interest from date of each and every payment, not just for the period of delayed possession. So studying the iOS subject will give a lot of insight into interpretation of statutes. And the other important subject is administrative law. Administrative law will explain the basics of differentiation of the government with legislature, executive, judiciary, and interplay between the executive, who serves as a quasi-judicial authority. And more importantly, in this administrative law subject, there is a chapter called delegated legislation. RERA is an example of a law which is a delegated legislation, that the power to legislate and the power to adjudicate, so legislative powers and judicial powers, have been delegated to a particular authority. So in that chapter, the important things will be what can and cannot be delegated. When MahaRERA suppose passes a circular which is beyond its purview and ambit, using the principles of administrative law, you should challenge that in the tribunal or the High Court, that this is excessive legislation. It cannot be delegated. So the suggested books in law, we have the Jhabwala, which are the guides. Or if my learned friends want authors, iOS, there is Amita Dhanda book, which is very good. And for administrative law, there is CK Takwani book, which is very good. Next, Sanjay sir very aptly spoke about the Easement Act. That is also one more act you can study. That what does easement mean? In short, that not just my flat, but I want access and 360-degree enjoyment of my flat. For accessing and enjoying the flat, if there is any ancillary right required, there is a right of way. I have my flat, but all four corners are blocked by some other third party. No, not allowed. I have a right of way. If someone is blocking the sunlight, that is an easement. I have a right to open area. So Easement Act also, my friends, may study, which will help you in your litigation. One more good aspect about RERA is that they allow you to serve soft copies in both the authority as well as the tribunal. After you file your case, when you want to serve to the opposite party, you scan your paperwork, you email it to them, you upload to your drive, and you share the link with them. They count that as valid service. So that is one piece of information. Then talking about condonation, like sir said, genuine things will be condoned. And what is the principle there? That the litigant must not sleep on their rights. If it is shown that there is no genuine reason, then it means the court will come to the conclusion that you have slept on your rights and you will not be given relief. And sir said that the pre-appeal deposit by the promoter, sometimes file a little more, it is better. Yes, because many times when you go to file your appeal or whatever, they will say that there is a small defect in filing, you rectify this defect, aaj nahi ho paega, or there is some delay in processing from their side. So because of some silly clerical things, your merits should not get affected. Another good thing about RERA, both the authority and the tribunal, is they function on the principles of natural justice. In other words, natural justice is the same thing as flexible. Whatever is convenient way of hearing, whatever is the conduct which the court wants, in the most flexible way to carry out. So natural justice, and if you just study a little bit of the principles of natural justice, you will get enlightened about how flexible and how convenient things can be made by natural justice. Next very important thing I want to point out is that when you file a complaint or an appeal, your interim reliefs that you seek may be very, very important. Depending on the facts of the case, you should make appropriate interim reliefs. The typical interim reliefs which we normally put in our complaints and appeal is that if I want possession or refund, whatever, first of all, don't create a charge on my flat. Let my flat remain my flat till the adjudication. Don't create third party rights. Don't terminate my allotment. I am supposed to have first charge on my flat. The promoter should maintain the flat properly. Don't abandon the flat. Don't let the thing suffer in the flat. Give me architect certificate for each stage of completion if he has not given architect certificate till now. Carry out quarterly updates as an interim order if he has not been doing it till now. And in one case, the payment schedule which the promoter had given was not according to the model agreement payment schedule. It was drastically different. It was very much deviated. So we said that interim order, you cancel that payment schedule and you take the money from the allottee only as per the RERA model agreement payment schedule. So I want to emphasize that your case, when you file a case and appeal, your interim reliefs, it is better to think of, 360 degrees, do analysis of what are the requirements of the client and how to protect the client's interest using the power of interim reliefs. Then talking about more on legal principles, the second appeal which we talk about, it is governed by the Code of Civil Procedure CPC section 100. So in case you are filing a second appeal, it is better to study not just the section 100 but take a CPC commentary. Just go through the principles of second appeal that are there under the CPC section 100. So even though chartered accountants may not be allowed to file second appeal in the High Court, you will be in a better position to advise and to make a legal strategy for your client if you study the CPC section 100. Just to clarify a little bit on interest, also more interest is on the principal and compensation can be for additional things like damages, mental agony, harassment, etc. So that was the last thing I had to share, and then back to the organizer.
Are you sure you don't have any questions? Sir.
Aditya, I have one question. Project has two phases, correct? Tower A and Tower B. It is divided into two phases. Now, by mistake, customer has deposited in the wrong phase account, the collection account. Okay? And the money has split between 70 and 30 automatically by virtue of the operation of the account. Now, while giving the Form 3 certificate or Form 5 certificate, child accountant takes the 100% collection account to as what is the deposit for the financial year or for the quarter. In that quarter, that by mistake deposit is also considered as a collection for that particular phase. Now we explain to child accountant that this was a mistake done by the customer. What we have done is we have returned that money to the another phase in the collection account, and then accordingly the things are taken care of. But now the chartered accountant reveals this has been deposited in collection account. My responsibility is to check and to verify the collection and the deposit made in the collection account. Now this mistake has been made. Ideally, this should have been done from the collection account itself, the reverse end. But due to the operation of the accounts, at the end of the day, that amount is split between 70 and 30, and you are not supposed to do any entry from the 100% account. How do we tackle this situation with the child accountant who comes with this kind of an argument?
Can I answer him? Okay. I was given one assignment by the erstwhile chairman, Shri Gautam Chatterjee, to draft all FAQs on MahaRERA's website, which you see on MahaRERA is drafted by me. Now, one of the questions which he has asked is very important one, is whether there is some difficulty, whether you have deposited or in some other account or some other guy. So I asked him, sir, my question is this, that what is the difference between a designated account and an escrow account? Whether the RERA account is an escrow account or it is a designated account. So it is a designated account. It is not an escrow account. So if there is a designated account and you have made some mistakes, maybe you withdrawn some money, and then you can always make good. And then what is the full form of EOE? EO and E. Error and omissions are exempted. Is this that it applies? It is not that. See the idea behind this designated account is that you utilize that 70% of the whatever money into the construction purposes, and the construction purposes are being defined in those forms which you have seen it. So you make sure as a professional, as a chartered accountant, that the developer has actually utilized whatever money has come into the designated account, and the designated account should always is subject to whatever it is been permitted for construction purpose and nothing else. So even if suppose there is a mistake, you can always make a correction in the account, deposit, withdraw, whatever you want to, and tell your chartered accountant saying that, okay, I have corrected, it is by mistake I have taken out. But you cannot say that, okay, after 2 years or after 3 months or 6 months, okay, अरे तो गलती से मैंने निकाल लिया तो अभी मैं भर देता हूँ. So please don't do that. The mistakes can be rectified immediately when you understand that I have made a mistake, and you have to justify to your chartered accountant saying that there was a mistake. And if it is not, then the role of the chartered accountant, they are the trustees, because these are the professionals, those who are actually giving certificates for the compliance purposes, which is on the public domain. Maybe right now it is not, but then the regulator is depending on your certifications that the public ka paisa is been utilized as per the regulatory framework. So it is your duty to make sure that the amount is being utilized as far as the construction is concerned. The mistakes can be always rectified. With this, I believe that let's call it a day. And I believe that you must have taken the learned faculties from this podium and dais from morning. Yes, please. I was waiting for the question.
Percentage in terms of the allotment letter, you had mentioned that it would be only 2% of the agreement value, and irrespective of the brokerage charges that has to be borne by the developer, because it's a liability of the developer. Now that's in case if the property is not registered, or even if it's registered, just example, and in the registered agreement for sale, we have clearly mentioned that under the cancellation clause, these are the charges, like including taxes, brokerage fee, everything will be termed as cancellation fee. So in that case, can we abide by that, or it will still be 2% of the agreement value?
If you ask me honestly, RERA should supersede the agreement, because the draft agreement given by RERA now includes this clause, which means that agreement is binding on you also. Now only questions may come up is that the previous agreements prior to this law coming into force, order coming into force, what happens to that? We are fighting it out honestly with India boards on the same subject. They are deducting 10%. And now we are fighting out with the new circular that your eligibility only 2%, not more than that. So let us see how it goes, because it can be interpreted either way. We don't know how it will be interpreted.
So if the developer agrees to abide by the agreement, he can challenge us in the court of law as well.
And on behalf of the institute, I thank you everybody for being here. If you have any questions, the faculties are here. You can ask in person. Thank you very much. Want to have something?
So basically, I would like to thank Sanjay Chaturvedi sir and Mithil Sampat for coming here all together for the panel discussion, and really a great insight from Sanjay sir relating to the first appeal. Right from the basic, he started what do we mean by real estate project, and then real estate. And then we studied about the first appeal and second appeal. So it is very much crucial on the part of chartered accountants that we start exploring this area of practice. Somewhere I know that we are hesitant because we have a difficulty in presentations, or that might be the reason, because we have the knowledge of the law, but somewhere we have to learn from the advocates also how they are presenting their case in the tribunal, because we are allowed to represent at tribunal. So they are the guiding factors for us. And coming to Mithil, he is really keen. I'm keen for hearing him every time, because he always speaks a lot about the consumers and all the other laws. I have seen his judgments in consumer forum. So at the last, I just wanted to ask him the one question, that is a famous question, whether the allotee should go to consumer forum or should have a resort to RERA.
It largely depends on how many grievances are there with the promoter. If there are a handful of grievances, it is better to go under RERA for quick adjudication. But many times the customer is like, I have suffered so much, and I have 10 issues, there will be 10 technical points I want to analyze. So where there are larger number of issues, where declare that FSI should not be used, declare that conveyance in time limit, per day penalty, etc. Where the issue, another is stamp duty refund and excess stamp duty. Let me give you one of the examples. Under consumer, there is an express offense called restrictive trade practice. Restrictive trade practice, in other words, is cost escalation. That if the builder had done his duty on X date, I would not have paid higher amount, but because they didn't do agreement on time, I have to pay higher stamp duty. So under consumer, there is an express provision that cost escalation shall be borne by the wrongdoer. So on X date, my stamp duty was X%, and now it is say more percent. So the difference, you have a statutory backing under the consumer to claim the cost escalation. Another express thing in consumer is unfair contracts, and there is a definition of unfair contract, and there are examples given of unfair contract under consumer. So even though RERA recognizes it, if the unfair contract is such that many clauses have to be set aside, that there are at least 6 to 7 to 10 clauses that should be set aside, they are deviating from the model agreement, they are totally unfair, there is no basis for this. So when the grievances become large number, we advise that go directly under consumer. And another consideration is literally the consideration which is paid. If the flat purchaser has paid more than 2.5 CR, then you can save on the number of litigation. If the flat purchaser has paid more than 2.5 CR, the first case in consumer will go to National Commission, one appeal will go to Supreme Court, and if at all the promoter or losing party wants to file one more, they can file one last special leave petition once again in the Supreme Court. So if the customer has paid more than 2.5 CR, maximum 3 rounds of litigation will happen, and the third is not usually done. And SLP, even if it is filed, it is rejected on admission without even involvement of the opposite party. So when more than 2.5 CR is paid, we advise that it is better to go under consumer. But where there is a straightforward relief, I want to exit the project, just give me refund and compensation, not more than 2 to 5 grievances, we advise that it is advisable to go under RERA. So just to sum it up, how many grievances and what is the money paid by the customer? If it is more than 2.5 CR, usually it makes sense to go to the consumer court because the rounds of litigation will be less.
Thank you very much. I hope so that clarifies the doubt regarding that. And at the end, I would like to thank all the participants and hope all the speakers and the panelists did justice to today's sessions. Thank you very much for attending.